Now, the county of Kent is known as the Garden of England. It's tranquil, it's peaceful, it's calm. Well, that's about to change. Yes, over 100 tonnes of mechanical prowess is about to descend on Brands Hatch. Also coming up this weekend, we've got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Miltek Civic Cup, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and the fresh-faced Caterham Academy. Now, that's not all. If you woke up this morning to a tremor akin to Vesuvius erupting, don't panic, everybody. It was just Pointy. He was singing in the shower.
Shower at racing. What's that?
What's one of them?
Ian, great to see you again, buddy. Good Christmas.
Christmas,
mate. I haven't seen you since November.
Yeah, I've had a great time. How was your winter? You enjoy it?
It was good. Busy heating season, but you know we are, of course, back at Brands Hatch. You can see in the background here, we got trucks everywhere. Lots of new faces. You know, it's going to be exciting.
Big grid this year. Big grid. Tell us who's new.
Right, so we've got in Weaver Motorsport, we've got Bradley, he's come, I believe he's got John Powell's truck from last year. We've also got Graham Paul. Now, Graham Paul, big supporter / sponsor of John Bowler for the last couple of seasons, trying his own hand this year over on Team 33 or 333 Motorsport alongside Neil Yates, Steve Powell. We've got Jake Evans, same surname, not same driver, obviously. He's in in Division 2 as well, and they're doing quite well as well, which is really good to see. We've obviously got Binty back in his new Merc.
Yeah.
We've got John Powell waiting for delivery of a new truck, which hasn't quite come to fruition yet. We had a golf course for most of yesterday. They wouldn't let him test it, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, look, plenty coming up for you as well. Don't forget, as I said, Classic Touring Cars are in town. They always put on a show. The Caterham Academy, they kick off their 2025 season, the Junior Saloons and the Miltek Civic Cup. I think it's time to go racing. Before we do, Pointer, that's for you.
Oh, a bit of tranquility.
Here in the Garden of England. Let's go racing!
Right then, so here we are then, 2025 season, and a fresh face, at least to me, Bradley Harvey, in this. What truck is this?
It's the ex-John Powell Division 2 champion truck from last year.
And it's looking very nice, beautiful new paint job.
We've pulled it apart, all the wrap, fresh paint job, new wrap design, obviously all our sponsorship on it.
So qualified in third today. That's really good start for your weekend. Is it exciting to be in the truck racing now?
First qualifying out, third position. I think that's pretty good achievement.
So what kind of testing have you done with preparation to the season? Behind the scenes.
We've just been to Pembrey for 2 test sessions, 2 weekends. That's all we've had. So,
and we've had Dave. If I borrow you, we've also had a bit of a under the wing situation with Dave. Dave, you've been working with Bradley for a while now.
Yeah.
Trying to pass on some wisdom, I take it.
It's a difficult challenge with him. No, he's brilliant. The team is just absolutely fantastic. To come in 4 months ago, they hadn't got a racing truck. They've put the team together. They've come in. Aggie's worked really hard on straightening the truck out and doing some improvements to it. And then we've been to Pembrey twice. And then the first time was a bit rickety, wasn't it? And then we came home, made some improvements, came back, and then he's just gently got better and better. And he's he's really working hard at it, and he's listening to what he's being told, and it's great to be involved with him. But I've got a bit of divided loyalty going on because I'm looking after Jake Evans as well. Cause, there's Stoke massive, So I'm looking after Jake as well. So I'm going to have to teach him how to do some overtaking later on. I
think you teach him all to do overtaking.
Yeah, I'll see which one brings the biggest envelope. Teach one to overtake before the other one does. But no.
Teach a man to fish, they're saying, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's championship's looking really great this year. Obviously the full grid is a great improvement on last year. The new blood coming into B class, this is what we needed. Absolutely. And obviously it's red hot at the top where we are as well, so it's really good.
Well, which brings me on to my next line of questioning. So from Division 1 to Division 2, great qualifying for you as well. Very tight top 3 there, isn't it? But what you're looking forward to first race of the season, surely?
Yeah, no, it's we've made some massive changes to the truck over the winter. We had a really positive test down at Pembrey. The team have just been absolutely phenomenal this winter, and combined with the commercial partners, LKQ, Digraph, Morris Lubricants, we're here back fighting. And I said to everybody in the winter, look, I'm actually bored of finishing second now. We might have to go backwards before we go forward. So we've tried to reinvent the wheel. I think we've done a pretty good job of it.
Well, I look round from where I'm standing, so that fingers crossed they've just better round.
So I was scared Aggie was going to beat me. What do they say? So it's We're really pleased with the progress we're making. I cost us the pole then. Yeah, I had a 58.4 on the screen, made a mistake. I've had a 6 and a 7 taken off me for track limits. So, I'm not crying. We're in the right place to race, aren't we? Let's bring it on.
Let's bring it on. That's it. True words, never been spoken. So here we are with Bradley and Dave going into the first race for the 2025 season. Gents, thanks for joining us. Good luck for the first race.
Cheers, Pointy. Well done.
Well, thanks very much to Ian and Pointy down in the paddock. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to Brands Hatch, the home of motor racing in the southeast of England. Now, Easter weekend at Brands Hatch, of course, means only one thing: first meeting of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship. And there is a massive field of trucks here. We've got 19 of them in total here this weekend. The big rigs are back with a vengeance after a slightly quieter year, it has to be said, in 2024. Full grid for this year, several new drivers, few new trucks as well, and we have a full field of car racing as well. We have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club here with all of their championships. So we saw them at Donington last month. We also saw the Miltek Civic Cup. They've got 3 races this weekend, 3 races for the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. And we also have a grid of novices, the Moobob Caterham Academy Championship. Group of around 30 drivers in their first ever circuit race. They've only contested a sprint up to now, the Caterham Academy drivers. We'll introduce them to you later on. Tomorrow we'll also be joined by the Track Action Race Club with their mixture of different saloon cars as well. Do give us a like on the stream. We've got on the BARC YouTube channel nearly 500 of you watching already. Let's go through some of your comments. Who's ready for racing then, says Wendy Howell. Well, we certainly are. Hi to Ethan Dance, to Dan Hughes, Carl Brownsell. No doubt Melissa and Holly are watching as well. Holly, of course, well known for her fundraising over the last couple of years for the My Name's Doddy MND motor neurone disease campaign with her cycling efforts. Back of the net 07, absolutely buzzing for a huge grid of trucks. So are we. Hi to Morgan Marshall, Andrew Miller Swan. Ludicrous Bacon, that's a good name, reports there's a bit of drizzle at Druids. He has now gone away, and it's just a bit windy here at Brands Hatch. The sun's been out, but it is a bit blustery. 1 or 2 drops of rain in the air here at Brands Hatch as well. Do let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're cheering on as well. Hi to Mark Nairn, Oliver. Dan Longley, he's supporting his father Chris, racing in the Caterham Academy today, making his race debut. Good luck to Chris and all the other Caterhams later on. Hi to Ashley Blake Hood. Hi to Mugsley, who says look out for Callum Eason, first time out in the trucks. Yes, making his debut today, a big step up for Callum, moving up from the Mini Challenge to race, I think it's Paul Rivette truck he has got today. So first up, we will have a race before our lunch break, which is a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship. We'll bring them on very shortly. Just got one incident being cleared up from one of our qualifying sessions. Unfortunately, Tom Harvey in his Mark 1 Escort went off at Clearways during the Pre-83 touring car qualifying. He's okay. The car unfortunately isn't, so I don't think we're going to see his Shell Oils Escort on track today. That's just being recovered. We'll have a look at the grid then for our first truck race of the season, set by qualifying this morning, and it is the 9-time consecutive Division 1 champion Ryan Smith, Flying Ryan, in the Daimler Freightliner, who set pole position with a 58.50. Alongside him, the 10 times former champion and former European champion Stuart Oliver, his Volvo VNL, rebuilt after its accident at Thruxton last season. 2 drivers with 19 titles between them on the front row of the grid. Second row, 69 David Jenkins, we just heard from him in his MAN, alongside welcome returnee Martin Gibson, back for the first time full-time since 2021 this year in the Team Oliver MAN alongside. Very close in qualifying, the top 3 covered by less than 0.3 of a second in the end. Row 3, fantastic qualifying effort by Neil Yates in the number 33, his best ever qualifying effort, alongside John Bowler in the number 14. Row 4, it is Michael Oliver. He got a grid penalty after qualifying, a 3-place penalty for passing under yellow flags, and he starts alongside Stephen Powell, who lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, his MAN. He'll be a bit disappointed, I think, to be down on row 4. The 5th row is David Smith with his MAN, starts alongside Adam Bint Moving up to Division 1 this year, the former Division 2 champion in his brand new Mercedes Actros. The truck was launched just a couple of days ago. He was shaking it down during qualifying. The sixth row of the group, we've got number 86, Tom O'Rourke, another driver who got a penalty in qualifying, the International Navistar, for passing under yellows, and he starts alongside the first of the Division 2 trucks, the slightly less powerful machines, which is last year's championship runner-up Simon Cole in his Iveco. Row 7 is Finnish visitor Sami Ojanen in his Finnish-built Sisu, the Mad Croc racing truck. Mad Croc, I believe, is an energy drink, and he starts alongside Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole, in the ex-Paul McComiskey Volvo FM12. Row 8 is one of our newcomers, Jake Evans, cousin of Craig Evans, who used to race the number 10 MAN in Division 2, alongside Bradley Harvey. We just heard from him, racing the ex-John Powell DAF LF. And the final row, Graham Poole, former sponsor turned racer in the number treble 3. It's a change of number, actually. He's down as 66 on my entry list. He's racing as 333, racing for 333 Motorsport, which is the Stephen Powell Neil Yates team in his MAN. And alongside him, Callum Eason. Had a few issues in qualifying with the number 26 truck, and he starts at the back of the field. Son of Wayne Eason, who used to race in this championship a few years ago. Joanne Eason represented the family as well, one of a number of ladies to have raced in British truck racing over the years, and Callum making the move up from the Mini Challenge. Wayne used to be the manager of Paul Rivette, of course, the Division 2 star. There should be one other truck on the grid, not that monster truck. We should be seeing John Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion, number 6. As we heard from Pointy, he'd only just taken delivery of a new Greenhouse Group DAF, and he missed qualifying this morning, so he'll be starting race 1, hopefully from the pit lane. 19 trucks here. We had hoped to have the full capacity of 20. Unfortunately, Ricky Collins, number 95, the Yorkshireman, was a late withdrawal. We'll hopefully see him out at the second round at Pembrey in Wales in mid-May. As the monster trucks go to work, we've got certainly all the fun of the fair at trackside at Brands Hatch today. We've got show trucks on display, local fire brigade with a display as well, for this annual Easter Truck Festival here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. One change to the regulations this year in Division 1, the top 3 in the championship at each meeting, today it's the top 3 from last year's championship, have air restrictors placed on their turbochargers to limit their power and theoretically limit their top speed a little. And that was Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stephen Powell. Well, it hasn't made much difference to Ryan Smith because he's still set pole position for the opening race of the season. Can anyone stop him making it 10 titles in a row? We shall wait and see. 7 events taking place across the course this year. As we said, we go to Pembrey in May. Beginning of July, it's Thruxton in Hampshire, the fastest circuit in the UK. In August, we go to Donington Park for Convoy in the Park. Then it's to Snetterton in September. The week after that, they go to Le Mans in France. And then Brands Hatch back here on the Indy circuit on Bonfire Weekend for the traditional season finale. 20 points for a win, 18 for second, 16 for third, 14, 13, 12 and so on downwards for the top 15. Additional point for pole position, which has gone to Ryan Smith in Division 1, Simon Cole in Division 2 for this weekend, and a point for the fastest lap in each class as well. The GT Tyres Napa Auto Parts DAF Pace Truck leads them up to the grid. Here come the big rigs. What a sight they make. Absolutely magnificent here at Brands Hatch. Mentioning the success restrictors, Ryan Smith has a 63mm restrictor plate on his turbocharger inlet for this meeting. Second was David Jenkins in the championship last year. He's got a 65mm restrictor and a 67mm restrictor on Stephen Powell's truck. Now he was a little further back on the grid than usual in qualifying. I think he had front suspension problem. We saw that truck kangarooing its way back into the paddock with some damage to the front axle. That's probably what slowed him down. There are newcomers at the back. Good to see Callum Eason has made it out there. He had a few problems in qualifying there, the green and white number 26 MAN. There's Adam Bint's new Mercedes at the back of the field, being followed there by the trackside recovery pickup truck there. Steve Bewers and his team conducting recovery services this weekend. We'll see some of their heavy artillery out if anybody should go off. 4 debutants in Division 2, which is great to see. Callum Eason, Sami Ojanen from Finland. Now, it was a few years ago, Mika Mäkinen in the Finnish Sisu won the Division 2 title, so Sami should go well in the Sisu here. Graham Poole and Bradley Harvey, the other newcomers. Adam Bint making his way to the grid slot. There's the Sisu, the bonneted number 61 truck, 61 truck, I should say. Number 10 is Jake Evans. Try not to call him Craig Evans, he used to race that truck. Team Oliver Racing running 3 trucks this year. Martin Gibson in the MAN that Stewart used for part of last year while his Volvo was being rebuilt after a big smash at Thruxton. Ryan Smith trying to equal Stewart's record of 10 titles. Stewart didn't win 10 consecutively though, because he spent a year winning the European Championship. Championship partner sponsors this year: Napa Auto Parts UK, GT Tyres, Neil Yates Recovery. Neil, of course, racing here in the number 33 truck. MV Commercial, which is Tom O'Rourke's company. Total Care Vehicle Lifts and Testing Equipment. Sylvie Fleet's fuel card and fleet management providers. BWOC Bulk Fuel Supplier. They supply the renewable and carbon neutral fuel for this championship as well. It was Adam Bint, the first truck to run on sustainable fuel. Now they all use it. Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine, Freyhav Trailers, Valvoline Oils, and LTS Global Solutions. They're all the championship partners for this year. Look at that, what a magnificent field. Ryan Smith on the pole, the man from Derbyshire. In the Daimler Freightliner, 2 bonneted trucks on the front row, the Volvo VNL of Stuart Oliver from Hexham in Northumberland alongside him. David Jenkins, another former champion, on row 2, number 69, the man from Stafford with his MAN. MAN's the numerically dominant mark for the championship for a few years now. Nice to see a bit of variety though with the Daimler, the Volvo. We've got Adam Bint's new Mercedes, the International Navistar, the second of the bonneted trucks with the Scottish flag on the grille. That's Tom O'Rourke. Simon Cole in Division 2 pole, the local man from Dartford. He's in an Iveco. Son Archie Handy right behind him, the 2 white and pink trucks. He's in a Volvo. We've got the Sisu out there for Sami Ojanen. The DAF of Bradley Harvey in the Weaver Motorsport colours. It was in black and green last year. It was John Powell's Division 2 title winning truck. John Wilkins says no Napa truck on the grid this year. The Napa truck is now Callum Eason's truck, I believe, the one at the back there, the green and white colours, with Paul Rivett having moved on to pastures new. Yes, mentioning lap times as well, the qualifying times. You can follow the live timing incidentally at TSL Timing, that's TSL Timing, tsl-timing.com for all the live timing. Ryan Smith's pole lap was a 58.501 second lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, which is 1.2 miles in length. Stuart Oliver did a 58.694 and David Jenkins a 58.88. They were covered by less than 4/10 of a second, the top 3. Michael Oliver a 59.622 alongside him originally, but Michael with that grid penalty, so he starts from the inside of row 4. Quickest in Division 2, Simon Cole, did a 1 minute 1.916. As the grid rolls away behind the pace truck, it will be a rolling start. 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship, the first of 5 races for them across the course of this weekend. We will see 2 today, 3 tomorrow. I don't think John Powell is there, unfortunately, the number 6 truck not ready, so we should see 18 trucks this one. We're hoping John will be able to start from the pit lane, but I don't think he's there. British Truck Racing back in the big time. First of 7 events this year. 34 races in total. Can anyone stop flying Ryan Smith? He's raced MANs. Raced the Sisu in Division 2 in his early days. He's had a Mercedes. Now onto the Daimler. Incredible to think there are 20 titles between the top 3 drivers on this grid. Great to have Martin Gibson back. He's been working with GT Tyres, doing testing and development over the last few years. He's been racing cars as well in the likes of the Fun Cup Endurance Series. Division 2 packed with newcomers. Great to see Division 2 coming back after a rather thin year in 2024. Tension really rising here at Brands Hatch. The big rigs ready to go for it. It's the GT Tyres DAF leading them round, also backed by Napa Auto Parts, our pace truck. That will pull into the pit lane and then the pack will be unleashed. Around 18,000 horsepower almost out there from these near 5-ton race trucks, limited electronically to 100 miles per hour. If you've not seen truck racing before, you have a real treat coming up here at Brands Hatch. Perfect conditions for motorsport at the moment. The pace truck pulls into pit lane. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, two men with 19 championships between them in the British Truck Racing Championship, lead them up towards the red lights. The waiting is over. The big rigs are back at Brands Hatch. The first of 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend about to get underway. The season is about to begin. The power comes on. It's begun. A charge down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Looks like everybody is away cleanly into Paddock. Ryan Smith holding the inside line on Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins in third place. Oliver trying to get around the outside. Up Halewood Rise towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. The two leaders still side by side. David Jenkins slots in third place. It's the number 101 of Martin Gibson in fourth. Then Neil Yates has got away well. So has Michael Oliver. Out of Druids down into Graham Hill Bend, and David Jenkins has got through on the inside at Druids ahead of Stuart Oliver into second position. Around the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, there's Tom O'Rourke in the bonneted International Navistar on with Cooper straight into Surtees and McLaren. Then Clearways where the Grand Prix loop joins back in, then into Clark Curve and onto the Sir Jack Brabham straight and the end of the opening lap of the season. Ryan Smith may have that air restrictor fitted to his turbo inlet, but it's not slowing him down. Certainly he's already clear by several lengths of Jenkins. Oliver is third, Gibson fourth, Yates in fifth position, John Bowler is in sixth place. Then it's Michael Oliver in seventh. Stephen Powell, after one or two niggles in qualifying with the front suspension, is in eighth place. David Smith in ninth, and rounding out the top 10 is O'Rourke. Into Druids for the second time and running a little bit wide there. John Bowler, a bit of a lock up there from Neil Yates, man who had a huge accident at Thruxton a couple of years ago. Just finding his feet in truck racing over the last couple of seasons. A squeal of tyres there in the background. There's a spin, the number 40, that's Archie Handy in the Volvo, spun it at Druids. Callum Eason pulls up in avoidance, so if he can get going again, he can. A bit of a baptism of fire, a few niggles with the 26 truck as well. Michael Oliver putting John Bowler under pressure for second place. Only one win in his Division 1 career so far, John Bowler. That came at Thruxton in Hampshire a couple of seasons ago. Swing their way through to complete the second lap. 1.5 seconds lead for Ryan Smith. 58.575 his fastest lap, almost on his qualifying place. There's Adam Bint, the brand new Mercedes Actros, his first foray into Division 1. He's been in Division 2 for many years with a venerable Volvo white Aerodyne. Has been Division 2 champion in the past, now playing with the top class. David Smith up the inside, battling with Tom O'Rourke. David Smith returned to racing last year, the man from West Malling, former Division 2 champion several years ago. Now in Division 1, there is Stephen Powell trying to make his way up the order, the man who runs a pub just down the road from Brands Hatch, the Portobello Inn. Sun shines on the big rigs as they battle their way around. There are few better sights in motorsport, it has to be said, than a full grid of trucks in battle. David Smith still in the fire from the MV Commercials truck of Tom O'Rourke. There's Bint, a few lengths behind them. Smith has increased his lead by another couple of tenths of a second. Stuart Oliver still third behind David Jenkins. They're clear of this battle for fourth. Martin Gibson at the head of it, then Neil Yates, who's running superbly up there in fifth position. Of course, this race, the results of race 1, decides the grid for race 3 coming up tomorrow. The result will decide the grid, but with the top 8 reversed. 86 Tom O'Rourke as David Smith locked up a little there at Druids. O'Rourke will be alongside him, but he'll be on the outside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. So David Smith should hold the place. Best he had in his comeback season last year was a second place. He holds the place there. That's the battle for ninth. Behind them is Adam Smith now. Who's leading Division 2? Looks like it is Simon Cole in the number 41. He was second in the Division 2 points last year without winning a race. Consistency was the key, but sadly a breakdown in the last round at Brands Hatch handed John Powell the title. It was Paul Rivette who did much of the winning, but he missed several rounds due to a combination of a broken ankle and engine dramas. Sam Osborne replaced him in a couple of rounds. No Paul Rivette on the grid this year. We also must give a mention to one of the great servants of British truck racing, Jim Bennett, Gentleman Jim, who has finally called time on his very long career. Now in his 70s, Jim Bennett. Of course, we'd see him out in his Sed Atkinson for many years. And we've lost the 41 Simon Cole. That was our Division 2 leader. He's gone off at Clearways. Now, whether he slid off into the tyre wall or pulled up there, we did not see. But Simon Cole looks like he's out of the race. Only at 1/3 distance. A bit of a slide there for Neil Yates as he chases Martin Gibson. Coming up on the outside now is Stephen Powell trying to close on this group. So 1/3 distance, just under 10 minutes of this race to go. Still Ryan Smith leads it. Mentioning great servants of British truck racing in December of 2024. Here's the race being halted here. Slowing coming. We might have a virtual safety car. Yes, full course yellow, virtual safety car with, or virtual safety truck you might say, with the 41 truck having pulled off at Clearways or slid off into the tyre wall. We didn't see what's happened there. But full course yellow is out. Trucks, instead of using a safety car, they used a virtual safety car. So the speeds brought down. The pack will form up single file. Measure to avoid putting the red flag out, because of course you can't have traditional safety cars in truck racing. In fact, are we going red flags now? The red flag has come up on the timing screen, so he's being brought to a halt because of Simon Cole's stranded truck, and they marshal on the grid there, signalling Ryan Smith to come to a stop and form up on the grid. So we are going to have a red flag. First race stoppage of the season, unfortunately, caused by stranded Simon Cole, who was leading Division 2. So that's given the Division 2 lead to one of our newcomers, Jake Evans, ahead of Sami Oyanen in the Sisu and Bradley Harvey in third. I was just mentioning there that mentioning great servants to British truck racing in December of last year, we learned of the passing of the great Brian Garnett, pioneer of the sport in the UK right from the mid-1980s, and he and his wife Kaz Garnett used to race together in their BFL, British Fuels Limited sponsored trucks. Raced on into the 1990s as well. Brian was sadly lost to us at the end of 2024. Well, we mentioned the heavy artillery, and Simon Cole's truck is going to be recovered by Mick Gould's recovery vehicle, driven by Richard Tier, and they don't come much heavier than this. Look at the size of that. That is a 2015 Peterbilt, 4-axle, 600 horsepower Cummins engine powering that. Weighs 21 tonnes and has a gross train weight, that's truck and casualty combined, of 100 tonnes. So it won't have much problem recovering a race truck. .600 horsepower, 15-litre diesel engine, and an 18-speed gearbox in that thing. Saw that on track in the show truck parade here on Bonfire Night at the end of last season as well, with all the lights on. Imagine that bearing down on you on the motorway. I think you were in the film Convoy. So Simon Cole having slid off on the exit of Clearways. We saw the tyre marks on the grass. We've also got the ITO rescue and recovery truck down there as well. Steve Bewers and Stacey Reynolds, the crew there, in their Ford Ranger. And so once Simon's truck is recovered, we will get this race back underway. That recovery truck is huge, says Rapid Scorpion. It certainly is. Having stood next to it in the paddock, I can certainly confirm that. So, well, the recovery truck maybe not needed because that Ford Ranger's doing the job. Look at that. Have a look back at the start of the race then, the first race start of the season. A clean start it was. A couple of the newcomers, their first rolling start at the back of the field. Ryan Smith controlling the pace. The main move on the opening lap was David Jenkins up the inside towards Druids. Kept to the inside line. Stuart Oliver had to take the wider line. Jenkins was able to get through into second place. So the pack making their way through behind, an incident-free opening lap. Currently waiting news on the restart, incidentally no details as yet. The battle going on between David Smith and Tom O'Rourke further back in the order. Simon Cole initially led Division 2, was keeping up with his old rival Adam Finns as well. Actually he would come to grief at Clearways. Smith already pulling away. He was leading by 2.5 seconds at the time of the red flag. Clearly the new restrictor rules not really holding him back at the moment. Yeah, the rapid Daimler Freightliner starting to pull away from the field. There's the telehandler just putting the tyre wall back together. Simon Cole make his way back into the paddock. There's the pack on the grid. Now Simon Cole, who actually came fairly close to winning the Division 2 title last year without even winning a race. If Simon's truck hadn't broken down in the last race of the year, things could have been different. It was John Powell who went on to take the win. Hopefully we'll see John out at some point this weekend in his new DAF XB, sponsored by Greenhouse Group. There's Simon Cole in pit lane. You can see a bit of the front bumper missing where he slid into the tyre wall. And the rest of the pack should be formed up in grid order, in the order that they were in when the race was suspended. Marshals will just check the tyre wall, give us opportunity to say a big thank you to the Orange family as we know them, our volunteer marshals out there in all weathers, who let us enjoy our racing. We couldn't go racing without them. I think we can head down to pit lane where Ian Waterhouse is going to try and find out what's happened with Simon Cole. Well, a few technical hitches down in pit lane, apologies there. We'll try and get an update as and when we can with Simon Cole, as the grid is being reformed, so we are going to see a restart by the look of things. We don't know the length of the restart at the moment. Tyre wall repairs just being completed there. Just the marshals, also the other staff here at Brands Hatch. Big thank you to the recovery crews already mentioned, the medical staff, race control staff, timekeepers, and everyone else here at Brands Hatch for making this event possible. And big thanks to our camera crews as well for bringing us the action. Just checking the barriers there. Because trucks, they slide into a barrier, they can cause a fair bit of damage. They are, of course, electronically limited to 100 miles an hour, as we mentioned, in the interests of safety. It used to be fitted with a speed governor. It used to be the Lucas company in Birmingham that made those back in the 80s and 90s. They're now electronically limited. It has been the case almost since truck racing began. It was November 1984 when the first truck race was held in Britain. That was at Donington Park, and it garnered a record crowd for Donington, the biggest crowd Donington had ever seen, to see this new phenomenon. And the trucks there literally were standard road trucks, several of which were driven to the event, left their trailers in the paddock, went out, raced, and then carried on their journeys. Tullio Gislotti, the Italian, was the first winner. There were a lot of celebrity drivers at that meeting, likes of Martin Brundle. He had a go at truck racing. Barry Sheen, motorcycle legend. The Grimer brothers of hot rod racing fame were out there, I think, as well. Steve Parrish, of course, another motorcycle star, Barry Sheen's great friend and rival, and he became European champion in trucks. Thanks for your comments coming in. Alpha Draco says, when is race 2? That's coming up at around 3:30 this afternoon, 3:25 p.m. It's race 2 is due off for the trucks. Right to Richard David Moxley. Box in this lap. One comment says, is that tyre smoke from braking coming off some of the fronts? It's steam, actually. These trucks use water-cooled brakes, so as the brakes heat up during the race, you'll see steam coming from the water used for cooling the brakes. We'll be restarting soon. Paul Hills asks, are pickups racing? The pickup truck championship, they're at Silverstone this weekend, they're not here at Brands. It will be a 5-minute restart, we are being told by the timing screen. They will do a green flag lap and it will be a 5-minute restart to this first race of the season. Rachel Martin says UK marshals are the best. Certainly agree there, Rachel. English Foodie says, used to marshal at Brands in the 90s. Love the truck racing, always lots of excitement. There's the final repair just being done to the tyre wall there. After that little wallop from Simon Cole. A few fans bringing their own shelters to make private grandstands. Looks like the marshals are happy down there. We'll just wait for them to get back to their positions. Put the power tools away. And then the maintenance vehicles and the course car. We see the new Hyundai course car, new partnership with circuit owners Motorsport Vision this season. At their venues of Brands, Donington, Snetterton and Cadwell. Hamilton Park as well, of course. So we are now almost ready. All the information can be found on the British Automobile Racing Club websites. There are links to the website on the video description on YouTube. BARC.net is the club website. Support classes this weekend. We will have Classic Touring Car Racing Club racing in 4 different groups this weekend. All coming up this afternoon. We've also got the Junior Saloon Car Championship in their Saxos. The Miltek Civic Cup will be one to watch. 3 races for them this weekend. The Moobob Caterham Academy Championship. Caterham 7's always good around Brands Hatch. They have a race this afternoon. And tomorrow we're joined by the Track Action Racing Club, which is a big mixture of different saloon cars. Everything from Renault 5 Turbos and Mark 1 Golfs to Peugeot 206s, even a Skoda Octavia we've got coming up tomorrow. Okay, the pack moves away then. A rolling lap and then a 5-minute sprint for the line. After this we will have a quick lunch break before we move on to our afternoon's racing. Trucks lined up in the order that they were in when the race was halted. Who's moved to the front of Division 2? Looks like Sami Ojanen leading them round in the C-suit. David Jenkins on the outside of Ryan Smith. Team Oliver trucks, sponsored by GT Tyres and Tahuna Honey. It's beginning to rise once again. It is going to be a frantic 5-minute sprint for the line for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins on the front of the grid. Anybody's racing Division 2 as well. Sami Ojanen leading them on the grid, ahead of Jake Evans and Archie Handy. The Daft Pace truck leads them round. Keeping it steady at the moment in 2x2 formation. Eason at the back along with another of our newcomers, Graham Poole. Pace truck into pit lane, waiting for the red lights to go out. Can anyone stop Flying Ryan? We're about to find out. Very close together at the front of the grid formation. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and we're underway once again. Towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. Smith and Jenkins almost leaning on each other. Deadly rivals on track, these two. Stuart Oliver tucks in behind on Ryan Smith's bumper. 101 of Martin Gibson in behind, then John Bowler and Neil Yates, and Bowler's just about out-dragged Yates up the hill there around the outside. I think Smith has lead. Stuart Oliver muscles his way up the inside, forces David Jenkins out wide, nearly onto the grass. That was aggression from Stuart Oliver in the Volvo. He's up into second place. John Bowler keeps to the outside line. John Bowler will have the inside line for the left-hander. There's contact behind between Michael Oliver and Neil Yates. I said this would be frantic over just 5 minutes. Neil Yates on the grass. Tom O'Rourke nearly gets into the back of them. It's like the M25 on a bad day. More contacts. That's Michael Oliver sideways. He's going to go into a spin. Round he goes. There's trucks scattering everywhere in avoidance. Tom O'Rourke has got damage. David Smith across the grass. I think they've all kept it going there. Great cloud of smoke and dust as they rejoin. That's ruined it for Michael Oliver. He keeps it going. Tom O'Rourke's still going with the front end of his truck shredded, but I think that's just cosmetic damage. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell. Where are the leaders? Here they come. Down Paddock Hill Bend. It's Smith leading. Stuart Oliver having muscled his way into second. Then it's David Jenkins. John Bowler up into fourth position. He's going well. Martin Gibson down to fifth, and then there's a gap caused by all that schmozzle behind them. Neil Yates is sixth, and Tom O'Rourke in what's left of the 86 truck is seventh. Then it's Stephen Powell, David Smith and Adam Bint rounding up the top 10. Sami Oyanen, the Finnish driver in the Sisu, leads Division 2 ahead of Jake Evans and Archie Handy. Michael Oliver's rejoined towards the back after his spin. There's the Division 2 leader. Sisu Mark, very successful in truck racing over the years with the likes of Jokke Kallio, Harry Lustaranen and the lady driver Minna Korpala driving for them in the European Championships. Evans in second, and third at the moment is Bradley Harvey. Archie Handy's dropped back there in the number 40. At the back of the field, that's Graham Poole. Sami Oyanen kicking the tail out on the Sisu, sponsored by Mad Croc Energy Drink. Here comes Michael Oliver. He's trying to breeze his way through the slightly less powerful Division 2 runners and get back up towards his Division 1 rivals, going around the outside of the Weaver Motorsports number 96 of Bradley Harvey. That's John Powell's old truck. There are the leaders. Going down onto the Cooper Straight, that's where we keep an eye on the battle in Division 2, because Jake Evans having a sniff at the lead here, having a sniff at the back of Sami Oyanen's truck, sends him wide, but that puts him in Michael Oliver's way. Excuse me, says Michael Oliver. Gets past Evans, and that's cost Evans a chance, I think, of trying to take the lead in Division 2. Sami Oyanen lets Michael Oliver through, I think, there, because, has that let Evans in? Has that let Evans in? Because Oyanen moved wide to let Oliver go by, and he didn't realise how close Evans was, and the newcomer has just taken the lead of Division 2. Great stuff. Bradley Harvey up there as well. Is that Sisu slowing down? He seems to have dropped back a bit there through clearaways. No problems for the treble 3 as well. That's Graham Poole, has had a spin at Druids. The leaders lap him. Graham needs to get going again. He doesn't want to park there. The rest of the pack charge through behind him. Still Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins in third place. Remember, the top 8 finishers will be reversed on the grid for race 3. That takes place tomorrow. So in 8th place at the moment is Stephen Powell, and that will give the local man pole position for tomorrow with Tom O'Rourke alongside. Graham Poole going again after his spin in his first ever truck race. There's Martin Gibson. Great to have him back in the championship this year. Up there in 5th at the moment. Trying to chase down John Bowler for 4th place. Just over 1 minute left on the clock. Looks like it's going to be a win for Ryan Smith, picking up exactly where he left off last year and the year before that, and the previous 7 years before that. There he goes. Even our camera can't keep up with him into Druids. Oliver second. 3 drivers with 20 championships between them. 21 if you count Stuart Oliver's European titles. This is the battle for 6th position. Neil Yates having a good chase down by Tom O'Rourke. Behind them is Stephen Powell. Of course, this is a battle for who will start on pole as well for tomorrow's first race. Another race coming up this afternoon. Race 2 is the grid there is decided by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. I can tell you Brian Smith has also got pole for that one. So the clock is about to count down to 0, so we're going on to the final lap now. Where is Ryan Smith? Well, here's the battle in Division 2. Jake Evans has got clear. He's going to take a debut win in the 2nd division. There he is, and he's keeping up with Graham Poole, who's a lap down. The spinning earlier on, Oyanen second, the 96 of Harvey third, then Callum Eason, Archie Handy. Graham Poole, of course, a lap down in 6th in Division 2, but our leader is onto the Cooper Straight for the final time. The Smith juggernaut just rolls on, quite literally, picking up exactly where he left off in 2024, starting his quest for a 10th consecutive title. Through clearways he comes for the final time in the worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner, flying Ryan Smith up towards the checkered flag to start as he means to go on for 2025. He takes the win in race number 1 here at Brands Hatch. Second place goes to Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins completes the podium. There's a long gap back then to 4th place, which should be John Bowler. There he is. 5th goes to Martin Gibson. Neil Yates holds off Tom O'Rourke for 6th. Stephen Powell 8th, which will give him pole position provisionally for race 3 tomorrow. The gap back to David Smith in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 will be Michael Oliver, recovering after that tangle down at Surtees. Adam Bint in the first race for his Merc is 11th. Next through, we should see the Division 2 winner, and here he comes. Well done, Jake Evans. Flashing the lights, he crosses the line. He wins Division 2 in his first ever truck race. Oyanen second, Harvey third, Callum Eason 4th. Archie Handy comes over in 5th. And the only other finisher, Graham Poole, a lap down, as we lost Simon Cole, his truck in the pit lane. Well done indeed to Jake Evans there. That was a very good drive indeed to get past Sami Oyanen and take the Division 2 win. But it's Ryan Smith on top in Division 1, the winner by 1.5 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. And Ryan getting the fastest lap as well, 58.241 seconds. Third place for David Jenkins ahead of John Bowler. Good restart from him at the second attempt up into 4th round the outside. Martin Gibson completing the top 5 on his return. Yates with a good run to 6th, then O'Rourke and Stephen Powell completing the top 8. Michael Oliver racing back to 10th behind David Smith. Adam Bint, the final finisher in Division 1. And Division 2, Jake Evans taking the win ahead of Sami Oyanen by 3 seconds in the end. Bradley Harvey third on his debut ahead of another newcomer, Callum Eason. A step up from a BMW Mini into a race truck. Archie Handy and Graham Poole completing the finish, though Graham Poole's not taken the checkered flag, so he may have pulled in on the last lap. We lost Simon Cole, of course. Shirt brought out the red flag when he went off at clearways. We'll wait to see if we can hear from some of the drivers. I think we can go down to Pointy in Parc Fermé in a moment.
Well, interesting start to the 2025 season, but we're there, we've made it. Unfortunate for Simon Cole there, losing all his gears halfway through the race. That, of course, had to be a snatch recovery, but we got back underway, which, of course, saw Ryan Smith, reigning 9-time British champion, take the first podium. Let's go round this way, sorry. Let's quickly whiz round and have a quick chat. Here we go. So, with air restrictor fitted, remember, let's just talk about that first of all. An insert in the turbo limits the amount of airflow into it. Ryan, you said earlier on this weekend it was causing the odd issue with regards to acceleration. I didn't believe you, and of course the times and the results says it all, surely.
Something though, Stuart, nearly another half a metre, he gets me off the start, and Dave, there's no power. Low RPM off the start.
The top 3 are a lot tighter than we're used to seeing. Is it 0.02 of a second between the top 3?
There will be when I'm 250 horsepower less, but that's the rules. The only thing that scares me with it is you work hard to get qualifying, and then somebody just overtakes you on the start because they've got that much more power than you. But listen, regulations are regulations. I'm up for the fight. What can we say?
But as well, let's move on to the positives. It's your first race of the season, your first of the season, and you're defending a title.
Yeah, and that's the main objective really. But I better get into the gym because if we thought this year was going to be easy, we're wrong. The power difference is crazy. Even out of corners, I leave him on certain bits and then he just reels me in on higher bits.
But then, of course, what you've got to remember going through the year now, those restrictors are going to get fitted in different trucks, and everyone's going to probably get a taste of that.
Regulations are regulations.
Yeah.
We're here to defend our title.
Totally.
Have we had his hands tied? Probably a little bit. I just want to give a shout out to me good mate who I've been coaching, Arthur. He's go-karting today. Arthur, go on, smash it, lad.
Go on, Arthur, smash it, lad. Excellent, excellent. Right, so as we can see, cat among the pigeons with the new regulations of the air restrictors. Let's see if we can find some more drivers. They are, of course, typically trying to empty the pit lane. Of course, we've got the whole of lunch break, but they want to get everybody parked back up now. Ah, Stuart, I tell you, we had Ryan Smith just now. Obviously, great start to the year for you as well. I bet you're feeling fantastic to be back there.
Yeah, it's good. That good. I enjoyed that. It was better than I expected because obviously it's a full rebuild and it was going well in practice. But racing's when the SH1T stops.
Well, from what we were hearing from Ryan Smith literally a second ago, it was better than he was expecting as well because you were on his heels.
Yeah, I was good. It was good. Make for good spectators, good racing. So Dave was a bit naughty on the first start. He pushed us out wide, but nothing changes there. So,
exactly. Let's get a couple more drivers in whilst we've got the opportunity. Dave, we'll have you as well. Michael, John, we spoke to you earlier, so John, no, you can stay in. No, stay in. I just wanted to prioritise him. John, first race of the season, back at that. Yes, we've been doing testing, we've been doing practicing, doing qualifying, but none of it is quite racing, is it?
Yeah, no, not at all. Unfortunately, we missed testing. We got a bit of qualifying in, and this is the first run out, so yeah, we're well happy with that.
Now, any changes massively to your engine this year? Or have you got the same one as last year?
No, different engine this year. That's one of the reasons we missed out on the practice session at Pembury 3 weeks ago. But yeah, they've had my arse kicked a little bit, so it's obviously worked.
That's the second time we've had ARSE today. We're going to have to check in the book whether we're allowed it. Do not use naughty words, kids. Don't be like these guys. Dave, great result. Again, I don't think TSL could keep up with the top three today.
No, I just out of breath. I just ran up to speak to Jake Evans. Absolutely fantastic first win from him today. Absolutely just brilliant. Family team. What the whole job's all about. Really, really trying, listening, scrimping and saving. Absolutely fantastic. So anyhow, on to the A class. He needs to slow down. Yeah, no, good scrapping.
Well, one of you will have a restrictor in at some point this year, so we'll see what happens.
Got it. He made sure of that already. Yeah. So
swap it over for Pembury.
Listen, it's all good stuff in it. Let's just keep going. We need to just get after that other man.
Yes, we do. Let's all work together and do it. Right, thank you very much, drivers. Time for a lunch break now, though, and I had a chance to catch up with a couple of other drivers in the paddock, so hopefully we'll get to see those interviews at some point, but we will be back with lots more racing action with our good friend Ian Waterhouse after the lunch break. We've got Caterham's, we've got, well, come on, coming in, we've got Caterham's. What else have we got on today? This afternoon?
We've got pre-03s, pre-93 boss, the next race after lunch, so
Lovely.
we're going to head down to assembly here from some of those drivers soon. Junior Saloons are here as well. The Miltek Civic Cup is here. And don't forget, coming up a little bit later, the first race of the season for the Caterham Academy.
Caterham Academy. So what's the academy? Is it because they're younger drivers or is it just because they're learning? Doesn't matter about
that's
age.
it. They're learning. It's a lot of rookies taken to the track later today, so that's going to be quite something to look out for. So make sure you keep tuned. Don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, whether you're watching this at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel or BARC as well. Right there, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and we can keep bringing you more and more. I believe it's on the Caterham channel as well. So,
fantastic.
Do hit that one too. You need to go get some lunch.
I'm going to have some. So we're going to hand out some trophies. Yeah,
go.
there you go.
Go.
Thanks so much, Ian and Pointy. Let's have a look back at some highlights of that first truck race. The restart, David Jenkins, course wide by Stuart Oliver for second place. John Bowler with a great restart as well, getting round the outside of Martin Gibson on the exit of Druids, and following in Jenkins' wheel tracks to go through into fourth place at Graham Hill Bend. But behind, a clash between Michael Oliver and Neil Yates. They continued clashing all the way down the Cooper Straight, neither of them wanting to give an inch. Eventually it came to its head and round went Michael Oliver into Surtees. He was collected by Tom O'Rourke. Everybody else went scattering behind. Thankfully nobody else collected Michael Oliver, and he was able to rejoin and race his way through back up into the top 10. Michael Oliver always seems to be the unlucky one, doesn't he? Further back in the order, the battle in Division 2 saw Jake Evans race to victory. That's what happened in the event to Graham Poole. We said he hadn't come through on the last lap. He spun it at Paddock. Great cloud of dust, more like days of thunder than convoy at Paddock Hill Bend there. So that concludes our first race of the day, the first truck race of the season. Apologies for a bit of choice language from one or two of the drivers there. I think Pointy needs to start carrying a swear box around with him in Parc Fermé. But thanks for joining us for that first race of the day. We will be back underway very shortly. We're going to have a quick lunch break and then get back underway with our next race from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club.
Well, look at this. The three amigos coined the phrase. In fact, it's the second or first set of three amigos, because we've got Team 333 with three drivers. We've got Team GT with three drivers. It's incredible to see a wash of black and yellow, a strong show of team feelings in the paddock this year.
We prefer to the fast three and the slow three.
The fast three and the slow three. I'll give you that one. You heard it here first, the fast three. Yeah, we'll translate that into Spanish later on.
Yeah.
Right, let's work our way across. Age order. Now, Stuart, obviously we've got the three great trucks behind us again, one of which we weren't sure we were going to see this year. Tell us what happened last year briefly and the journey we've come to.
Yeah, well, unfortunately it's Thruxton, it broke, I think is a good way to describe it. But
got broke.
Got broke, yeah, but got broke in a bad way. You know, if it was a dinky toy, it would have been thrown in the bin.
Yes.
If it was a road truck, it probably would have been thrown in the bin. But because it was a race truck, spent hours and hours over the winter months rebuilding it, and it's back here, so over the moon with it.
Absolutely. And speaking about over the moon, looking at your qualifying, fantastic start to the year for you. And how does it? Have you got any particular challenges for yourself this year, other than winning everything, obviously?
Well, yeah, winning everything.
Winning everything, all of it.
I've been saying, I come off there, and if I qualified fourth this time last year, I'd have been dancing around the paddock, slapping arses, going everywhere, you know. But
other body parts are available.
Yeah. But I've come off the track there and finished fourth, and thinking I really wanted to do better. So I think we're on the up.
And that's good to see. And you're smiling. We're all smiling. And Martin, talking about bringing things back. Great to see you again in room 101 of all places.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and sadly because of the costly crash of Stuart, there was another truck available, which soon jumped in. But qualifying was good. It's good to be close behind them and not too far away at this stage.
Now obviously you'll work for GT as a test driver most of the time. I take it, is this harder or easier than what you do day to day?
Oh, a lot harder.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, day to day.
Like it'd be a challenge on the weekend.
I just sit at a desk and play with a mouse, so this is a lot harder.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Great to see such a great support from a championship tyre partner of GT as well, of course. And as well, I mean, what a show, what a show. Just get these three monsters in the background. The monsters in the background, yeah. We've seen the monsters in front of them already. Oh, right then. Well, that's all we've got time for down here in the paddock. Team GT. So here we are with another fresh face for the 2025 season, but an old friend of mine, and I mean that because I've known you a long time.
Long time.
That's it. My God, these fire suits, I don't know whether they're meant to put the fire in or keep the fire out.
In,
definitely looks hot. Graham, absolutely fantastic to see you on circuit.
Good to be here.
Where was your head?
Rude.
Unbelievable. We're leaving that in. As long as you got his face in it, we're leaving that in. Just so it's his fault. Sorry about that, Graham. Unbelievable. So, so what was going through your mind when you took what some would see as a dream come true opportunity to go from spectator/sponsor to actual driver?
It's just something I've always wanted to do. So I was talking to Neil, got the opportunity off Steve, phone call, we had a little bit of a meeting. Do you want to drive one of my trucks? And here we are.
And here we are.
Here we are, yeah, loving it.
Is it fun?
It is fun, yeah. Wasn't so much fun yesterday when I went into the gravel, but...
Yeah, but you weren't the only person that went into the gravel.
No, we won't mention any names there.
I mean, let's, because this is a rare opportunity, especially from someone in my position, to be able to get that fresh, raw excitement, that thrill that someone's like, OMG, I'm actually about to race around Brands Hatch in a real super duper race condition, every mistake counts kind of situation.
Yeah, that's what I don't know what to say to that. Really. Yeah, it is exciting. I just need to get to grips with them corners a bit more, that's all. And I think I'll get there.
You've got the whole season ahead of you. Is there any particular track that you're really looking forward to this year?
I believe Le Mans might be exciting.
Ooh, just to be there.
Yeah. Pembrey I've done a few times in testing.
I think everybody has, yeah.
So yeah, I'd say Le Mans.
Yeah, I tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing the books at Pembrey. The amount of flipping track time people have had there since November.
Yeah, we've had a few hours.
That's incredible. Well, look, Graham, thanks for joining us. I hope you have a fantastic year. Congratulations, effectively, because you know it sounds like a dream come true, and what an opportunity.
Yeah, well, we're the oldest one on the track, so let's see.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
Spring chicken.
Yeah.
It's all lies. Graham Paul, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Gray.
Cheers,
well done, buddy. Cheers. Right then, continuing on with the theme of 2025, another fresh face joining us in Division 2, Jake Evans, ladies and gentlemen, with a very clean-looking truck behind you. Obviously, you've been washing that. Yeah. Now, tell us, preparation for the 2025 season, what have you had to go through?
Pulling the deal together is the biggest thing for us. We're not blessed with loads of money, so we rely heavily on the sponsors. So we do a lot of business with the sponsors that we have. So we're either customers of or, supply to a lot of our partners. That's how we do it. So pulling that deal together late last year was the key, really. And then as soon as we knew we had that ready to go, December, January, February was spannering the thing back together, because obviously it's been a few years since it was out on the grid, and then a bit of testing at Pembrey, and yeah, she's away.
So how have you been involved with racing before truck racing? What have you done to? Because obviously we know getting your tickets quite tricky nowadays. So what did you have to go through to be part of the pack?
Yeah, I did very little karting when I was younger, very young, sort of 10, 11 age. Ran out of money, just like most people do.
It's an expensive game, racing, I tell you what.
Horrendously expensive, and we looked at doing some of the junior formula and we just couldn't afford it. So yeah, to get the licence for this, it's just a standard odds test, which we did in December last year, and then we had to do some sort of MSA sign-off. So we went to Pembrey and had to do a minimum of a certain amount of hours. Instruction we had Dave Jenkins, a Division 1 driver, had to instruct us to make sure we were safe enough. So yeah, we got the sign-off for that, and then here we are.
We were speaking to Dave Jenkins earlier in the weekend, and yeah, he mentioned you. So he's got some split loyalties here, because obviously he's been working with Bradley as well, and obviously, but really, I think his money's on you.
Yeah. No, we had a couple of good days at Pembrey. To be fair, obviously we'd never met the Weaver lads before, so we went there the first time, and they were all hospitable to each other. We're going to work together as much as we can through this. We're both obviously very new. Using Dave for all his worth on the knowledge side.
Too right,
20 years of experience doesn't come cheap, but no, we're both getting the most out of him.
That's fantastic, and again, it's just great to see that you've got that camaraderie among drivers, among divisions, and it's all about just enjoying the sport, isn't it?
It's fantastic. There's nothing quite like this anywhere else in the world, I don't think. There's the FIA Championship and then the British, but we missed it last year. We missed it heavily last year. We went to spectate at Donington, and just being in that paddock atmosphere, and you know what it's like. You've been here long enough now, and we were here years ago, and you just miss it. It's not just the racing, like you say, it's the camaraderie and the people around you. Even when the new boys come in, it's because we're all in a similar industry for work, so we all get along really well. And a couple of lads like Weaver isn't far away from us in terms of location where we are at home. So
do you drive haulage during the week, or because I know a lot of the guys that are behind the wheels of these racing machines are actually lorry drivers by trade?
No, I don't know. I've got an office job, believe it or not.
Oh,
I don't even work for my dad anymore. I actually work for Cummins, the engine supplier.
Oh wow, nice.
So I'm a service engineer for them, but it's more territory based, so it's office based role and round the world bits. So no, any spare time I have, we're either working on this or I'm working for my dad putting engines together for the workshop. So
Excellent.
Never have a spare minute.
There's no spare minutes in truck racing, that's for sure. Well, look, it's been fantastic talking to you, Jake. Thank you very much for joining us in the wonderfully mental world of British Truck Racing Championship. And yeah, I'm sure we'll catch up with you again during the year. Cheers, buddy. Good talking to you.
Top job.
Well, a fantastic start to proceedings here at Brands Hatch. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship Race 1 over in the lunch break now, but it's going to be shortened, of course, because of that red flag in the opening race. I'm delighted to say here we are in the assembly area, the classic touring car race club, the Pre-03s, the Pre-93s, and the Boss, the Blue Oval Saloons. In fact, your champion, your 2024 champion, Tim Mizzen here. Let's grab a quick word with Tim. You know, I'm a big fan of your car, Tim, but you had a bit of a break. You've come back and you've won the championship.
Yep, amazing. It shocks me too. Yeah.
Tell us about your motorsport journey. So where did it all start for you?
1997 with the it was the Ford Saloon Car Challenge.
Right.
And I went in, started with a Sierra Cosworth, couldn't really handle it. It was just, and then I went took a step back and went to racing stock hatch for the late 2006 to 2010.
Yeah.
Came back and had a go with these again, and then packed up for 12 years when my daughter was born. Came back 3 years later, win it.
I love the car. I love the colour as well. Why the bright green?
You know, I have no idea.
We don't miss you, do we?
No, definitely not. I can't lose it. Yeah, no, I've no idea. It's just they used back in the Ford Saloon Car Challenge, there used to be a Sierra Cosworth SAF, and it was yellow and green, and I always liked it, and I thought, well, do you know what, couldn't really choose, so why not? Yeah.
Tim, best of luck today. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Stay with us a little bit, everybody, if we can. We've got Joe Dorrington here. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, actually, but a two-time winner last time out in the Pre-03s. And I want to find, where's Ian Boyer? Here he is. Everything Ian touched turned to gold last time out at Donington Park, so let's find out. He's also trying to get me to go for a run with him as well. Ian, how you doing? I'm very well, very well. Right, everything you touched at Donington Park turned to gold. Are we going to have more of the same here at Brands Hatch?
I'm hopeful, but well, let's see what happens. This is a bit of a tricky and technical track, so I'll just hopefully get a good start and see what happens.
Now, we all know about Paddock Hill Bend, we all know about Druids. I actually think Graham Hill's one of the hardest corners. What do you think?
I like Graham Hill. I think it's quite a good. As long as you don't go in too hot, it's quite a nice corner. Really like that one.
Top man, I'll let you crack on, Ian, and we'll discuss. We'll discuss running later, mate. Good luck. He's trying to get me to go for a 5k run tomorrow, but I've already got the excuse book in. Right down here, we've got Simon Mann. Let's go have a chat with him. Second place last time out in the. Here he is, Simon. A few more cars in your category this time.
Yeah, there's a few more this time.
Now let's talk about your car. Let's talk about the livery, the Cadbury's design. It's a bit of a crowd pleaser, isn't it?
It is a little bit, and yeah, I brought chocolates for the marshals this weekend as well. So.
Okay. What about the broadcast team?
Yeah, feel free to pop by. I've got some chocolates. You can.
Whereabouts are you? I'll definitely be coming down.
Down by Halewoods.
There we go. Everybody heard that on the show. If you're here at Brands Hatch as well, head down to Halewoods.
Yeah, no, it's good.
What can we do today?
Well, hopefully to try and move up a bit. I mean, I set personal best in qualifying, which was good, but yeah, there's a lot of M3s to try and keep up with, so we'll just have to try our best, see what we can do.
Try our best, see what we can do. Top man, thank you very much, Simon. See you later, buddy. Good luck with that one as well. It's getting so windy here, actually. The door almost flew into the car next to us, so oh dear. Let's keep moving up. I wonder if we can grab a word. We've got Mr. Reynolds up here. Let's go have a quick chat with him. Martin Reynolds, of course, in the Boss, the number 27. We always have a good chat with him. Martin. It's good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Back at Brands Hatch. One of your favourites?
Yeah, I like Brands. Good track.
What's it like taking this around here? Certainly down when you go down Paddock Hill, I often feel like your stomach must go up to your face.
I think everybody feels the same on that one. It's a great corner though. Very enjoyable.
Now let's talk about your history, Martin, shall we? How long have you been race driving?
6 years.
6 years, and what's been a highlight for you in your career?
Well, there's a number of things. I think my home track experiences have been really well at Snetterton, and I'm looking forward to going some of the other circuits though. And I've been in Europe, as you know. Love Europe, and it's just about enjoying yourself and getting out and mixing with people. It's really, really good about the whole sport.
There's a great atmosphere, isn't there, in a classic touring car paddock? I know there's a bit of food on the go, a few non-alcoholic drinks on an evening.
That's right, yeah. And we all have a bit of fun.
So, man, I better let you go anyway. The cars are heading out on track already. Unbelievable. John, you might have to come my way. I don't need to get run over. Here we go. The Pre-03s, Pre-93s and Boss Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We are about to go racing. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Yes, great to see the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in great numbers. 3 championships in 1 on their first grid of the weekend. The Pre-93 touring cars, sponsored by trackhub.uk. Book your track days through them. The Bertie Haulage Pre-2003 touring cars, and also the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, or BOSS for short. That's, as you may have worked out, is for everything Ford. It is one of the Fords that has taken pole position. The Blue Oval Saloon Series had their own separate grid at Donington at the season opening because they had such a sizable entry. Unfortunately, they copped the worst of the weather, although Andy Robinson made light of it in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar to take the wins, but he's not here this weekend. So in pole position, it is Piers Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, in his very modified 2.6 litre Mark II Escort, almost a Thunder Saloon, that car. And he's set pole alongside Ian Bauer, who we just heard from in his Castrol BMW M3. He's the first of the Pre-93 touring cars. They are mostly BMW M3s out there. On the second row, we can see 2 more M3s. Will Davison, number 17 in the yellow car, and the number 36, the Bastos Cigarettes liveried Sean Morris, number 36 M3. Reminiscent of the cars that raced in the 1990s and the likes of the Spa 24 Hours over in Belgium. Row 3, we have got the number 95 car, which is Kevin Willis. Retired from one of the races at Donington after he went spinning into the barriers at Coppice. He's in an M3, starts alongside Martin Reynolds. We just heard from him in his Ford Escort. He's in Blue Oval Saloon Series. Then we've got the first of the Pre-03 cars, Don Hughes from Hampshire in his Peugeot 306, and the double winner in Pre-03 from Donington, Joe Dorrington at Donington, in his Honda Civic. Row 5, David Cave with another BMW. That's an E36 328. He's in Pre-03. Starts alongside Daniel Gandesha in his Pre-93 M3. Completing the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 of the grid, we've got long-time saloon car racer Andy Woods-Dean. He's raced just about everything over the years. He's in a Honda Civic today, starting alongside Tim Mizzen. We heard from him earlier, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon champion in his Ford Fiesta. Graham Myers starts on row 7 in his Jägermeister liveried BMW, alongside Byron Aldous. He's in a Volkswagen Corrado, running in Pre-03. Row 8, Cliff Pellin and Rob Taylor in a pair of Ford Fiestas. Row 9, Colin Claxton's Mark 1 Escort alongside Simon Mann, the Cadbury's BMW, and Todd Hawkins' Ford Fiesta ST starts from the back of the grid. Piers Grange some 0.3 of a second quicker than everybody else in qualifying. As I see Colin Claxton in the Castrol colours there. A different Castrol livery on the front row, that of Ian Bauer's BMW. Good to see numbers rising in Pre-03 Touring Car Championship as well. There were only a couple of cars at Donington for the opening round. Andy Woods-Dean, he's raced, as we say, all manner of things in the past, including ex-DTM Audi V8 a few years ago. There's Joe Dorrington, the grey Honda Civic, points leader in Pre-03. It was Gary Preble's similar car that won the title last year. And Stuart Waite, who won the Pre-93 title in another M3, but they're not out this weekend. And there's the Corrado, a rare car these days, Byron Aldous. Variety certainly is the spice of life in classic touring car racing. 3 championships in 1. The trackhub.uk Pre-93 Touring Car Championship, the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship sponsored by Bertie Haulage, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. All racing together over the next 15 minutes. The silver Escort of Piers Grange in pole position. He needs some points here. He failed to finish the second race at Donington Park. Problems with the Escort. Ian Bauer not only took victory in Pre-93 touring cars, he had a win in the Classic Thunder Saloon Series as well with that M3, and he beat all the Super Tourers who are racing concurrently. We haven't got the Super Touring Series here this weekend though. Will Davison on row 2 in the yellow car. Watch for Martin Reynolds in his Mark II Escort, a collector of classic Fords based over in the east of England. Don Hughes, good to have him out there in the Peugeot 306 as well. Last couple of cars into line at the back. Marshall displays the green flag. Revs about to rise from this pack of 3 touring car championships in one. They get underway, and a super start by the BMWs from the outside. Ian Bauer gets away best. One of the Fiestas and Colin Claxton's Escort charging through there from the back of the grid. Grange has held the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend. They've all made it round. It is the Escort that leads the way. Second place Ian Bauer, and in third position Sean Morris. Martin Reynolds side by side. Big lock up there from Will Davison on his inside. There's a bit of dust on the circuit there from the truck race earlier on, so a little bit of a loss of grip. Martin Reynolds has got ahead of Will Davison as a result of that, up into P4 overall. The rest of the pack heads through Graham Hill Bend. They've all made it round okay by the look of it on this opening lap so far. It's Piers Grange from Cheshire, the BARC Power Blue Oval Saloon Series Escort that leads the way overall around the opening lap. Side by side at the back there, David Cave in the blue BMW with Colin Claxton's Escort. Grange leads, Bauer leads the pre-93s. Further back, Joe Dorrington in the Civic leads the pre-03 split. There's various subclasses as well, which will go through later on in the race. Great start by Graham Myers, blitzing through there on the outside in the Jägermeister liveried M3. Gets ahead of Cliff Pellin's Ford Fiesta. Sean Morris coming under fire from Martin Reynolds. They get a very tight line there on the curb. Davison being closed down by the second yellow M3 there, which is Kevin Willis. You'll notice that the cars in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's various series this year displaying Scale Electric stickers. The club has a sponsorship tie-up with Scale Electric this year. Believe it or not, you can buy some of these cars, or you will be able to soon, buy some of the cars you see racing this weekend in Scale Electric form. So there, right there in your living room, or your man cave, or wherever your Scale Electric track is, you can be a Classic Touring Car Racing Club driver in miniature. Martin Reynolds moving up on the outside, tries to take Sean Morris's BMW. Piers Grange and Ian Bauer have already pulled away at the front of the field. Reynolds now goes to the inside. He's going to go through, surely, under braking for Druids, or is he? Sean Morris in the Bastos Fina Team Bugatti lookalike BMW fights back on the outside, but no, Reynolds has got him up into P3 overall and second of the Boss cars, Blue Oval Saloon Series. Will Davison closing in as well in the number 17. First two have already gone. The 303 lead battle is next. That's between Dorrington and Hughes. Sean Morris under intense pressure now from Will Davison. Kevin Willis needs to make up for some lost points as well after spinning out of one of the races at Donington. Looking at the point standings so far, Ian Bauer leads the pre-93 standings by 8 points ahead of Will Davison. Blue Oval Saloon Series is led by Andy Robinson, who's absent this weekend, and pre-03 by Joe Dorrington, 6 points ahead of Simon Madd, who were the only two entries at the first round at Donington, so good to see numbers have increased in that championship. BMW battle as they go down the hill to Graham Hill Bend. There are the leaders. Grange still ahead of Bauer. Now Ian Bauer has done the fastest lap, so he's closing on Grange. He doesn't need to get past the Escort because they're in different championships, these two, so they both get maximum points in their championship classes. We'll try telling that to a racing driver in the heat of the moment, though. Grange gets his foot down. 2.6 litres squeezed under the bonnet of that Escort. He'll be racing in the pre-66 touring cars in his Ford Mustang this weekend as well, as Will Davison makes the move for fourth place out of Clark Curve, takes Sean Morris. Willis just keeping a watching brief behind Dorrington and Hughes battling it out for the lead of the pre-03s. Don Hughes has taken the lead there, I can tell you. Yes, the yellow Peugeot 306 ahead of Joe Dorrington's Civic. Next behind them, Graham Myers, who struggled a bit in qualifying. Don Hughes, you've seen him out in a Mark I Golf as well, used to compete in the Slick 50 Road Saloon Series, among others, in years gone by. Still got the Golf, but in the Peugeot today. Faced by Joe Dorrington. They're clear of third place in pre-03, which is Andy Woods-Dean's Honda Civic, the white car there a little further back. There goes Graham Myers. Behind him, Daniel Gandesha, the other orange BMW. He's being chased by Cliff Pellin. told we've lost Colin Claxton further back. Yes, he's pulled into the pits, so we've lost the Mark 1 Escort, unfortunately. Going up to 1/3 distance, just over 10 minutes to go. It's Don Hughes in the 306. The 306s, of course, were some of the cars to beat in the early 2000s in the production class of the British Touring Car Championship. The likes of Simon Harrison and Roger Moen were among their drivers. I know Carl Chambers has got 1 or 2 of those cars, the East Anglian Peugeot specialist among his stable of Peugeots of the past. There goes Piers Grange. He's increased his lead over Ian Bauer now to nearly 1 3/4 seconds. There's the Castrol M3 in the colours of the CBM team, which raced in the Italian Touring Car Championship in the 90s. Emanuele Naspetti won a couple of titles for them in the Super Touring era. This is not a Super Touring car, but it is a very good lookalike, that livery. Ian Bauer, who's an ex-Pre 93 champion, won the title on a couple of occasions now. There's a collection of M3s. The leader's lap, Simon Mann, running at the tail of the field in the Cadbury's BMW. I'll have a dairy milk, please. It will be left by the time I get out of the commentary box. Here come the Pre-03s, sponsored by Bertie Haulage. Still Don Hughes in the 306 lead. There's Graham Myers behind them in the Jägermeister M3. No drinking and driving, of course. Various subclasses as well. Pre-93B is led by Ian Bauer. Don Hughes is Pre-03 Class C, as is Joe Dorrington. Blue Oval Class S is led by Piers Grange, the overall race leader. Increased his lead by another couple of tenths on that last lap. Blue Oval Class C is led by Cliff Pellin's Fiesta. Pre-03 Class A is by, well, it was Andy Woods Dean. I think it's now David Cave's BMW. I think we may have lost Andy Woods Dean, actually. The Honda Civic hasn't come through on that last lap. So we'll keep an eye on whether he's disappeared. Blue Oval Class D is led by the reigning champion Tim Mizzen. Class G in Pre-03 by Byron Aldous in the Corrado. They're your class leaders. Yes, I think we have lost Andy Woods Dean's Honda Civic, unfortunately. Piers Grange continues to lead. Out of Druids he comes, coming up to half distance now. Lead of just under 2 seconds over the Pre-93 championship pace setter in this race, Ian Bauer. He leads the points in Pre-93 after the first round as well over Will Davison. There is the number 225 Fiesta of Todd Hawkins. He received the black and white flag a couple of laps ago. It was a warning for exceeding track limits. Your first offence is noted by the steward. Your second track limits offence, you get the black and white flag. Any further offences, and you may get a time penalty of 5 seconds. There's the VW Corrado. Lovely looking car that is, of Byron Aldous. Comes from Cobham in Surrey. There's Tim Mizzen. You heard from him pre-race in the Fiesta. Long-time Ford Saloon racer. He's currently running in 13th overall. Corrado 1 place behind him. Then we've got Rob Taylor in the black Fiesta there, the man from Sussex, just being lapped by the leaders. Piers Grange in the PRG Trailers Escort continues to set the pace. Perfect day for motorsport in the sunshine of Brands Hatch. Not the warmest of spring days, but still very nice conditions indeed. There's Cliff Pellin's Fiesta, racing at Brands Hatch for many years now. The man from Canby Island in Essex. He's got David Cave on his tail. You can see David Cave's got the black cross on the yellow background. That means a novice racer. You have to wear that on the back of your car for your first 6 motor races after getting your licence. He's chasing Cliff Pellin. It's the battle for 11th overall. David Cave leading his class, Pre-03 Class A. Cliff Pellin leading his class, Blue Oval Class C. Class is all based on engine side. David Cave, it's not an M3 that car, it's a 328, that's a BMW. Goes from the outside of the Fiesta into Paddock Hill Bend. Swinging into the dip there. It's not until you walk around Brands Hatch you realise just how steep the drop is there, and then up the other side. It's like a roller coaster, this first section of the lap. Cliff Pelin holds off David Cave. It's the 328 a little bit sideways there. Of course, those novice crosses will see every car in the Caterham Academy with those on, because that's only open to novices. Don Hughes continues to lead the Pre-03s over Joe Dorrington. They're 7th and 8th overall behind the Escorts and BMWs. It's under 5 minutes of this race to go. Joe Dorrington wants to make it 3 wins out of 3 in Pre-03 this year, trying to close back up on the Persians. Runs a little bit wide there, coming out of the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend into Druids. As he's definitely closing the gap here, Joe Dorrington. Joe, the man from Southampton. Don Hughes, also from down in the south of England, from Andover, near Thruxton Circuit. Simon Mann in the background has been lapped. So third of the Pre-03s now. It is Nicarado, I think, of Byron Aldous. No, third of Pre-03s is David Cave. Just Aldous lost the line once again. Piers Grange has extended his lead to 3.5 seconds now over Ian Bower. He's also done the fastest lap of the race, the leader, 51.654. As this duo come up to lap Todd Hawkins in the Fiesta. One of a trio of drivers from Hailsham in Sussex. They're all in Fiestas as well. Hailsham, of course, the location of Arlington Stadium, famous for stock car racing. It was the home of Eastbourne Eagles Speedway team in years gone by. Hughes pulls well a bit out. There's Andy Woods-Dean's car. It's pulled up on the inside there on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. That's where he's gone, and David Cave has now got ahead of Cliff Pelin in his rather sideways BMW. David Cave exploring the limits. Means the closing stage now. 17 of the 19 starters still going. Todd Hawkins towards the back of the field in his Fiesta. It's looking good for a victory for Piers Grange. Ian Bower, as we said, doesn't need to catch him. He's going to win the Pre-93 splits. They're 8 seconds ahead of everyone else. Martin Reynolds now in P3 overall. He's got ahead of Will Davison. The leader's lapped Cliff Pelin, which means we'll be coming up to lap David Cave as well. Yes, there's the blue BMW. Battle up ahead of them there. Daniel Gandesha is on the tail of somebody. I see that was, it may have been Graham Myers. Yes, the other orange M3. No, he's a little bit further ahead. He was lap traffic, but Gandesha was behind there. Over 2 minutes to go for Piers Grange now. We're hoping the back markers sees coming. The marshals will warn them with the blue flags as well that faster traffic is approaching. Driving by David Cave, slows and moves wide, so does Simon Mann, who's now 2 laps down in the Cadbury's BMW. There's a car in Formula 3000, remember, many years ago, that was sponsored by Cadbury's as well. Might have been Mark Blundell who drove it, if memory serves me right. Piers Grange will get finished up here and then go for a double later on in Pre-66 touring cars in his Ford Mustang. Graham Hill Bend. There's Ian Bower in second place. He's closed the gap down a little while Grange was dealing with those back markers. 2.9 seconds in it now. Will they start their last lap this time? Will they get 2 more out of this? David Cave will pull wide at Clark Curve, try to give way to Ian Bower. Should get by him on the straight. Range has gone through. I think we will get 2 more laps just. Kevin Willis in his BMW was just lapped by Byron Aldous. His BMW sliding around a bit. Are his tyres going off there, I wonder? Just a couple of retirements. We lost Colin Claxton's Escort into the pits, and Andy Woods-Dean dropping out on the Cooper Straight. Don Don Hughes continues to lead Joe Dorrington in the pre-03 split. Range towards 30s. He's just lapped Graham Myers. That's everybody up to 8th place has been lapped while he's flying. Very modified Mark II Escort. Will we get the checkered flag this time? There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Or will we see another lap? Up across the line. No checkered flag. There will be one more lap. He just gets there in time, Piers Grange. Hale would rise for the final time. A little twitch from the Escort there as he got a wheel onto the curb. He's driven a perfect race here, Piers Grange, the man from Nantwich in Cheshire. Making up for a retirement in the second race at Donington Park at the season opener, was on the podium in the very wet first race. He stayed clear of Ian Bauer and his Blue Oval rivals. Martin Reynolds, second of the Blue Oval Saloon cars in third overall. Coming up towards the checkered flag in this combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's going to be a win for Piers Grange in the Mark II Escorts. Across the line he goes, second place for Ian Bauer, he wins pre-93. A long way back in third overall is going to be Martin Reynolds with his Escort, second of the Blue Oval Saloon Series cars. Fourth, it is Will Davison's M3, second of pre-93. Third in pre-93 and fifth overall is Sean Morris. Then comes Kevin Willis. We await the pre-03 battlers to come in. They will be the last two cars on the lead lap. It's going to be Don Hughes just coming through Clearways now in the Peugeot 306, while Joe Dorrington tried to make it a hat-trick. He couldn't hold off Don Hughes, and the Peugeot takes pre-03 touring car victory. Dorrington second. We'll confirm the full result in a second. Yep, that's everybody in. As Piers Grange heads round on a quick lap of honour, waving thank you to the crowd and the marshals. Grange the winner by just under 2.5 seconds over Ian Bauer. He wins the pre-93 touring car split. They both win their classes, of course. Martin Reynolds, Will Davison, Sean Morris and Kevin Willis next home. Don Hughes, the pre-03 winner over Joe Dorrington. Margin between those two, 1.5 seconds in the end. Then Graham Myers and Daniel Gandesha in their BMWs. David Cave won his class, as did Cliff Pellin, Tim Mizzen and Byron Aldous, all class winners. The other finishers, Rob Taylor, Todd Hawkins and Simon Mann. We lost Andy Woodstein and Colin Claxton. So for the second race coming up tomorrow morning, the grid will be decided by the results of that race. Meanwhile, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
One, two, three, four, five. Oh, hello everybody, sorry, I couldn't hear, the signal's terrible down here. Here we are with Piers Grange, and they're actually sending, if you can see all the cars going through, they're sending them straight off to the outer paddock. So here we are with Piers, let's grab him for a quick chat. Piers, they're sending you all straight off down to the outer paddock, aren't they? What do they do that for?
I don't know, it's spoiled it, hasn't it, really?
Nobody wants to talk to me, I think.
No, maybe they don't want to talk to me either.
No, you had a great battle out there because you had Ian Bowyer breathing down your neck the whole race.
He goes so well, Ian does, for the car he's got under him. It's amazing what he does, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Look, happy with a win though?
Yeah, that's first one of the year. I've had loads of seconds so far, so it's nice to get the first one in the bag.
Excellent. Look, I better let you go before we all get told off here. So see you
Thanks
later. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Let me shut that for you. Unfortunately for Classic Touring Cars, I sent them straight down to the outer paddock. It's probably about a 15-minute walk from where we are, but we'll stick in the pit lane. We'll try and flag them down as we can. More racing action coming up right now. Up next is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dave, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, just briefly hearing from Piers Grange there. It'd be nice to hear from our other championship race winners there, but they've been sent back to the paddock. A few of our show trucks there in the background on the side of the track here. Very nice to see the show trucks at all our truck racing events over the course of the season. But next up, the young guns go for it. The Junior Saloon Car Championship. They had their season opener in March at Donington Park, affected a bit by the rain. and 3 different winners. It was Wilf Butler who took the season opener. Second race of the season went to the Lightning McQueen lookalike car driven by Josh Salvadore. He was in the top 4 of the championship last year. And the third race saw a rather chaotic restart, and it was a stunned Lewis Stannard who came through to take the win in race 3. But it's Wilf Butler who leads the points coming into this second round of the season. We caught up with a few of the drivers down in the paddock a little earlier on.
Yes, it's time for the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Last time out at Donington Park, Wilf Butler picked up a win in his second place. Josh Salvadore picked up a win. Luca Maserati didn't win, but he did pick up 3 podiums. Lewis Stannard picked up a win and a third place there. Your 4 main protagonists after round 1. Now we move on to Brands Hatch. Let's grab a quick word over here, shall we, with Matthew Swatton, see how we're feeling. Matthew, it's good to see you again. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
I'm feeling very confident, yeah. I think the goal this weekend was to aim for the top 10, and I think we've got very close to that. So I think if we can bring the fight onto the midfield, then that's definitely achievable.
Where do you think you were particularly quick around Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit?
Oh, I think Paddock Hill. I think I can carry a lot.
You've got to be brave, right?
Yeah, you need the balls to do it.
I love that. The best of luck for the race. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. We've got Leon Holly next as well. I wonder if we could just grab. Sorry to interrupt. I apologise, Leon. I'm just interrupting everything there. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
Quite good. Just trying to get the points in after the roll, obviously yesterday in testing. Just got to see how the car feels. We've got new brakes, so going to try to bed them in and then hopefully get ready for race 2 and race 3.
What do you make of Brands Hatch then? So is this race 1 around the circuit a bit of learning, a bit of getting to grips with it and see what we can do for the rest of the weekend?
100%. It's absolutely an amazing track. Really good to have battles on, but yeah.
Top man. Look, Leon, thanks so much for talking to us, mate. Give us a little fist pump. Bang, here we go. Junior Saloon Car Championship race 1 of the weekend about to get underway here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Dave, over to you.
Thanks so much, Ian. Yes, so out they go then. The identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. All these drivers aged 14 to 17 years of age. Some familiar colours there. The treble 3. That's Lexi Powell, the daughter of truck racer Stephen Powell. She'll be starting at the tail of the grid for this one, but in pole position, it is the points leader after round 1 at Donington. Wilf Butler in car number 70, who set the fastest time in qualifying this morning, only a few hundredths of a second ahead of Lightning McQueen, aka Josh Salvadore, in the number 110 car alongside him. Row 2, 448 Kyle Wells alongside 46 Luca Maserati. Came close to his first win at Donington, second in the points through consistency. Last year's top rookie as well. He's on row 2. Row 3, treble 2, Oliver Kerr, and 19 Lewis Stannard, winner of race 3 at Donington. Fourth row, Ollie Smith, number 80, alongside 23 Max Scharfegger. Completing the top 5, Louis Austin, number 26, the first 5 rows I should say, Louis Austin and Martin Wright, the winner of the JSCC Scholarship over the winter, the man from Cornwall. Row 6, 27 Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Racing car we just heard from, and 87 Leon Holly, who as we heard had a rollover in testing yesterday, but he lines up in his repaired car on row 6. Row 7, 42 Sherry Ann Powell alongside number 7 Joe Wood. The 8th row, 35 Tom Algar starts alongside 98 of Bailey Roberts, making his debut this weekend, as is number 29 Tim Leonard on row 9 alongside treble 3 Lexi Powell. 18 Citroën Saxos out there for this 15-minute race. I know we get plenty of commenters on our Junior Saloon cars. Oliver Law's watching, ex-Junior Saloon car racer. He's the son, of course, of Justin Law. We saw them sharing a Lotus Cortina at Donington last month in the Pre-66 touring cars. John Wilkins is cheering on Josh Salvadore, the Lightning McQueen car. Surely he should be number 95 in that livery. Turning around on there. Green flag lap. There's the Orex competition car number 29, Tim Leonard, making his debut. He's from Cambridge. The other newcomer, Bailey Roberts, number 98 from Salisbury. 3 races for the youngsters this weekend. fastest times from qualifying set the grid for this one. The second fastest time for each driver for race 2 and the third fastest time for race 3. 3 different winners from the opening round of the season. Will we see another new winner here? Will Luca Maserati get his first win in the championship, last year's Rookie of the Year? Will we see Kyle Wells get his first win? He started off as a short oval racer in a formula called Ninja Karts. Race there from as young as 6 years of age. These drivers can take inspiration from last year's championship protagonists Harry Smith and Jonathan Moore. They've moved up to senior racing this year. Harry Smith in the Mini Challenge. Jonathan Moore will be racing Porsches this year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Green flag is displayed at the back of the grid then. 15 minutes for the Junior Saloon Car Championship on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Wilf Butler in the white and black car on pole. The red of Josh Salvadori alongside him. Revs are up and away they go. Decent start by both of the front row starters. Good start by Luca Maserati, trying to move across there from 4th on the grid. As they head towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 3 wide in there for 4th position. Lewis Stannard trying to get round the outside. He will get round the outside the treble too. The Simpson Race exhausts car of Ollie Kerr and goes up into 5th position. Salvadori trying to make a move for the lead. He's taken the lead into Druids from Wilf Butler. Maserati trying for 3rd place on the inside of Kyle Wells as well as they head down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Just defending 3rd place there is Kyle Wells, the white and Dayglow yellow car. Made it round the opening half lap all okay, including Leon Holly in his repaired car after his accident in testing yesterday. Josh Salvadori it is who leads the way then. Was 3rd in the championship last year, so starting as the favourite this season. Was the quickest driver at Donington, but only 1 win out of the 3. Had a couple of track limits penalties at Donington. Moving to mind his P's and Q's this time around, and he leads the first lap ahead of Wilf Butler. Side by side for 4th position, Lewis Stannard. Ollie Kerr trying to make it 3 wide. Luca Maserati is going to be caught on the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Stannard goes through on the inside. That's a good move by Lewis Stannard there to hold that 4th place, the grey and red car. He was genuinely shocked, I think, to come through on the restart of the 3rd race at Donington to take the lead and hang on to take the win. Maserati behind him, son of Piers Maserati, the ex-British GT champion. Luca Maserati, certainly a racing driver's name, isn't it? But his family, well known for racing, not Maseratis, but Porsches GT racing. Salvadori leads the way. No relation to Roy Salvadori, the great 1950s racer, slightly different spelling. There's Ollie Smith, one of the top rookies in the number 80. He's got Max Scharfegger on his tail. Scharfegger family have appeared in Caterham racing in the past, and also the Citroen C1 Endurance Series. Over the line they go. Maserati trying to move to the outside. Ollie Kerr in behind them in the treble 2. Currently the top independent in the points. Dive through Paddock and to Halewood. Wilf Butler getting closer to the back of Salvadori in the 110. And the battle for 3rd is headed up by Kyle Wells in the 448s. Through Graham Hill Bend once again. Just getting dialed in for the weekend. A lot of racing to come. 3 15-minute races for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. First 2 pulling away very slightly. These could well be the touring car stars of the future. Maybe the GT racing stars of the future if you're Piers Maserati's son Luca. Maybe we'll see him in Porsche racing one day. Ollie Kerr behind him. Then it's Ollie Smith. Scharfegger is next, then Louis Austin. He and Ollie Smith fighting to be top rookie at the moment. They're only a couple of points apart. Martin Wright, the scholarship winner, rounding out the top 10. Up on the curb there, Lewis Stannard nearly up onto 2 wheels. He doesn't want to run wide as a result of that. He just goes onto the curb, he avoids the gravel. So Salvadori leads it. Battle for 3rd, the highlight at the moment, Kyle Wells. Had quite a big smash here at Brands Hatch, I remember, last season in the wet with Jude Cooper. Chased by Lewis Stannard. Maserati, Kerr, Smith, Scharfegger, Austin. Right under pressure from the 27, which is Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car. We saw Harvey Kersley, son of team owner Alex, racing that car last year. He's now moved up into the Hyundai Coupe Cup and had a very good debut there at Alton Park recently. Across the line they come, coming up to 1/3 distance. Which side is Luca Maserati going to try and attack on Lewis Stannard? He's definitely lunging. Has a look on the outside. Stannard holds the place. 2 leaders now, nearly 3 seconds clear. 3/10 between the two of them. Still Kyle Wells. Oh, he locks up there into Druids. This is Lewis Stannard's opportunity to take 3rd place, and he's done it. Now Maserati will try and get alongside. Wells will have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, though. Lewis Stannard up into P3. Just a little bit of a lock-up of the tyres there for Kyle Wells going into Druids. Past Mick Gould's massive Peterbilt truck. Up the inside at Surtees, Maserati goes through into 4th place. You can see Kyle Wells with just that slight loss of momentum, although he's fighting back there on the inside. And Maserati to the inside of Stannard. They bounce off each other. Well, Luca Maserati, a great run there through Surtees into Clearways. Now Ollie Kerr's getting involved as well. And I was just saying there, the loss of momentum to that lock-up at Druids. And look, Kyle Wells has lost 3 places. Keeps his foot in. He's going to try and take Ollie Kerr back on the outside. Maserati's lunging at Stannard for 3rd. This is tremendous stuff. Kerr goes through. Wells has gone from 3rd to 6th. Behind them, Ollie Smith is closing in as well, the blue and green car. Luca Maserati, you can see he's fired up. He's going for Stannard. All the time they battle, they're falling further behind our leading pair. Into Graham Hill Bend, 5 of them, soon to be 6, because the number 23 of Max Scharfegger, the grey car with the yellow wheels, is closing in as well. Behind them is the Kersley car of Swatton. He's got ahead of Martin Wright into P10 now. Leon Holly is behind them. All 18 cars still running. Hard to pick out just who is going to succeed Harry Smith as champion this year. He's moved up into the trophy category of the Mini Challenge. Was racing at Snetterton last weekend. He had a podium there. Wolf Butler continues to chase Salvadori. He was only less than 2/10 of a second behind at the line. He's ready to attack for the lead. We've got a track limits penalty being displayed, number 70. That's Wilf Butler. Wilf Butler's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Well, if he wants to win this race, he's got to get ahead of Josh Salvadori and win by over 5 seconds to overcome the penalty now. The officials getting tough on track limits for these young racers, getting instilled in them as early as possible in their careers. Meanwhile, Luca Maserati is all over the back of Lewis Stannard. He's on his bumper there, coming towards Clark Curve. Onto the Sir Jack Ram straight, and Maserati's got the inside, but he's being almost pushed along by Ollie Kerr. Look at this. This is like touring car racing on a smaller scale. This is fantastic. Maserati goes through. Kerr almost bump drafting him there. NASCAR style as they come across the line. Stannard's down to 5th. Maserati late on the brakes for Paddock Hill Bend. You don't want to run wide there, you'll be in the gravel. Kyle Wells still looking on from 6th. He was 3rd just a couple of laps ago. Magnificent battle between these 4, showing how evenly matched these Citroën Saxos are. Lee Smith might get involved in this battle as well. He's closing up. The line, he was only 3/4 of a second behind Wells. Salvadori's done a new fastest lap of the race, 58.881. They bounce over the curve at Surtees, then into the right at McLaren. Then Clearways is where the Grand Prix loop joins back into the Indy circuit. Across the line they come to complete their 8th lap. Salvadori still leads from Butler by just under half a second, but of course we've got that penalty to be applied for Wilf Butler. Ollie Kerr maybe lining up for an attack on Maserati. He goes to the outside at Druids. Don't think he'll get around there. Maybe he's trying to get the line for Graham Hill Bend. Treble 2, sponsored by Simpson Race Exhaust. That's the business of Matt Simpson, ex-British touring car racer. Raced in those colours in a Honda Civic, had 1 win in his career there. Now concentrates on the pickup truck racing championship and his son Ben in his short oval career. Matt, of course, an ex-national hot rod racer, among other things, as was his father, Jeff. Now looking after Ollie Kerr through their sponsorship of the Treble 2 car. And up the inside, Carl Wells going for Lewis Stannard out of Surtees there. The Stannard number 19 ran wide. Kyle Wells goes to the inside in the 4.48. Lewis Stannard keeps his foot down. The race winner from Donington, they're absolutely side by side. Ollie Smith just looking on behind. Wells has got the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. He should go through here. Just gets his braking point right. The Vinner Sport car holds the inside. No, Stannard fights back round the outside. Up Halewood Rise they go. They've been side by side for half a lap now, these two. And Wells has got the inside line for Druids. Can he get the overlap done by the bottom of the hill? I think he's finally done it, or has he? No, he hasn't. They're going to be side by side for a full lap, these two. Wells now finally pulls ahead onto the Cooper Straight using the curbs, and Ollie Smith says, OK, I'll have some of this as well. Up the inside on Stannard, who lost time over the curbs there, and up into 6th goes the number 80 car. Drivers are loving every second of this. Stannard retakes the place at McLaren. So the two leaders are still line astern, less than 0.3 of a second between the two of them now. All the actions behind them. Maserati and Kerr, 3rd and 4th. Then this fight for 5th, 6th and 7th. Here are the leaders into Druids. Wilf Butler. His pit may have communicated to him that he has that penalty and to get past Salvadorian, push on to try and win by more than 5 seconds to overcome it. Maserati looking to continue his unbroken run of podiums this season. He's 2nd in the points. He's only a couple of points, 3 points to be precise, behind Wilf Butler in the championship standings coming into this weekend. With Lewis Stannard also on the same score as Maserati. 3 points covering the top 3 in the championship. Only 3 points behind them is Salvadori. He's looking to become the first repeat winner of the season. 4 minutes to go. It's pulsating first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Maserati's pulled away a little bit from Ollie Kerr. Displaying racecraft, some of these drivers beyond their young years. Remember, there's drivers as young as 14 in this championship. Through Druids. Wilf Butler keeping up the pressure on Josh Salvadori, the man from Chelmsford in Essex, on his local circuit today. Wilf Butler comes from Tadley in Berkshire. These two are well clear of their opposition now. They're nearly 6 seconds clear of the Maserati and Kerr battle. And that means, of course, that Wilf Butler, even with the penalty, well, I'm going to stop talking about penalties because we've had 3 more 5-second penalties come up, and one of them is for Josh Salvadori, the 110. So that could change things. Kyle Wells has got one as well, 4.48 and treble 3, which is Lexi Powell at the back of the field. So Salvadori and Butler both have 5-second penalties, so they effectively cancel each other out. Their battle is still for the lead because they are 6 seconds clear of these two, Maserati and Kerr. So it'll drop them back, but as things stand at the moment, unless Maserati manages to close in, then Salvadori and Butler will still be 1 and 2. They're coming up to lap Lexi Powell in the colour of her father and his running mates' team's race trucks. Lexi lets the leaders through. 2 minutes to go. It'll be interesting to see the final classification here. Can Luca Maserati close in enough to cancel out the penalties for the two leaders and overhaul them on corrected time? He's 6.4 seconds down at the moment, so as it stands at the moment, the battle for the lead will stand. Can Wilf Butler get ahead of Salvadori? Sawing at the wheel slightly there through Druid's hairpin. Have to see what happens when the corrected times are added, but I think these two have done just about enough ahead of Maserati and Kerr. Lexi Powell in the middle of that those two pairings has been lapped. Wilf Butler really applying the pressure at Salvador. You see the car slid just a little there coming through out of Surtees. Across the line, I think this will be 2 laps to go this time. Maserati still holding third. These two, 3.5 seconds clear of Kyle Wells. Now he's got a penalty to be added on. He's in 5th place ahead of Stannard and Smith. But he will certainly drop behind those two and possibly behind Scharfegger as well. Tim Leonard, our newcomer, lets the leaders through at Druids. Around to start their last lap this time. Only 0.2 of a second in it between the two of them. If they see the last lap signal, that will be Wilf Butler's signal to attack. He's been attacking pretty much all race long. See last lap signal, no, it's his last chance. But one last effort to try and take the lead away from Josh Salvadori and prevent him from taking his 2nd win of the season. Up across the stripe they come with just a few seconds on the clock. Towards Paddock Hill Bend. Now Butler is going to go for it. Out of Paddock Hill Bend for the final time in this first of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Can Josh Salvadori hang on? They're nearly 7 seconds clear of Maserati in 3rd place, so these two will be safe even with the penalties for the 1-2. But which order will they finish in? It's pretty tense as they come out of Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Are we going to see a last bend lunge from Wilf Butler? I don't think he's quite close enough as they come down the Cooper Straight. It's a couple of Saxo lengths in it. You may have to rely on a mistake here from Josh Salvadori to try and get into the slipstream. They both run a little wide out of Surtees. Keep it tight to the inside through Clearways and Clark Curve. I think Salvadori has just about done enough to try and break the toe from Wilf Butler. Up over the line they come. It's going to be win number 2 of the season for Josh Salvadori. They cross the line, less than 0.2 of a second in it. Wilf Butler in 2nd place. And it's going to be Luca Maserati who will come in for 3rd. He keeps up his run of podiums for the season. Ollie Kerr just behind him. Now wait to see when penalties are added on. They haven't been added to the timing screen at the moment, so we'll confirm that shortly. And in fact, the timing screen's saying in the race control messages that the 110 car that crossed the line in 1st has got another 10 seconds of penalties. Well, they haven't been added on at the moment, so results remain provisional currently. But I think Josh Salvadori, according to our TSL timing screen, has another penalty. Further penalty for exceeding track limits, but we will wait and confirm that. The provisional result, though, as they cross the line, Josh Salvadori the winner ahead of Wilf Butler by 0.179 of a second. Luca Maserati keeps up his run of podiums in 3rd, just ahead of Ollie Kerr. The next battle was Wells, Stannard, Smith, Scharfegger, just ahead of Austin and Holly, rounding out the top 10. Matthew Swatton 11th, Martin Wright dropping to 12th, then Joe Wood, Tom Algar behind them, Sherry-Ann Powell, newcomer Bailey Roberts, newcomer Tim Leonard, and the final finisher Lexi Powell. That result, as we say, is provisional at the moment before penalties are added on post-race, and we will update you on the results when we get it confirmed from the timekeepers and race control. Let's head down to Parc Fermé in the meantime.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. What a great battle that was. We've got Josh Salvadori over here as well. Josh, I'll tell you what, fantastic race. You kept honest the whole time, weren't you, by Wilf?
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing just getting a time penalty for track limits.
Oh no, you're kidding me.
Yeah, not good.
It's one of those things though, it is motorsport, it happens, but at least you know you've got the pace, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy with my start. Just really happy the way I got into the lead, and hopefully can keep it up for next.
Still more to come, mate. Still more to come. Yeah, there you go. I didn't realise there are track limits there. Unfortunately, he's been handed a penalty. I wonder if that has promoted Wilf then, unless he's had one. Wilf, has that promoted you to P1?
I don't know yet. We're still looking for the results, but we'll soon see. Yeah, I mean, I hope. Yeah, me and him are going to have a championship fight this year.
You boys have been quick, haven't you? We're certainly quick at Donington Park. Whatever happens, whether you have been handed a penalty, we're not sure, of course, but at least you know the pace is there, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we flew away from the rest of the pack, so see how it goes.
Top man, thank you so much. I am hearing in my ear that actually it was Luca Maserati who has taken the win as well. Where is Luca? Vicky, where's Luca? Where's Luca Maserati gone? Where is he? We're desperate to find him. If we can have a chat with Luca. Luca, here he is. Luca, we grab a quick word. Of course, third on track, but due to penalties in front of you, you've actually won the race. How does that feel?
It feels good. It's a bit bittersweet, obviously, because I didn't really have the pace to be up with them today. But you know, a win's a win. We'll take it.
You dealt with pressure well, though. Oliver was on your tail the whole race, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was very quick. To be fair, I had to defend a couple of times. Pressured me into a few mistakes, but you know, I think I handled the pressure pretty well. It was some good racing.
Top man, well done. Congratulations as well. Well deserved as well, actually, on the podium now in every single race so far this season for the junior Saloons. Yeah, a bit of confusion. The top two handed penalty. So third place on track, Luca Maserati takes the win. Next race coming up, they're on track already, so I'm going to have to hand straight back to Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, we will confirm officially as soon as we get the results through from the timekeepers and race control from that one, but we believe Luca Maserati has inherited his first win as a result of time penalties for Butler and Salvadore. Next up, it is the classic and historic Thunder Saloons. Classic Thunder Saloon sponsored by PRG Trailers, Historics by Ricky Can Aston Martin. And the grid lines up like this. Adrian Bradley in his BMW M3 is on pole alongside Colin Voice, a winner at Donington last month in his turbocharged Escort Mark 1. Second row, familiar face, Ian Bauer in his BMW M3 alongside the newer M3 of Ian Craig. Row 3, Ricky Can in the Aston Martin, the series sponsor, alongside Joe Collier's BMW. Row 4, another BMW we saw out earlier on, Sean Morris, alongside Kevin Denwood in a BMW Compact, a very modified one, of course, in Classic Thunder. Completing the top 10, first appearance of the season for James Janicki in his brilliant Nissan Skyline R32, alongside Anton Martin with his BMW. Row 6 of the grid is Ross Craig, son of Ian. He's in a Honda Civic, alongside Ronan Bradley with a BMW. Row 7, Martin Reynolds, who's not in a Ford Anglia. I believe he is in his Ford Escort again for this race, alongside Daniel Gandesha's BMW. Row 8, Phil Wright's Castrol Honda Civic, and Neil Wade in a very modified BMW Mini Cooper S. And at the back of the grid, the beautiful Group 44 Trans Am replica Jaguar XJS of Melvin Hooker. Well, while the drivers get ready to head round for the rolling start, let's quickly see who Ian caught up with earlier.
Right, time for the next classic touring car race to get underway very shortly. It is, of course, the classic and historic Thunder. Yes, turn the volume up. You thought the trucks allowed. These are just as good. I've come down here because we've got the Jaguar XJS here. Melvin's here, one of my favourite cars of all time. Tell us a story about it.
I've had it for about 25 years now. I brought it as a crash car with all the bits.
Wow, okay.
Put it back together, and we did 2 seasons actually in Classic Thunder in about 2001, 2002.
Yeah.
That was with a V12, and we kept having issues with the V12. So it got put in the back of the garage, and then COVID came about, and I couldn't do anything else.
That for a bit, yeah.
So rebuilt everything, the suspension. It's now got a Jaguar V8 supercharger engine in it. Just from a road car. It's nothing fancy, but they're about.
It looks special.
They're about 400 brake, standard. So it's not like what these guys have got, but it's doing me good at the moment. So.
Now, when you came in, you gave it a bit of rev in. You couldn't turn it on for us. Are you allowed to do that? Could we just probably get told off, but we'll do it anyway. Listen to this, everybody. Oh my God, I'm going to get blown away by these exhausts. This is just unreal. My favourite thing to do.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hear that because the race is about to get underway. The classic and historic Thunder Saloons completed their rolling lap, and they are underway. And now we can hear them for real in race action, all 17 of them together. Melvin Hooker in the Jag, there he is at the back. It really is a gorgeous looking car, that one, isn't it? But up front, Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort, the first of the historic Thunder Saloons, has taken the lead. Adrian Bradley's BMW in second place. He's gone a bit wide there at Druids, and Ian Bauer's got through into second. That's the battle for the lead in the Classic Thunder for the slightly newer cars. These are the most powerful classic touring car racing club machines, of course. Many BMWs in there. There's the skyline of James Janicki. Neil Wade in that BMW Mini, an ex-rallycross car, that one. It's got a 2-litre, I think that's a Saab turbo engine that car had in it when I last saw it race a few years ago. I believe that's still got that in there. The cars really are the stars in this division. Side by side there between Adrian Bradley's BMW and Joe Collier in the battle for third place, because Ian Bowers got through in the second up at Druids, but it is Colin Voice in his stunning Mark 1 Escort who leads the way. Been racing that car for many years now. All manner of subclasses down the order as well, which we'll pick up later on. And there is the historic Thunder sponsor, Ricky Cann, in his massive Aston Martin, ahead of a batch of BMWs, 5 or 6 of them together in the midfield. Sean Morris is in there, Ian Craig ahead of him. Anton Martin, number 330, the former Bangor racer. So his classic Fords on the circuits before switching to that Beamer. Behind the blue BMW is the green and white one of Ronan Bradley. Adrian Bradley in the Team Legacy BMW is there in third place, holding off Joe Collier. He comes from a short oval racing family as well in the Midlands. Simon Collier used to race for the Barton Boys Bangor team. Look at the power of that Aston Martin of Ricky Cann. And then stronger, excuse me, on the brakes is the BMW there on the inside, and Joe Collier holds the place. The Aston tries to get through again. Now, it's tricky to pass in that Aston Martin in some places just because of the sheer size of the thing. Meanwhile, Colin Voice leads from Ian Bauer. They lead their respective championships, of course 2 championships this year, the Ricky Cann Aston Martin Specialists Historic Thunder and the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder, as Cann takes the place back again down the straight from Joe Collier. He's got Ian Craig on his tail now. PRG Trailers, of course, owned by a driver we've already seen take a win this weekend, Piers Grange. Sean Morris under fire from Anton Martin. A 15-minute race here. Now, there is a new engine in the BMW Mini, I've been told. It's got a Honda engine in it now. Oh, Joe Collier slowing there down the straight. Sean Morris and Anton Martin go through, so maybe Joe's got a problem with his BMW. Ronan Bradley trying to get round the outside there, so I think Joe's slowing down, unfortunately. New fastest lap by Ian Bauer. He's done a 52.219. He's 2.5 seconds off Colin Voice, who made that flying start in the Escorts. There's Ronan Bradley. Ronan, Adrian and Niall Bradley, a family been racing BMWs all over the UK in the last few years. There's Martin Reynolds with his Escort. Behind Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact, and behind them is James Janicki's awesome Nissan Skyline GTR. Used to race that with the Nippon Challenge series for Japanese cars, promoted by the Track Action Club, who we'll see out in action tomorrow. Voice leads from Bauer, Bradley and Ricky Cann up to 4th. They're all leading their respective subclasses. Back in the order, there's the Skyline ahead of Martin Reynolds, then Ross Craig's Honda, Daniel Gandesha's BMW, Phil Wright in the Castrol livery Honda Civic, there's Neil Wade in the Honda-powered BMW Mini. Castrol livery, very reminiscent to the cars that used to contest the old National Saloon Car Cup, the Group N cars in the early 90s. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? Phil Wright used to race a Honda Accord Type R as well, and there is that beautiful Nissan Skyline. If we see any flashes of flame from the exhausts. Beat alongside the likes of 200 SXs and big Toyota Celicas in the series modified Japanese machines. He blitzes around the outside of Kevin Denwood. He was struggling a bit in qualifying, James Janicki, with it. There's the flash of flame from the exhaust. That's what we like to see. A shame we haven't got Clive Hainsford's Mazda RX-8 out there with it as well. He's had some problems with that car in the run to the Donington weekend. 10 minutes gone. Colin Voice leads by over 3 seconds at the front of the field ahead of the Classic Thunder leader, Ian Bauer. Also a shame we haven't got Andy Robinson with his V8 supercar here this weekend, the Ford Falcon, because then it really would be Classic Thunder. Incredible the noise that car makes. Likewise Paul Eaton in his Holden Commodore. We'll see them out as the season goes on there. There's Ross Craig, son of Ian, in that black and white camo liveried Honda Civic. He's racing the Pre 03 championship with that car before upgrading it to Thunder spec. Joe Collier has pulled into the pits in his BMW, so he has got a problem, he's out. There's Ricky Can's enormous Aston Martin. And there's our leader. We've not seen much of Colin Boyce so far. Stunning looking Mark 1 Escort. He's raced this car for many, many years now. Used to be in Castrol livery. The Voice Tune Escort continues to pull away. Had a win at Donington in the opening round of the championship in the drier second race. Played it safe in the wet in the first race, and Ian Bauer went through to victory. There is Bauer in second place, still not able to shake off Adrian Bradley. We've seen Ian win the Pre-93 split earlier on. Take a pause there and listen to these wonderful engines. Adrian Bradley meanwhile getting closer to Ian Bauer for P2 and the lead of the Classic Thunder division, because of course Colin Boyce, who's leading overall, is a historic Thunder car. Here comes Bradley, the Irish-born racer, to the inside of Ian Bauer. He's going to take the lead of Classic Thunder as he takes second overall. He's done it. Driving there by Adrian Bradley, based in Purley, originally from over in Ireland. Newly liveried BMW here today as well. It's plain red at Donington, if it is the same car he's in, of course. They've got quite a collection of BMWs, the Bradleys. (16 of the 17 cars still running. Melvin Hooker in the Jaguar we saw pre-race, still at the back of the field. That's a replica of the car raced in the Trans Am Championship in America by Bob Tullius, the owner of the Group 44 team, hence the number. He always raced British cars. He had MGs, even a Triumph TR7. Went on to run Jaguars in IMSA GTP, Bob Tullius, in the 80s. There's the Aston Martin in the familiar Gulf livery, the powder blue and orange. The biggest car out there this weekend, Ricky Cam. Thunders along in fourth place ahead of Ian Craig's BMW, then a gap back to Sean Morris, saw him out earlier on. Then Ronan Bradley in the green and white BMW, Anton Martin. James Janicki, a bit of a subdued run for him so far in the Skyline. He hasn't got the boost turned up to 11, clearly. Kevin Denwood's behind him, then Martin Reynolds in the Escort. 6.5 minutes still to go in this first race of the weekend for the PRG Traders Classic Thunder Ricky Cam Aston Martin historic Thunder Championship. It's Phil Wright in his little Civic, the Classic Thunder Class C, that's being led by Ian Bauer. That's the busy spectator banking above the Cooper Straight. It's a time when a rallycross circuit ran across the top of that bank here at Brands Hatch. Dropped down through a hairpin at the end of that dirt section, and then the wrong way up Cooper Straight, the rallycross circuit. Ian Bauer in third place. There's Ross Craig leading Classic Thunder Class D with the Honda. He's the only entry in that class, Ross Craig, but will pick up some useful points towards the championship. The championship points from last season, where we have a moment in the action. Classic Thunder, it was Josh Lawton's Honda Civic who was the champion last year. Not seen him appear so far this season. In historic Thunder, it was Colin Boyce's Escort who took the title. James Janicki has got ahead of Anton Martin meanwhile in the Skyline. It's for 8th position. Third in Class B of Classic Thunder, which is led by Adrian Bradley. After the opening round of the Classic Thunder Championship, it is Ian Bauer who leads the points by 1 point ahead of Mike Cutt, who's not here this weekend. In historic Thunder, it's Ricky Cam with 2 wins and Donington in his class, who leads the championship. Of course, if there's less than 3 starters in your class, you get less points. Colin Boyce is further behind, and Martin Reynolds as well in the historic Thunder division. Martin Reynolds, I think, has dropped out. Yes, he hasn't come through on the last couple of laps, so we've lost Martin somewhere, unfortunately. In his yellow and white Ford Escort, can't see where he's gone. This is the battle for 6th position. Ronan Bradley closing on Sean Morris. So we've a couple of tenths of a second out here on the last lap. There's the Jaguar. Seems to be lapped by Ian Craig, who's in 5th position. Morris coming under fire now from Ronan Bradley, a Brands Hatch specialist in the number 78. Adrian Bradley still has the fastest lap of the race, 51.272 for his BMW. He's 1.5 seconds off Colin Boyce for the overall lead. They come up to lap the Bob Tullius replica. Really is a stunning car, that of Melvin Hooker. No, I'm biased because the Jaguar XJS is one of my favourite cars. Ronan Bradley has a look, and there's a bit of contact there. Closing the door there, Sean Morris. And Bradley will have another go. Not at Graham Hill Bend. It's under 3 minutes to go. New fastest lap for Colin Boyce, 51.210. A personal best for Adrian Bradley as well, 51.241. Can he catch our leader? This is the fight for 6, the 2 BMWs. Now Martin Reynolds has pulled into the pits now, so problems for the Escort, he's out of the race. He can make it back out for, it's on a busy programme for Martin, competing in 2 championships this weekend, as are several of our BMW racers, and Piers Grange as well, of course. 2 of his Fords here this weekend. If the problems with Martin's Escort prove terminal, he could head back up to Wisbech and fetch another classic Ford from his collection, possibly for tomorrow. There go the leaders. The gap is down to 1.2 seconds now, so Adrian Bradley is closing on Colin Boyce. Has he got time to catch him? There's just under 2 minutes left, so he could catch the Escort here. Again, they're in different championships, historic and classic Thunder, so he doesn't need to pass him. But he is closing fairly quickly now. See the gap coming down there. Has Colin Boyce got a problem, possibly? Doesn't look like it. Just a good drive by Adrian Bradley. Bouncing over the curves there, though, a little too quick into Surtees. He's gone wide there, coming out as well. He's pushing perhaps a bit too hard to try and catch Colin Boyce. Yeah, he's lost a bit of ground there now. 1 minute 5 on the clock as they cross the line, so we should get 2 more laps out of this. And the gap's back up to 1.5 seconds, 51.47 for Boyce, 51.72 for Bradley. Meanwhile, Ronan Bradley has finally got ahead of Sean Morris. We come up to lap Neil Wade's BMW Mini Honda. James Janicki is closing on those 2 as well in the skyline. This little flash of flame, little clap of thunder out of the exhaust. That's what we like to see. If anything, Colin Boyce has pulled away again in the Escort. There's the battle between Daniel Gandesha and Phil Wright. That's for 12th overall, a lap down. Here comes the skyline. Can he take Sean Morris in the Bugatti lookalike BMW? See the Scale Extra stickers on the back of these cars. Leaders are into their last lap. And I think Colin Boyce has done enough for yet another victory in his Mark 1 Escort. Stunning looking car. Certainly a car I would love to own as a Scale Extra replica. Flash of flame from his exhaust too. They go into Graham Hill Bend. It is Colin Boyce, man from Billericay in Essex. Stay ahead of Adrian Bradley, who will win the Classic Thunder split. Through the final corner, coming up on Ross Craig in the Honda. to the checkered flag. Colin Boyce darts out from behind the back marker and takes the win. He wins Historic Thunder, Adrian Bradley second, and wins the Classic Thunder split. The podium will be completed further back by Ian Bauer. In his BMW, he goes across the line, slapping a couple of back markers there. Ricky Can will come over in fourth in the Big Aston ahead of Ian Craig. And then this battle for sixth. The Skyline has got ahead of Sean Morris, who's dropped off the pace a little in the final couple of laps. But ahead of them is Ronan Bradley's BMW. The Skyline nearly catching him on the run to the line. Sean Morris comes over in eighth. Anton Martin's BMW will be ninth. And last one on the lead lap is Kevin Denwood. May have lost the XJS there. We'll see if he comes through behind Colin Boyce. Yes, there he is. I thought we'd lost him there for a moment. He does take the flag. Colin Boyce has gone round for an extra lap. I don't think he saw the checkered flag there because he was busy dealing with the back marker as he crossed the line. But I'm sure we'll hear from him shortly. Following our Classic and Historic Thunder race, sponsored by PRG Trailers and Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialists. Ricky showing just one an Aston Martin Specialist. He is there driving that big car to fourth. But Colin Boyce the winner by 1 3/4 seconds ahead of Adrian Bradley, who did the fastest lap of the race on the final lap with a 51.172. Ian Bauer completing the podium, and Ricky Can in fourth. They all win their subclasses, as does Ronan Bradley in sixth behind Ian Craig. James Janicki bringing the Skyline through to seventh ahead of Sean Morris. Then Anton Martin, Kevin Denwood complete the top 10. Ross Craig a class win in 11th place ahead of Daniel Gandisha and Phil Wright. They had a good scrap in the closing stages. Neil Wade next, and the final finisher was Melvin Hooker in the XJS. We lost Martin Reynolds and Joe Collier into the pits. So as the thunder dies down, we'll shortly head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme. Hopefully they won't head straight back to the outer paddock this time. We can hear from a few of the drivers in a moment.
I can't hear. Hello everybody, yes, we had to wait a while, haven't we? But here he is, Colin Boyce. It's great to see him again. Colin, come on, how does that feel?
Cool, hard work.
Tell you what, get your helmet off first, then we'll have a quick chat. There we go, look, we'll let him get out of the car. It's good to see Colin again. I've known Colin for a number of years as well. Picking up the win under pressure though, wasn't he, from Adrian Bradley, but managed to hold him off. Congratulations, Bradley though does win the Classic Thunder. Of course, Colin takes the Historic Thunder, but the outright win. Come on, Colin, how you doing, mate?
Oh,
well done. How was that?
Yeah, good.
Adrian wouldn't let you go, would he?
No. Trouble is, I struggle with tyres.
Yeah.
Because you can't buy Avons no more.
No, I remember we had this conversation.
Yeah, and I'm just...
Look at these tyres, by the way. Look at them.
What it is, as the BMW man, what's his name? He said, "I'm going to wait for the last 3 laps because I know your tyres.
Yeah.
I know your tyres are going to go off, Colin." But I was absolutely. I thought I can't. I've got to keep the pressure up.
Colin, well, look. Yeah. We all know family are watching. You got a message for them?
Yeah. Thanks, Sarah. And Julie, and the first sponsor for all my life. Yeah, brilliant.
Well
I
done.
just need a bit more.
There you go, just needs a bit more. Great, I love the plug. Well done. Colin, it's great to see you, mate. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you
Go
so
enjoy
much.
the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow. Right, more action coming up. Just waiting actually to assembly. In fact, they're lining up almost already. Time for the Milltek Civic Cup. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the second meeting of the season for the Miltek Civic Cup. Next up, promoted by Maximum Motorsports. They raced at the season opener alongside the TCR UK Championship. 2 different shapes of Honda Civics you see in these. The EP3 Civic, the bread van design as some call them, with the squarer back, and the more modern FN2 design as well. So the first of 3 races this weekend coming to the grid for this one. And it is former champion Alistair Camp who set pole position in qualifying. He was champion back in 2021 in the Civic Cup. He's in an FN2, lining up on pole position alongside the current points leader, Lewis Kent. We'll give you the full grid as and when we're able to, but so we did catch up with a couple of the drivers earlier on.
Right, everybody, it's almost time for the first race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. I'm here with Jack. Jack, you're going to give us a bit of information about the Civic Cup, aren't you? Tell us what's happened already this season.
Yeah, we've had a good start to the season. I mean, at the moment, Campy and Lewis Kent are trading blows up the top end.
That's going to be a battle to watch all season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a battle into paddock hill as well today, isn't it? So I'm looking forward to that. The FN2 looks really suited around here, actually, and Campy looks like he's got it on rails, so I think it's going to be really good off the start, so I'm excited.
It's nice to be here at Brands Hatch as well. What does the circuit mean to you guys at Civic Cup?
Yeah, we love it here. It always creates great racing, doesn't it? It's so close, especially on the Indy circuit. They're never far away from one another, so it's always great to watch. And the spectacle of the trucks for everyone here today, and the added bonuses of them having the garages, and just the little bits around the event today have just made it really special. So when they go off for race one, I think it's going to look really good.
Top man, Jack, and the sun is shining as well, of course. Thank you so much for talking to us, really appreciate it. Let's just move up here very quickly if we can. I just want to grab Matt Wilkins, of course, on pole in the Diamond Trophy. So let's just have a quick chat with him if we can. Don't go anywhere, almost time to go racing. We haven't got too much time, Matt. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Things going well on pole in the Diamond?
Yeah, not too bad. We did hope to be a bit further up, but we'll see if we can go forward in the race.
What can you do from here then? You got pace to be challenging that lot over there?
Let's hope so, yeah. It's not too easy to overtake here, but we'll do what we can.
You're the man to watch. You're the man to watch, Matt. Thanks so much. I couldn't hear too much of what he was saying there, actually, but here we go. That's the beauty of it. So much noise. The sun is shining. Where else would you rather be than here at Brands Hatch? Time to go racing for the first time this weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. Dave.
Cars already on their green flag lap then, so let's give you the grid for Miltek Civic Cup Race 1. Alistair Camp and Lewis Kent, the championship protagonists, on the front row of the grid. One each of the two models of car there as well. Second row, Scotsman Liam McGill in number 62 alongside 54 Harvey Caton. Wesley Swain, 92, 17 Jake Hewlett on row 3. Fourth row, Francisco Howitt, number 50, one of several junior saloon car graduates in this race, alongside 66 Dave Marshall, 19 Jack Riddell and 90 Jake Renshaw, completing the top 10. Row 6 is 84 Matt Wilkins. As we heard, he's the first of the Diamond Trophy qualifiers. That's for drivers aged 40 and over. He starts alongside 192 Adam Parker. Row 7, Charlotte Birch, ex-Ginetta GT racer, among other things, alongside 37 of Josh Bromley. Row 8, 14 Aidan Mitchell, 25 Will Butt. Row 9, Harry England in treble 3, and number 6 Charlie Constable, completing the top 20. Number 65 Sam Nicolau, and 23 Gary Townsend. We'll also see him out in his Lotus Cortina this weekend in the pre-66 touring cars. Row 11, 93 Ben Bateman and 322 of Jamie Petters. 79 Adam Jackson and 495 of Mark Hughes on row 12. Row 13, 74 Anthony Gannon, 76 Simon Welch, 86 Daniel Petters, who missed qualifying starting from the back of the grid. Cars pulled into line then. It's the black car with the green and pink livery of Alistair Camp, who's also racing in the TCR UK Championship this year. He's having a very busy year, is Campy. Far cry from his early years of his career on the dirt tracks in short oval racing. Starting alongside ex-TCR UK star Lewis Kent, scored his first Civic Cup win at the season opener at Donington. Liam McGill from all the way up in Edinburgh on the second row of the grid alongside young gun Harvey Caton, who had a spell in the lead of the second race at Donington a few weeks ago. Green flag waves at the back of this big grid of Honda Civics. There is one gap. I think that might be Harry England that's missing. He had an off in qualifying earlier on. So 26 cars out there, and away they go for race 1 of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. They're all away well. Car a little bit slow away towards the back, Simon Welch in the white and purple car, but it is Alistair Camp who leads through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Second place Lewis Kent, McGill in third, then it's Caton as they head into Druids for the first time, side by side for 5th position. Trying to make his way around the outside there is Jake Hewlett, the black and green number 17. They make their way down the hill. Somebody running out a little bit wide there on the exit as they start to sort themselves out. This brightly coloured field of Honda Civics, a fantastic, well-subscribed championship, the Civic Cup, seen as the feeder series as well for the TCR UK Championship. Sort themselves out around the first lap then. That's one of the Petters boys running wide there, Jamie Petters I think that was, as they head around the conclusion of lap number 1. Alistair Camp has lost the lead. It's Lewis Kent into the lead, McGill in second place. Battling up the outside, that's Wesley Swain in the number 92 car with the Dayglow yellow wheels, but it is Lewis Kent who leads the way. McGill second, Camp down to third, then it's Cater, then a gap back to the number 17 of Jake Hewlett in fifth position. Dave Marshall side by side with Wesley Swain behind them. Then slotting in behind is Francisco Howitt, the red and white number 50. Swain gets the move done on Dave Marshall at the Graham Hill bend. Behind them is Matt Wilkins. I think he's leading the Diamond Trophy category. There's also been contested the Paul Winfield Trophy. As across the grass, Francisco Howitt got squeezed out there by the red machine of Dave Marshall. Did a bit of rally crossing, but he's back on and he's held the place as well. It's in the Paul Winfield Memorial. That's for rookies and for drivers who have not yet finished in the top 10 of the overall championship. We'll pick up on that towards the end of the race as Dave Marshall going up the outside there of Francisco Howitt, who's not giving way at all. That's the battle for 7th place. Lewis Kent starting to pull away a little in the lead. Alistair Camp under fire for 3rd place. That's from Harvey Cater, another ex-junior saloon car racer from Staffordshire. They charge their way through. Very busy in the pack indeed. There's Wilkins, the blue car down the inside. Likewise Dave Marshall, who's trying to get the move done on Francisco Howitt. He is not giving way at all. They're really rubbing as they come along Cooper Straight. I thought Dave Marshall were going to spin out there. He survived it. Wilkins will go past both of them as a result of that. They're all bottling up behind. Jack Riddell's in there as well. We've got yellow flags waving at Surtees. Somebody may have gone off at the exit there. Yes, it's the number 14 of Aidan Mitchell, unfortunately. The Shropshire driver, the Ben Sharp racing car, has gone off. Look how busy it is in the pack now. Will Buckley, Welshman, number 25 in the middle of this little lot, chasing 37 of Josh Bromley. Riddell's in there. Francisco Howitt as well. Too many to count in this midfield fight. Dave Marshall's got out ahead of them. Matt Wilkins as well. Will Buck goes for the outside of the 37 of Bromley. Then it's Howitt, Riddell. Then Petters up on the outside there, recovering that overslide on the opening lap. Will Buck gets blocked there coming out of Druids. I can hardly keep up with this. This is frantic one-mate racing. 2 different models in there, of course. The leading FN2 is currently Alistair Camp in 3rd place. It's Lewis Kent who leads from Liam McGill. 322 there is Jamie Petters. Number 90, that's Jake Renshaw in the midfield. Francisco Howitt fighting back on the inside of Bromley, but side by side with Riddell as they cross the line. I think that's Harry England in there behind them. He did have an off in qualifying, but he has started the race. That's good to see. So it wasn't him that was missing from the grid. And he's still there on the outside of the number 50 of Francisco Howitt. There's England in the FN2 shape, the later shape Civic, the late 2000s car that is, the EP3, the earlier shape from the early 2000s. Still these two, they've been side by side for a whole lap now. Still Lewis Kent who leads, but just under a second from Liam McGill. 3rd place Alistair Camp, it's Harvey Cater. Bromley finally runs out wide into Surtees, and Jack Riddell splits that pairing. Will Butt up the inside as well in the 25 in the Welsh red, white and green, the colours of the Welsh flag. Man from Pontypool. Behind them Jamie Petters, then Harry England. Then behind them it's Adam Parker, number 192. Too close to call as they come across the line between those 4 or 5 cars. New fastest lap of the race by Liam McGill. 53.387, so he's going for our leader Lewis Kent, who's looking for his 2nd win of the season. Jamie Petters clips the back of Josh Bromley as they go through Druids. This is the fight just outside the top 10. There is Lewis Kent, our race leader, on his local circuit here at Brands. There's McGill in 2nd, and Harvey Caton really pushing for 3rd place. Caton in the area motorsports car number 54 on the tail of Alistair Camp. 2021 champion. It was Max Edmondson who won the title last season, not returning to defend the title this year. Up the hill towards Druids. Alistair Camp leading the FN2 category. These four are fairly well ahead, over 4.5 seconds ahead of Wesley Swain in P5. Hewlett is 6th, Wilkins 7th, Marshall 8th, Howitt 9th, Ruddell 10th. Spend 9 minutes of this race to go. Chris Kent's in the Essex Bodies car, the Essex and Kent Motorsports team he ran for in TCR UK. Still this battle raging, though, Jamie Petter's ahead of Will Butt in the number 25 car. Then we've got Josh Bromley, Harry England, and fighting up the inside there. Who's that behind them? It's the number 90 car, I think, of Renshaw. Running out wide, 192 of Adam Parker. 22 Charlotte Birch trying to get involved as well. 65 Sam Nicolau is in there as well. Late entry for this weekend. Just the one retirement so far, number 14 Aidan Mitchell. Saw him go off at Surtees. Down the outside goes the number 90, I think that was, of Renshaw. Back at the inside, Josh Bromley, and there's contact with Harry England. England gathers it up. Keeps going, he's going to lose a place or two though, keeps his foot down, stays ahead of Renshaw. Nicolau is going to be squeezed out on the outside. That's going to allow Adam Parker to go through and possibly Charlotte Birch as well. Along the Cooper Straights. Fantastic stuff in the midfield, very, very busy indeed. Towards Surtees they come. Nicolau up the inside attacking the 22 of Charlotte Birch. Behind them 495, that's Mark Hughes. They're still side by side further back, Birch and Nicolau together. Nicolau on the inside. Mark Hughes looking to maybe slingshot past both of them into paddock. There are the leaders coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Still Lewis Kent controlling the pace. Increases lead to 1.35 seconds now over Liam McGill and Alistair Camp, who leads the class. Big lock up there from Harry England into Druids. But still holding off Josh Bromley in the 37. Bit of a lock up there down to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. They're really on the edge of adhesion in this first race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. A little wide there, Bromley, but that allows him to get the cut back up the inside of Will Butt there. Leaning on each other once again, these two. They're inseparable, these two. Harry England trying to have a go at them in the treble 3 as well. He moves to the inside. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Alistair Camp has caught Liam McGill, who is now having to defend for second place. This is allowing Lewis Kent to get away in the lead slightly now. He's increased his lead to 1.6 seconds. McGill Motorsport car holding second. Harvey Caton on his own in fourth place now, being dropped slightly. The black and white car with the blue bonnet. Still this train of cars at it for what is 12th place overall. Every point vital in this championship. Lewis Kent leading. Looking at the Paul Winfield Trophy, the lead car in that at the moment is, I think, the 7th placed car. The battle for second place through Graham Hill Bend. Liam McGill still holding it at the moment. Sorry, the 9th place car, not 7th. Francisco Howitt is the first car in the Paul Winfield Trophy for rookies and for drivers who have not yet finished in the top 10 of the championship. And the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, that's for drivers aged 40 and over. I think that's Matt Wilkins still on top. He's in 6th place as Josh Bromley once again side by side with Will Butt. And Butt goes wide over the curbs. Harry England still in behind them. This is frantic in the midfield. It's as if these two cars, the 37 and the 25, are tied together by a piece of string, isn't it? Jake Renshaw up the inside now on Harry England, the number 90. Adam Parker's 192 car in behind them. It's over 4.5 minutes to go. It's been a very close affair indeed, certainly in the midfield for the Miltek Civic Cup, but bounces up on the curb. That paddock Hill Bend. Lead gap is 1.8 seconds for Lewis Kent ahead of Liam McGill. McGill busy with his mirrors full of Alistair Camp, the former champion. Meanwhile, the midfield battle rages on. Really stacking up behind Will Butt at the moment. As Josh Bromley's been able to escape slightly at last from the driver who's been fighting tooth and nail with all race long. Camp leads the FN2 class. There's been a change for fourth place, I think. No, Harvey Cate's transponder isn't working, so he's still there in fourth. He's having to be timed manually. He's still in P4. You see him in the right of your picture there going through Graham Hill Bend. Everything seems to have stabilised at the front of the field. Got one retirement in the pits. Jamie Petters has pulled off. We concentrate on the midfield fight. Who's going to be next to have a go at Butsy in the 25 car? That's Jake Renshaw, the number 90, the Ben Sharp racing car. Already lost one of that team's cars, Aidan Mitchell, dropping out of the race. The number 37 car of Josh Bromley, who's the head of this group, has been given a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Must be when he ran wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. He'd already got the 5-second penalty. So Josh Bromley's going to lose a lot of places with that penalty, given how close it is in the midfield. Less than 3 minutes to go now in this first race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. With Lewis Kent looking reasonably safe up front. Liam McGill second. Alistair Camp leading the FN2 class in third. Caterham still fourth. Wesley Swain is fifth. Sixth place is Matt Wilkins in the Motion Motorsport car. He's looking set to win the Diamond Trophy segment. Francisco Howing's possibly going to win the Paul Winfield Trophy category, as Harvey England does a bit of rally crossing there. Harry England, sorry, in the treble 3. Very easy to do there if he gets loose over the curbs at Surtees. Here's the fight for second place. This is why Lewis Kent's been able to get away a little. Liam McGill is having to defend from Alistair Camp. Now going a lap down there. That's the 76 car of Simon Welch being lapped. Silver and orange metallic paintwork of Lewis Kent's car glistening in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. He's heading for win number 2 this season to extend his points lead. He's only a point ahead of Alistair Camp coming into this second weekend of the season, with Harvey Caterham and Liam McGill joint third in the points. Kent will open up a lead here over Camp. McGill will go ahead of Caterham. Jake Hewlett's fifth in the points. He's down to 8th in the race. Oh, time penalty, 5 seconds for track limits for number 45. That's Alistair Camp. So that's going to drop him down. It's going to drop him to 4th place behind Harvey Caterham in the final reckoning. So Alistair Camp's got a penalty for exceeding track limits. That gives Liam McGill a safe second. They're coming around to start their final lap this time. Still this battle rages on. They can't get past the 25 of Will Butt. The leaders over the line to start their final lap. Barring any major disaster, Lewis Kent has got this one in the bag. Sam Nicolaou under pressure as well, and again Harry England runs wide there. I think his tyres have gone off. And they come together ahead of it. Oh, that battle's come to a head. Well, you've been able to see that coming for several laps, haven't you? Will Butt tangles up with the number 90 of Jake Renshaw, who goes into the gravel at Clearways. Well, they've been fighting so hard in the pack. Something eventually had to give there, and that something, sadly, was Jake Renshaw. Not a good race for Ben Sharp Racing. Meanwhile, here comes Lewis Kent. There'll be yellow flags out in Clearways. It matters not for Lewis Kent. The man from Witham is coming in to take his second win from 3 races this season. Up to the checkered flag. Kent wins it. Liam McGill comes over in second. And we'll wait to see. I think Alistair Camp will lose 3rd place. We'll have to wait to confirm that because Harvey Caterham's transponder isn't working, so we'll have to wait to see what the gap was. or did he get clear enough? We'll have to wait and confirm as soon as we can. Meanwhile, here comes the midfield battle. I tell you, Wesley Swain has finished 5th, Matt Wilkins 6th, Dave Marshall is 7th. The midfield battle comes over the line. Bad luck there to Jake Renshaw. You can see the other Ben Sharp racing car of Aidan Mitchell sitting in the infield as well. That team with some work to do ahead of race 2, which is tomorrow at just after midday. So everybody has now taken the checkered flag. We'll wait confirmation on the penalty there, because I think Alistair Camp will drop 1 place in the result. There's the penultimate lap tangle. Jake Renshaw going into the gravel, tangled with Will Butt in the number 25. Yeah, tried to get through, there just wasn't room for the two of them on the inside there. Went for the same bit of tarmac, went onto the grass and round he went. Provisional result then, Lewis Kent the winner by just under 1.5 seconds ahead of Liam McGill, and Alistair Camp at the moment showing in 3rd. We'll wait to see if that does get corrected, because I don't think he was 5 seconds clear of Harvey Caterham, but we'll wait and confirm that. Swain 5th, Matt Wilkins wins the Diamond Trophy splits. That's Dave Marshall, Jake Hewlett, Francisco Howitt and Jack Riddell completing the top 10, and I think by my reckoning that means Francisco Howitt wins the splits. Meanwhile, we can head down the split for the Paul Winfield Trophy, I should say. Meantime, we can head down to Parc Fermé.
The Civics are never disappoint today. It's back-to-back wins as well for Lewis Kent, a winner last time out, of course, at Donington. Lewis, we're going to see a good battle between you. In fact, Alistair, you may as well stay with us as well. Of course, 3rd place for you, the win for you, Lewis. But it's never easy, is it?
No, I didn't think it was going to be too easy. Just went into the last corner. Ali obviously didn't get too much temp into his rear tyres. Rookie mistake. Ouch! Oldest rookie on the grid, but it's still rookie mistake. But no, it's unfortunate for him. But we picked up and checked out, sort of thing. But
back-to-back wins as well. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's nice. As Paul said, last time out, 15 years since I've won. Now I've got 2 in a row, so it's quite nice. Hopefully tomorrow we can carry on and do the same again.
Top man. Let's grab Ali for a quick chat, shall we? Of course, 3rd place, not quite what you wanted, but not too bad anyway.
No, mistakes happen. That's how I got on this planet, eh?
I didn't say that. You said that. Look, what are we going to do different tomorrow?
Just not mess up in the last corner. Like you said, amateur mistake to make, and when it went, I was like, no, and then obviously then you just think, don't put it in the gravel and end the race, so it's just damage limitation from there on, and we managed to pick up. I don't know if we got the fastest lap, but we just got our head down and kept going.
Not too bad.
Get points where we can.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
No.
Just do better tomorrow. See you later. Big shout out to Lee McGill as well, coming home in 2nd place there too. Let's just grab a quick word with him. Nice racing out there.
Yeah, it was not too bad. Kind of was driving my own race to an extent, but then Ali kind of clawed his way back, so we had a little battle there, so that was good. Yeah.
We saw you were right up there last season as well. This season, you three, it's going to be a good battle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes FN2 has the upper hand, sometimes it doesn't, so that's all quite interesting for people watching. But yeah, no, it should be quite close throughout the season. Hopefully it's close throughout the season anyway. We'll see what happens.
Eye on a big prize this season?
Well, we'll just have to take it as it comes. We've not had the best start, but we'll just see what happens.
I'll tell you what, I'll ask you that question halfway through the season and we'll see what you say there. Yeah?
Sounds good.
Tom, mate, well done there. Thank you so much. There you go, top 3. Great racing for the Miltek Civic Cup. It always is. Another race coming up for them tomorrow as well. Still plenty to come this afternoon. Lots of you tuning in as well. Thank you so much for watching and getting involved in the comment section. As always, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. All the pictures we bring you are completely free for you to tune in and watch. If you hit that subscribe button, don't worry, we don't spam you or anything. It just means you don't miss any of the racing action when we do go live at future events. We're also live at the Caterham Motorsport channel and over at the British Truck Racing YouTube channel as well. Right, it is time for the next race, and it is time for the second race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship. So I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy, everyone.
Well, there'll be a slight pause, thanks Ian, there'll be a slight pause before the trucks come out because we've got to retrieve a couple of cars from out on the circuit. Unfortunately, both of them are Ben Sharp racing cars. There's Jake Renshaw's car in the gravel at Clearways, and also Aidan Mitchell's car was stranded at Surtees as well, so that team's got some work to do later this evening. Thanks again for all your comments coming in on the stream. Chain Reaction was cheering on Liam McGill in that race. Hi to Share Bear 79, Rapid Scorpion, Jamie McEwen, back of the net 07 says, race of the day so far, love the Civics. Thanks again for all your comments as we see the car being cleared out of the gravel. The marshals raking the gravel back into place. And before we give you the lineup for our second truck race of the weekend, where the grid's based on the second fastest times from qualifying, let's head down and see who Ian and Pointy have been chatting to in the paddock. Well, we will do in just a moment. Stephen Hutchings says, come on Callum Eason in the trucks. Plenty of support for Callum. We'll hopefully see all 19 trucks out for this one. Hopefully John Powell will be able to join us. He missed the opening race. It's a very new DAF XB that he's got. He's only just taken delivery of the DAF, the Rating Division 2 champion. Just waiting for the car of Aidan Mitchell to be loaded down there. You can see the recovery truck at the top of your picture at the outside of Surtees Bend. You can see to the left of that the little hill there where the rallycross circuit used to run. But anyway, here's the grid for our second truck race of the day. It was again very close in qualifying. It's a couple of tenths of a second covering the top three on second fastest times. Ryan Smith once again in pole position, but he's explained that the power deficiency from the air restrictor is off the rolling start, so we'll see if he can make the start once again. Stuart Oliver starts alongside him. Second row, David Jenkins and Michael Oliver. No grid penalty for him this time, that was just for race one. Martin Gibson on row 3 alongside John Bowler. Then Stephen Powell on row 4 alongside his teammate Neil Yates. David Smith and Tom O'Rourke, hopefully he's reattached his front bodywork, completing the top 10. And then behind them, we will see Adam Bint and Simon Cole. First the Division 2 truck, Simon Cole. Row 7, Jake Evans, fresh from his first Division 2 win and his first ever truck race alongside Bradley Harvey. Row 8, Sami Oyanen and Archie Handy. On the 9th row, it is Graham Poole and Callum Eason, and hopefully John Powell will go from the pit lane. It's the provisional way they'll line up for our second truck race of the weekend. Another 3 coming up tomorrow, of course. We've got 3 more races to go after this. After the trucks, we will go back in time to the 1960s, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. We've got Ford Mustangs and Falcons, Anglias, Lotus Cortinas, Minis, lots of Hillman Imps as well, a couple of Mark II Jaguars, a very special grid indeed there. That's followed by the only race this weekend for the Moobob Caterham Academy Championship. And then we close off the day with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, sponsored by Shell Oils. I can tell you Jonathan Corker's little Datsun 510 has taken pole position for that one. Third quickest in qualifying for them. was Tom Harvey's Mark 1 Escort, but that unfortunately had an accident later in the session. It remains to be seen whether that car will be on the grid. It went into the tyres at Clearways. Tom is okay, but the car with quite a bit of damage. That's all coming up later on, though, as we get ready for our second truck race of the weekend, second of 5. We're joined, of course, tomorrow by the Track Action Racing Club as well. Don't miss their brand of saloon car racing, a whole mixture of different saloons of all shapes and sizes on their grid. Ryan Smith looking to make it 2 out of 2 in Division 1. Jake Evans likewise in Division 2. Conditions improving here at Brands Hatch, has to be said. The sun now, it's still pretty windy, we can see from the trees. The trucks, I think, are on the move in the paddock. I can just see them down there from my commentary position, see the roofs of the race trucks on the move, so they are heading out now onto circuits. Quick hello to Nathan Shaw, Hannah Fulcher as well. And if Hannah's a relation of Andrew Fulcher, he used to race trucks and Alfa Romeos as well. Perrin Osborne is cheering on Stuart Oliver, Ethan Dance cheering for Ryan Smith. As I say, hopefully we'll see all 19 trucks for this one. Yes, Hannah is Andrew Fulcher's daughter. Hopefully we'll see Andrew racing trucks again someday. He's raced Alfa Romeos as well in the past. I think it was him that had the Filippo Berio olive oil sponsored Alfa Romeo. Various attractions trackside, as we've, or should that be truck side, as we've already seen on our cameras today. We've got the monster trucks in action, some fairground rides, some show trucks as well. Feel plenty of Easter chocolate available as well. Full day of racing coming up tomorrow at Brands Hatch. We begin at around 10:25, our first race with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We run right the way through to programme scheduled to end just after 5:30. Waiting for the circuit to be clear, of course. The marshals have to move back off their posts in the interests of safety. Big thanks again to our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing anywhere without them. There's that massive Mick Gould Commercials Peterbilt recovery truck, built to Mick's special order in the USA. I think it's nearly as big as my house, that truck. You can see it's got the big sleeping compartment for the driver as well. There's some of the show trucks. Quite an impressive number here. There always are at Brands Hatch. Many more of them at the bonfire weekend as well. And there you can see in the assembly area the Pre-66 touring cars waiting for their turn next. What a mouth-watering field they've got. I can hear race trucks on their way. You can see the marshals have moved back amongst the trees. Here they come. Formed up behind a different pace truck this time, the GT Tyres MAN. Ryan Smith on pole, Stuart Oliver alongside. Jenkins and Michael Oliver. There's Stephen Powell. May have come out of paddock there slightly out of grid order. We'll see when they're formed up. The confirmed lineup. Tom O'Rourke's back out. Missing a bit of front body work after that contact earlier on. And there is Adam Bing. Great to see Adam finally up in Division 1. He's been in Division 2 for many, many years now in his Volvo, the venerable Volvo White. The Volvo White, of course, that was the mainstay of truck racing back in the 1990s. Likes of Richard Walker, the late great Slim Borgard, George Allen as well, his brother Les. They ran Trucker Line, the chassis repair business based in London. I think George's son still runs that. Last Volvo White American style won to race in the championship was Brian Burke, the man from the West Country, a few years ago, the pink and white machine. Similar livery to Simon Cole. Haven't seen that out for a few years now. Still got a Volvo out there, the ex-Paul McCumiskey Volvo, driven by Archie Handy. Mentioning Simon Cole, I didn't see him go through there. Is he on the screen? Ah, there he is at the back. There's Callum Eason. Is that the number 6 at the back? Yes, I think that is John Powell. I think he's in a borrowed truck for this weekend. I don't think that's his new DAF. Yes, that's a DAF CF. If it goes into the pit lane, that will be, yes, it is John Powell. So that's the reason John Powell was a bit of a late starter. He switched truck into a loaned machine from the Neil Yates Recovery Alco team. So they've actually got 4 trucks out there this weekend. They've got John Powell in one of their trucks as well.
On the weekend, let me just go through the grid for you. This is based on the second fastest time for the set in qualifying this morning.
John Wilkins says Truck 26 is sponsor. Reminds me of Sam Osborne's BTCC MG6 livery from a few years ago. Well, coincidentally, Sam Osborne did do a couple of truck race meetings last year, subbing for Paul Rivette in the Napa machine. So we know now what John Powell is racing, thanks to one of our commenters who updated us on that. Yes, it's a DAF CF, not the new XB that he is racing. So John Powell out there in a borrowed truck this weekend.
Row 4 of the grid is number 1414, John Bowler, and 86, Tom O'Rourke, 14 and 86.
So they're lined up.
The grid is number 3, Stephen Powell, and 11, Dave Smith.
I think an amended grid sheet must have been issued here because they're not in the order that I've got written down here.
Row 7 of the grid is number 61, our finish visitor for this weekend, which is...
So Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver on the front of the grid, then David Jenkins and Michael Oliver. Martin Gibson has got John Bowler alongside him on row 3.
And number 10, Jake Evans, 96 and 10.
There must have been an amended grid issue that hasn't reached me in the commentary box here, because Stephen Powell's lining up on row 4 alongside Neil Yates. Then David Smith and Tom O'Rourke. And then we'll have Adam Bint with Simon Cole alongside him. Then it's Evans and Harvey, the 2 Division 2 newcomers. Then Sami Oyanen, Archie Handy, and Graham Poole and Callum Eason at the back, and John Powell will start from the pit lane because he missed qualifying.
Going to be a
15-minute race once again. Simon Cole would get his first points on the board in Division 2 after losing his gears and going off in race 1 at Clearways. See a bit of bodywork missing from the left front corner of his Iveco. course, the leading Ivecos in the championship over the last few years have been Simon and Craig Reed from Stoke-on-Trent. They've been racing on the continent over the last year or two. The Reed Freight team. John Newell we saw in this championship, the Yorkshireman for several years. He's now racing in the European Championship, as is Mark Taylor. The Taylor's haulage number 81 as it was, the MAN. And hopefully we'll have the full complement of 20 out at Pembrey. Hopefully we'll have Ricky Collins back as well. The trucks roll away. Second truck race of the weekend. John Powell waiting patiently in pit lane. Ryan Smith on pole, looking for win number 2. Jake Evans looking for his second Division 2. A couple of trucks got track limits penalties in race 1 as well, so that'll be why the grid order possibly has changed. Or no, the grid order is based on second fastest time in qualifying, so it won't affect that. That'll affect the order for race 3. Archie Handy, Tom O'Rourke and Martin Gibson all got track limits penalties. 5 seconds. So the GT Tyres pace truck leads them round then. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. 2 of the all-time greatest truck racers on the front row. 19 championships in Britain between them, plus a European title for Stuart Oliver. Pace begins to quicken. Who's it going to be this time? Will it be Smith? Will it be Oliver? Will it be Jenkins? Will it be a new winner? Will it be Michael Oliver perhaps? To fight back after a spin in race 1 after some contact at Surtees. Will it be one of our returnees, possibly Martin Gibson? Who will it be in Division 2? Simon Cole, maybe Archie Handy for a first win, one of the newcomers. Revs begin to rise. These 12 and 13 litre engines. Getting on towards 20,000 horsepower about to be unleashed from these 5-ton beasts. Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them up towards the lights. The second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The power about to come on, and here we go. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Decent start by the front row and by David Jenkins. And it is Stuart Oliver who's gone into the lead. He's outpaced Ryan Smith into the first turn. Well, Smith could go down to third. That'll be the air restrictor working on the turbo there. He says he's got a lot less power off the line, and Ryan Smith is now going to have to make a fight of it. He's on the outside line into Druids. Everybody's making it round okay so far. And onto the grass goes Ryan Smith. He's gone out way wide. He's had some contact with Michael Oliver. Look at the front of Oliver's truck. Disaster for Ryan Smith. Well, he's now going to have to fight his way back up the order. In fact, has he kept going at all? He's dead last as they head, well, last but one as they head into Graham Hill Bend. Graham Poole behind him. They start to sort themselves out then. Let's have a look at who he's leading. I think it's Stuart Oliver who will lead as they complete the opening lap. It is Oliver leading from David Jenkins. Michael Oliver's slightly battered MAN in third place as the Volvo leads the way. John Bowler is in fourth place, then Martin Gibson, Stephen Powell. Behind them is Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke. Leading Division 2 is Simon Cole ahead of Sami Oyanen and Bradley Harvey in the yellow and white's number 96. Very similar livery to the one that Stephen Powell used to use. Meanwhile, David Jenkins is all over the back of our race leader. Suddenly, this race has been blown absolutely wide open. Adam Bidwell got caught up there as well. He's dropped back. Leaders head down into Graham Hill Bend. They're clear of Michael Oliver, who's got up to third. He's just got ahead of John Bowler. There's the two Alco-sponsored cars of Stephen Powell and Neil Yates. Behind them is O'Rourke. leaders into Surtees. I think we've lost Adam Binns on that opening lap as well. He hasn't come through the Mercedes. Have a look again at the first lap at Druids. There's Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith making contact. Smith went out onto the grass there, nearly through where the old rallycross course used to go through the barriers there. That's dropped him right down almost to the back of the field. That's left a clear gap for the two leaders. Stuart Oliver from David Jenkins, Volvo against MAN. Despite that bit of damage, Michael Oliver still there in third position. John Bowler up on his outside. He running wide there further back. I think that was Neil Yates it was, but he's gathered it up again. Tom O'Rourke and David Smith behind him. David, no relation to Ryan, incidentally. And there's a gap back to Ryan Smith, who's already recovered through the Division 2 trucks. There we can see he's already back up into 11th position. Maybe 10th now. He's got ahead of Simon Cole, who's leading Division 2, so he's already through the less powerful machine. Now he's got the tougher nuts to crack in the midfield. There go the two leaders. They're trying to build up as big a lead as they can, because they know Ryan Smith is going to be trying to carve his way through this little lot further back. Up on the outside there, that is Stephen Powell attacking Martin Gibson, his teammate Neil Yates behind him. Through Paddock Bend, up Halewood Rise. Michael Oliver still holding third place. John Bowler's all over him. He wants a podium here. Bowler goes a bit wide. You can hear the tyres squealing there under pressure through Druids. Gibson still there in fifth on his return this weekend, and Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke side by side. O'Rourke going around the outside at Graham Hill Bend. Now that's a move you don't see very often. You've got the inside at Druids, then stayed to the outside at Graham Hill Bend. Oh, and John Bowler's door coming open there. Has he closed it? Must have. Or is he on the other side of the cab? I couldn't quite see there. Is that a left-hand drive? Number 14, the MAN. See if that door comes open again, because if it does, he might get the black and orange flag and be brought in to secure that door closed. Ryan Smith is now into the Division 1 trucks. It's past David Smith, his namesake. He's up into 9th position. Now let's see how far he can get back up the order. He's got 10.5 minutes to try and catch the leaders. Still Stuart Oliver holding off David Jenkins for the lead, and they're nearly 6 seconds clear. It's not Ryan Smith, not surprisingly, has done the fastest lap of the race, 58.662. On the tail of this little lot, next target is Neil Yates. Into 1/3 distance. There's Tom O'Rourke in his International Navistar bonneted truck. Right on the tail now of Martin Gibson. This is Stephen Powell, the local man up the outside. A little bit of damage to the rear bodywork there, so there may have already been some contact. You can see the rear wheel arch on the left is dislodged. Martin will be hoping that doesn't start rubbing against that tyre. It could cause a puncture. It's Powell to the inside. Now he knows he's got the quicker truck. He just can't get the line away, and as I say that, Martin Gibson locks up and loses the position. He could lose a couple more as well. Tom O'Rourke being pushed by Neil Yates. And while all this is going on, Ryan Smith will be looking on with delight. And I'm thinking, well, you'll be thinking, well, if you lot are all going to fall over each other, that means I can make up more places and more time. Racing now, Tom O'Rourke. There go the leaders. It's still Stuart Oliver in the Volvo up front. Half a second ahead of David Jenkins as they complete their 6th lap. Michael Oliver still in P3, but he's 7 seconds down, just between these two now. Although depending on whether Ryan Smith can carve his way through the rest of the field. On the back of that group still. That's the treble 3 there. Graham Poole has been lapped. He's learning his craft on his truck racing debut. The LKQ Digraph Morris Lubricants MAN chasing hard. The replay of that first lap again. We see Ryan Smith being pushed wide, great cloud of dust as Michael Oliver made the contacts. say that that incident is under investigation by the stewards on our timing screen. John Bowler's been given the black and white flag as well, for possible exceeding of track limits. Further back in the order, there's Archie Handy. He's going to be running 5th in Division 2, which is being led by Simon Cole, ahead of Jake Evans, our race 1 winner. Sammy Oyanen is 3rd. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith about to make up another place. He's got past Tom O'Rourke, he's past Martin Gibson as well. You can see damage on the right-hand side of Gibson there, so there's been some more contact somewhere. Next target for Ryan is Stephen Powell. That means Ryan is up into P6 now. There's Neil Yates. There's been a bit of push and shove involving him as well. There's a bit of damage to Neil's truck. We seem to have lost Callum Eason somewhere. He didn't come through on the last lap. Adam Binns is still going, but he's a couple of laps behind. So he must have... he hasn't been into the pits according to the timing screen, so he stopped somewhere and then got going again. You can see it's happened though. Leaders are coming up to lap. Archie Handy in the number 40. To Druids. David Jenkins unable to do anything about Stuart Oliver ahead of him, only half a second separating them. Meanwhile, Martin Gibson going toe-to-toe with Neil Yates. This is for P8. They've got David Smith on their tails. They're still side by side out of Graham Hill Bend. Out on the curb goes Neil Yates, gets his boot down and pulls ahead of Martin Gibson. I wonder whether Martin got some damage there because he's dropping back down the order. Stephen Powell could be about to lose a place here with Smith on his tail. Ryan to the inside. Said earlier after race 1, it's okay when once the revs are up and the truck is using its power to its full potential, but on lower revs, like at the start of the race, it hasn't got the power, and we saw that off the line. That's the air restrictor doing its job of evening things up. Stephen Powell is fitted with one as well. Oh, we've got a tangle there. That's Graham Poole. He's tangled with Adam Binns, and Poole's stuck right in the middle of the track at Surtees Bend. Now, if he can't get the truck going again, that will be a stoppage, surely. Let's hope the leaders see that and are able to get through. Meantime, Ryan Smith is out to 5th. He's ahead of Stephen Powell. He's closing on John Bowler. But if that truck is still there at Surtees, the race will have to be stopped. He's trying to get it out of the way, but the red flag is going to have to come out. Stephen Powell close there. Yeah, they can't continue with a truck that's sat there on the edge of the circuit. Graham Poole eventually does get going again. The red flag had to come out there straight away in the interest of safety. They could not keep racing with the truck stranded on the tarmac there. The race brought to a temporary halt. There was just over 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes 15 left on the clock. We'll wait to see what the officials decide here. Well, there's John Powell, who is still circulating in 17th place. Callum Eason had got going as well, so there's a couple of trucks registering as a few laps down. I thought they'd dropped out of the race. They've just dropped a few laps back. Whether it's timing error, transponder error or something else, I'm not sure. Race brought to a halt, and we will await advice on what's going to happen here. The hazard has cleared because Graham Poole's got going again. I assume the leaders are going to be lined up on the grid for a sprint for the line, as we saw in race 1. Where is Stuart Oliver? I think that's him coming into clearways now. have a look back at one or two of the salient moments of that race so far. There's the contact early on again between Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith, which put Ryan to the back of the field, gave him a face full of dust as well. He's been fighting his way back up the order, was in 5th place at the time of the stoppage. There's an incident we didn't see before. It's Bradley Harvey taking a spin at Druids, everybody avoiding him to the outside. Simon Cole set the early pace in Division 2 in the Iveco. Ryan Smith carved his way back up the order. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 58.662. There's the incident that brought out the red flag. Graham Poole spinning to a halt. Trucks going off to avoid him. So the lead trucks now coming round to the grid, and we'll await to be told if there is going to be a restart of any length. Well, they're being lined up on the grid. The timing screen at the moment has gone back to the full 15 minutes, but with only just over 5 minutes left on the clock, I don't think it'll be a full 15-minute restart. Just awaiting advice from the officials at the moment. Adrian Watson is the MS UK steward for the trucks today, along with event stewards Mike Sterney and Brian Hemmings. Bob Lentel and Dorothy Iwota are the clerks of the course, so they'll be making the decisions at the moment. But under the red flags here at Brands Hatch for the second time today. Quick loads of one of our commenters, Ludicrous Bacon. Good name that, as we said earlier. Watching them, I believe, up at Druids today and watching the live stream at the same time. Mentioning Bacon, we've got James Dunkley out in the Pre-83 touring cars later on. His speciality is bacon from his food business. He'll be in his Ford Fiesta. Thanks again to all the partner sponsors of the championship this year. Napa Auto Parts UK, GT Tyres, Neil Yates Recovery, MV Commercial. Sir Tom O'Rourke, of course, his business. Total Care Vehicle Lifts and Testing Equipment, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC Fuels, suppliers of the sustainable fuel for the championship, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine, Freyhav Trailers, Valvoline Oils and LTS Global Solutions for Logistics. I believe we're going to have a 5-minute restart. Yes, 5 minutes as we saw earlier, as you were with race 1. Quick hello to Captain Hawkeye. Hubnuts watching as well, well-known motoring YouTuber. Thanks for looking in. Paul Maxey as well. Hello to Ivy. And all our other commenters today. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. We've got over 400 likes so far. See if we can get 500 likes by the end of today. Over 1,500 viewers as well. Ludicrous Bacon says he's moved now. He's at Druids earlier. He's at Surtees now. He's over just in front of that bit of the rallycross course you mentioned. It was known Hoppy's Drop on the rallycross course because the circuit used to drop down back onto the tarmac there, named after Trevor Hopkins, the former British rallycross champion. Thanks to our director who just bought us a cup of tea here in the commentary box as well. As we await the trucks to be lined up for the restart. Getting a quick update on the reason for my slight confusion over the grid lineup at the initial start of this race. A couple of drivers got penalties. Neil Yates was given a 2-place grid penalty, and Tom O'Rourke was as well. They were both given 2-place grid penalties for contact, so that's why the grid was slightly different. We hadn't had notification of those penalties come through, so apologies for the confusion at the start of the race over the grid lineup. We're just waiting for the lineup to be confirmed here because the trucks will be lined up on the grid ready for a rolling restart. So apologies for the slight delay, and apologies for my slight confusion with the initial running of this race. I hadn't had notification of those penalties from race 1 come through to us in the box. Big hello to Sean Taylor, seen him at the truck shows at Donington, Convoy in the Park among others in the past. Right to Mike Fordham watching in Devon. Right to Gary Vine cheering on Team WDE. They're running Callum Eason.
Apparently they won't run you over.
They won't run me over.
I hear pointy, so let's head down to the grid at the moment.
Enough when I like them, you know what I mean?
Are we on, John? Welcome. So yes, beautiful weather, a little bit windy down here on the re-grid at Brands Hatch. As you can see in the background, we are waiting with bated breath to see where they're actually going to end up. Now, rules usually go on a red flag that a result or grid is based on the full lap before the red flag happened. So the one that they've just been brought down obviously was incorrect. So they've ran back and they're going to run back with a new one. Once we've done that, I believe, looking up at the clock, we've currently got 5 minutes left on that race because we were only 65% completed when the red flag came out. And as we all know, usually it's a minimum of 75% of race until they can call it a completed race. So let's have a look. Stuart Oliver at the front, I do believe should stay at the front. Very, very good start for him. Extremely quick, flying past Ryan Smith there on the first lap. But of course, Dave Jenkins has literally been nipping at his heels the entire race so far. What are we going to see from him on this restart? Because everybody loves a restart. It's great, we get more racing, we get to finish what we started, but the drivers have different opinions. So here comes Stuart Oliver then, and let's have a look if we can see any damage on any of these trucks as they come past, as I do believe we had a bit of slap and tickle in that second race before it got red flagged. So Dave Jenkins on the outside then going into Paddock Hill Bend in second position. So it really will be a clash of the titans. Stuart Oliver, Dave Jenkins. Dave Jenkins I spoke to earlier on, and he was adamant that this is his year. He's fed up of being in second place, and he wants to make it stick this year. Bit of impact damage there on the front corner of Michael Oliver in the number 12. Very, very good year for him in 24, so let's see if he can make it stick this year again. Lots of scuffs on Steve Powell there in the number 3. New truck for Steve Powell this year. Evidently we've heard off him behind the scenes there are a few teething issues, but it's always the case with new trucks. And the 86 truck you can see now, Tom O'Rourke. If you follow us over on the official BTRC Instagram, we did a story last night with Tom O'Rourke's truck in pieces. The engine we believe had issues with the coolant hoses, and that had him changing an entire engine last night after missing the session 2 of practice. So big start to the year for the team at NV Commercials number 86. Of course, Tom O'Rourke having access to quite some gear anyway, so that's good for him. 33, Mr. Neil Yates. Again, he certainly found his way into some situations so far this weekend. A frequent drinker, of course, at the Portobello Inn, where it all began, the story, the legend. And oh my gosh, look at this over here. Martin Gibson, GT Tyres, he's really ended up in some bad situations. Now, a lot of this is just fiberglass. Doesn't look to be any structural damage, it is just the fiberglass panels, but these aren't cheap, ladies and gentlemen. But luckily no physical damage to the truck itself. We can see inside it's all on this kind of square section and tubing bolted to the main chassis. But let's just quickly look around the back here, because this is usually the kind of thing that scrutineers will be looking at to make sure that we've got no issues with damage to the tyres, damage to the rims. There's obviously been an impact here, but again, this will most likely get bent back out when we go down. Again, this is last race for today for the trucks, so they'll have plenty of time to put right any wrongs. Let's have a look at Dave Smith then in the number 11. Looking pretty good for Dave Smith. Little bit of rubbing. Again, just fiberglass damage, nothing too major, and they do say rubbing is racing. But unfortunately, when it comes to the trucks, rubbing isn't as gentle as you'd see in some other motorsport, ladies and gentlemen, not at all. So here's a new one. Sami Oyanen, I believe that's, I'm pronouncing that correctly. In a Sisu, you might have seen this kind of truck earlier in the BTRC story, being piloted by Mika Mäkinen, but Sammy's over here with the Mad Croc energy drink, and I believe I'm being told he's here for the entire season, which will be fantastic, a great addition coming over from the FIA to show us how they do it. Interesting back end on this as well, like it really stands out. Interesting look to it. There's no other truck on the circuit that looks like this Sisu, especially with these rear fenders. They just look great, don't they? Absolutely brilliant. I am currently not running on Mad Croc energy drink. but I might well be by the end of the season. So, over here then, Archie Handy, behind of course, Father Simon Cole. Gearbox issues in the first race, the Simon sent him off, that was the first red flag of the weekend. But as you can see, great lap times for Division 2 and leading Division 2 pack, I believe, with Sammy nipping at his tails. I don't know whether you've seen the video already or not, but brand new truck built from the ground up by Adam Bint and his family. And I do mean family, as they've been working on that for quite some time now. As we see on the back, a wonderful memorial for the late Steve Miller, of course from Apollo Tyres, that was instrumental in bringing us so many teams to the British Truck Racing. And we're being told to get off the grid, so here we go. At last we've been gridded. Whoa! Back into the pit lane. His mirror, he needs something. Hello, he needs something. He needs something. They won't let me in. They won't let me in. He needs, hello, he needs something. No, he's calling someone over. Oh, whatever, never mind. Anyway, there we go. Right, I think it's time to go racing. John Powell seems to be in a bit of distress there, so I'm going to hand back over to Dave Goddard up in the commentary box. Sorry about that. Communication.
Well, thanks Pointy, yes, for the live updates down on the grid. The grid is now moving away for this 5 minutes restarts. Not sure what the problem was there that John Powell was signalling just alongside where Pointy was, but he's got going. Adam Bint struggling away there in the Mercedes. So maybe he's still suffering a few teething issues. So that is a brand new build. And it looks like it is struggling there. What has happened to Adam Bint? Let's hope we don't see another aborted start. Let's hope he can get this truck going. Was it overheated there? Seems to have got away now, so he may be starting from the rear of the grid, if at all. Seems to be struggling to keep it going there at low revs. We are getting ready, hopefully, for a restart, unless Adam Bint... Can he pull it into the escape road there on the outside? Because if that truck is there, the start will be aborted. Not trying to pull it off to one side here. And of course, it's a rolling start. The last thing the trucks will want to encounter is a slower truck in front of them heading through paddock. So the start, if Adam Bint can't get up to speed, the start may have to be aborted. He's pulling it out. Sensible option there, pulling it off onto the grass. So 5 minutes for the restart, then hopefully we'll get underway as they come round towards the conclusion of this rolling lap. Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins at the front of the pack. Then we've got Michael Oliver, John Bowler, Ryan Smith on the outside of row 3, alongside Stephen Powell. Then so Rourke, Gibson, Gates, David Smith, then Cole, Oyanan, Handy, Evans, Poole, Harvey and Eason. That's your lineup. Didn't see John Powell there, so he may have pulled off somewhere as well. The pace truck is into pit road. It's another 5 minute dash for the line in the British Truck Racing Championship here at Brands Hatch. John Powell is there towards the back. There's one truck coming into the pit lane at the rear of the field as we get back underway. I think it's Graham Poole that may have pulled in there. But we are away into Paddock Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver gets away well, so does Jenkins. Watch for Ryan Smith around the outside in the number 1 once he gets up to full power. Stuart Oliver covers the inside. David Smith kicks up a bit of gravel there in the number 11. Jenkins in second place, side by side with her between Michael Oliver and Bowler. Bowler gets taken out wide. There wasn't room there on the outside. It's going to allow Stephen Powell up alongside. Ryan Smith will dive for the inside of Stephen Powell into Graham Hill Bend. Simon Cole leading Division 2 in the number 41, looking for his first win for Adivico. Remember, he went winless through last year. It was Graham Poole who pulled into the pits. I think he has now got going again. We've lost Adam Binns, as we saw in the Mercedes. They charge their way through Surtees, McLaren and Clearways. There's Division 2 runners, bit of dust being kicked up. It's Oliver that leads, Stuart Oliver from Jenkins, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in third place. Then it's Bowler, Ryan Smith in fifth position. Now that stoppage, of course, was exactly what he wanted, because it wiped out the advantage of the top two, reset everything. As up the inside goes Tom O'Rourke, but there was a yellow light flashing there at Paddock Hill Bend. Now Tom O'Rourke got a penalty in qualifying for overtaking under a yellow, so whether he's just passed Stephen Powell under the yellows, he may be penalised again. It's the battle for sixth position between these two. Behind them, Neil Yates and David Smith. Martin Gibson is next in that rather battered number 101. Through Surtees and McLaren. Simon Cole in the background there, the pink and white truck still leads Division 2 ahead of Sami Oyanen. John Powell is behind them. I think that's a Division 1 truck. He has switched trucks, so I'm not 100% sure. I believe he's Division 1. Down the outside goes Flying Ryan. There's a bit of smoke from Tom O'Rourke's truck there as they went across the line. The lead gap is less than a second, and Simon Cole's off again, exactly the same place as he went off in the first race. That's lost him the lead of Division 2. So who's leading Division 2? It's Sami Oyanen now in the Sisu. Here comes Flying Ryan. He's on the tail of the number 14 of John Bowler now for P4. With 2.5 minutes on the clock, he might run out of time to catch these two, Oliver and Jenkins, for the front of the field. John Bowler holding him off nicely. Cole has rejoined, he's still going further down the order. Ryan Smith to the inside on John Bowler, he goes for it at Clearways, they're side by side, they'll have the tighter line into the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Move up to then have a go at Michael Oliver to try and get onto the podium. Michael Oliver is a tough customer though, he's had several wins over the years, learning from his famous father. But there's a slower truck in front, that is Graham Poole being lapped. His spin that brought out the red flags earlier on. He's keeping to the inside there, allowing the quicker traffic to go through on the outside. Michael Oliver able to hold third place, Ryan Smith on his tail. John Bowler closing back up as well, and Tom O'Rourke's come through into P6 ahead of Stephen Powell. 90 seconds left on the clock. Michael Oliver determined to hang on to this podium place. His father Stuart is holding off David Jenkins for the lead. They've gone clear once again. Ryan Smith dodging about on the tail of Michael Oliver. He's going to go for the inside at McLaren once again, I think. No, Michael Oliver positions his truck on the inside. There's contact between the two of them. That's nearly dislodged Smith's bumper. And not get up alongside that MAN. Great stuff. Good defensive driving by Michael Oliver. Moves to hold the inside. Smith goes to the outside. I may get 2 more laps. See if the checkered flag does go out this time. Stuart Oliver leads the way. Running wide there, Tom O'Rourke in the background. Still this fight for third goes on. And John Bowler's not finished yet either. He's trying to get involved. Stephen Powell fighting back on Tom O'Rourke. I think we may get 1 more lap out of this one. And Ryan Smith hits the back of Michael Oliver. He forces his way down the inside. And up into third place. Now John Bowler's going to have a go as well. Oliver over the grass there, almost on the entry to Surtees, and McLaren trying to hold off John Bowler now. Smith will be away to try and catch these two. There's 5 seconds on the clock as they come to the line. I think they'll do 1 more lap. Yes, they will. And that's music to David Jenkins' ears, because he's got 1 more lap to attack and try and take his first win of the season. Can Stuart Oliver hang on? They're well clear of Ryan Smith. He's not going to catch them. To Druids for the final time. Division 2 meanwhile is being led still by Sami Oyanen. Looks like the Finn is going to take his first win on UK soil, or UK tarmac. Along the Cooper Straight go the leaders for the last time. I don't think David Jenkins is going to do it. It's going to be the 10 times champion, the former European champion Stuart Oliver. First meeting back with the rebuilt Volvo VNL after its smash at Crookston last season. He's going to take his first win of 2025. David Jenkins trying to close up, but he's not going to do it. They come into the Sir Jack Brabham Straights for the final time, and Stuart Oliver wins race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Second goes to David Jenkins. Back through the pack comes Ryan Smith to take 3rd place. And Michael Oliver holds on for 4th ahead of John Bowler. Then it's O'Rourke, Stephen Powell, Neil Yates, David Smith, Martin Gibson rounds out the top 10. And in Division 2 it's going to be Sami Oyanen in the Sisu to hold off Jake Evans. 2nd place will put Jake provisionally into the championship lead, I think, after 2 races. There's John Powell over the line. 3rd in Division 2 goes to Bradley Harvey. John Powell comes over in 11th ahead of them. Side by side across the line there, looks like Archie Handy just held off Callum Eason. Graham Poole will be the final finisher a lap down. We lost Simon Cole, of course, into the pits again, and Adam Bintz pulled up on the rolling start. Congratulations, Stuart Oliver. 10 times champion holds off the threat of David Jenkins all the way. Ryan Smith charging his way through the 3rd place. Provisional result then, 0.8 of a second, the winning margin for Stuart Oliver over David Jenkins. Change to Division 2. Penalty for Sami Oyanen. He's been given a 5-second penalty, presumably for exceeding track limits. That's only just come through. So Jake Evans will take the win in Division 2. The officials getting tough on track limits penalties this weekend. So Jake Evans, 2 out of 2 in Division 2 by the look of things, with Bradley Harvey 2nd. Oliver the winner ahead of Jenkins and Smith. Michael Oliver 4th, holding off John Bowler. Then O'Rourke, Powell, Yates, Smith and Gibson completing the top 10. John Powell's first race of the weekend finishing 11th. Let's head down to pit lane with Pointy.
So there we are, the last 5 minutes raced out with a vengeance. My goodness me, that last couple of minutes of that race was incredible to watch. Top 3, of course, well done to Ryan Smith for taking his position 3rd back. But I thought, you know what we need to do? We need to talk to some Div 2 drivers, because we're always talking to the Div 1s. So I'm going to head up the pit lane. Hi there, hi everyone. And we're going to speak to John Powell, who should land about here. So now bear in mind, John missed the first race of the weekend because his truck wasn't quite ready. I believe this is a loaner truck. John, first of all, I'm sorry for the hoo-ha and not being able to adjust your wing mirror. You know, that was on me. But congratulations, mate. I mean, look, here we are, 1st place. I mean, there was a time you didn't think you'd be racing at all this weekend, wasn't there?
Well, to be fair, literally, I've never driven it. I've never turned, I've drove it around the paddock. So they built a really good truck, them lads. Do you know what? Awesome, they have to work there. They've worked well up and so out. Neil Yates and the whole family, extraordinary people, mate, honestly. And to get the opportunity to drive it and settle it in, brilliant. I've just got to do them justice, haven't you know, so that's good enough for me.
Well, I'm sure the team will be really happy. You have definitely done them justice. And yeah, well done, buddy. I just thought I'd come and see Div 2 for a change, you know, like nice to come down, see you guys, because you're racing too, do you know what I mean? Right then, we've also heard that Oyanen got a little time penalty, so he's dropped back into 4th now with a 5-second penalty. So yeah, so he'll be upset about that, I'm sure. But of course, Evans, and Jake Evans, and we've got Bradley as well. They'll both be chuffed about another podium this weekend.
To be fair, their driving standard's really good. You know, it's nice to mix it up with them. You know, they're new as well. Everything's new, but you know, they're driving good. They're doing well. They should be proud of themselves, really. So.
Oh, looking forward to a great bit of competition from Division 2 then. I'll hand you over. Thank you, John Powell. I had to take my earphone out. I could barely hear him, I tell you. Obviously, they don't want to be shouting at me, but I do shout, and that's how we roll, isn't it, you know? Right now, unfortunate for Sammy O'Yannon. O'Yannon got third, so 5-second penalty, that means so he's still in third position, which is good stuff. But let's just, there we go. It's just a gentle tug. That's what you've got to open the doors with, a gentle tug. You heard it here first. Congratulations. How'd you feel?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we a little bit of a kerfuffle there on the restart with the grid position and whatnot. So P2 on the road at the minute. We need to go up and just see actually where we were when they deduct all the penalties and the people moving around and whatnot. But no, couldn't be happier really. P1 this morning, P2 now. If it stays that way, we'll be over the moon by Sunday night, won't we?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's another trophy, second race, second trophy. Absolutely brilliant. Much to do to the truck tonight?
No, some tyres, fuel, water, probably set of front brakes and then go again tomorrow.
And dinner?
Oh, of course, dinner, yeah.
What have we got for dinner, do you know?
I think we've got an option tonight. I think we've got a lasagna and we've got a chicken curry.
Oh my God, curry or lasagna? Now that is an eclectic mix. Are you a little bit of both kind of guy?
50-50 that, yeah. That might be 50-50.
But here's the question, is it naan or garlic bread?
Well, it's got to be naan, hasn't it? It's got to be naan.
It's hard to know. Let us know in the comments if you're having a mixture of curry and lasagna. Do you go naan or garlic bread? Or both?
Or both, maybe.
Or, wait for it, garlic naan.
Oh, solve the problem.
Done. Right, see you later. Right, absolutely great feelings all round. Very good finish to the first day. The British Truck Racing Championship is officially on, and it looks like we're going to have a very nice evening if this weather holds out. Back to Dave. Thanks for joining us at Brands Hatch for the trucks, ladies and gents. Lots more racing left to go.
Thanks, Pointy. I'm hungry now. I think it'll be fish and chips for me after this first day of racing, though. Meanwhile, as the trucks head back to the paddock, it's time to go back in time. Next up, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Everard's Pre-66 touring cars about to come out on track for their first race of the weekend. Let's see who Ian's caught up with down in the assembly area.
Right, it's time for one of my favourite races now, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66. They always deliver. We've got Michael Loveland here. Let's just go have a quick chat with Michael, shall we, before they head out on track. Michael, it's good to see you.
And you, long time no see.
It has been a while, isn't it? That's why I thought I'll come over and have a quick chinwag with you.
Very kind of you.
How are we feeling ahead of this?
Apprehensive. It was a bit slippy out there this morning. Someone dropped some oil, so didn't really get the time I wanted. But yeah, I'm just going to enjoy it, you know. Just got to, not only have I got James to chase now, I've got young Brendan Rooney to chase as well, so they're up the road. But
you've got the best attitude, just going to go out and enjoy it. I'll tell you what,
go and enjoy it. Yeah.
You say that, but as soon as the green lights go off, is it like red mist, that's it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. How many can I get before Paddock Hill Bend it'll be, yeah.
Tell us about the car, the Hillman Imp, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had it for 8 years now. My first ever car was a Hillman Imp when I was at university. And I didn't buy another one until I was 55 and always wanted to go racing, and I thought the only thing I can race is an Imp. And one came along, so here we are, and yeah, I love it. Just love it.
What's it like being part of this Pre-66 grid? Pretty special?
It's fantastic. When I think back to where we were in sort of 2018, 19, 20, when we had like 12, 13 car grids and we were sharing with the Pre-83s, now we're getting the biggest grid in the club. Every meeting we're filling out the grid. And we got some fantastic cars and fantastic drivers. You know, last year we were asked to represent the club at the British Touring Car Championships. I mean, and you're going out with Max Tordoff and Max Chilton and people like that. Sam Tordoff, rather, you know?
Yeah.
You don't get better than that, really, does it?
It's special, isn't it? A blast from the past, but a very welcome one indeed.
Yeah, it was really good.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. Let's go racing, shall we? Pre-66's Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Dave, over to you.
Cars will be heading forward shortly out of the assembly area then once all the marshals and recovery crews are back in position. This is certainly one of my favourite grids of the weekend. 3 races to go here at Brands Hatch today. The Pre-66 is followed by the Moobob Caterham Academy Championship, their single race of the weekend. And then we've got the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars for all the 70s and early 80s cars coming up to end the programme. Well, the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars opened their season at Donington Park in slightly more damp conditions than this. And it was a double win on that occasion for Irishman Michael Cullen in his Lotus Cortina, but he's not out this weekend. So a chance for some of his rivals to pick up the pace, and it is the reigning champion Ian Thompson who has set pole position for race 1 in his Lotus Cortina, the car prepared by Mike and Andrew Jordan, the former British touring car stars, at their workshops up in the Midlands. Last season Ian raced an Alan Mann Racing replica, the red and gold liveried Cortina, but he's out in the Jordan prepared car this year, and he will line up alongside Gary Townsend in his Lotus Cortina. Gary, he's raced everything over the years. He's done Formula 1 stock cars, Mazda MX-5s, he's done the Honda Civic Cup this year as well, but out in his Lotus Cortina for this one. The second row of the grid, we will have a couple of big V8s. We will have Piers Grange, he's already had a win today in his Escort, now in a Ford Mustang, and he will start alongside Alan Greenall. Great to have Alan back out. Now, he raced in the British Saloon Car Championship back in the early 80s, Alan Greenall, in a VW Golf, but nowadays campaigns a big Ford Falcon. The man from New Malden with a near 5-litre V8 under the bonnet. And then we go from large to little on row 3. We've got Barry Syme, the Scotsman, in his famous Miller's Oil sponsored Morris Mini, the man from East Kilbride. Shares the car with his father Jimmy on occasions. Barry, the ex-single-seater racer, on row 3, and alongside him is the first of the Hillman Imps on the grid, which is James Ibbotson, or Mr. Sideways as we've called him in the past, former overall champion. Of course, they all score points in their classes. Class F is Lotus Cortinas only, and then it goes up through engine size. E for the Hillman Imps, the smaller cars, through to A for the big V8s. There are the 2 V8 engine machines. There's Barry Syme, and there is James Ibbotson's Hillman Imp, followed by Jake Swan. He and his father Kevin campaigning their Ford Anglias today. Mike Davies in the red Mini shares that car with his brother John. He'll be racing that car tomorrow. And Grant Williams, the Jaguar Mark II specialist, is here with us once again. Brendan Rooney was next out, completing the top 10 on the grid in his Imp number 91. I did say that car was a Shrigley Engineering prepared car on the commentary at Donington, but that is not the case, so apologies to Brendan for that error. He completes the top 10 on the grid. We've seen the big and small cars all mixed together. Look how many Hillman Imps there are. It is wonderful to see so many in the championship this year. We've got Austin A40s, a couple of those out there. We've got Morris Minors. Good to see Keith Wright's back in his Morris Minor. Normally campaigns a Lotus Cortina these days, but back in his Moggy Minor this weekend, the plumber and heating engineer from Bedfordshire. There's Pat Keneally in his Lotus Cortina. His son Billy, an ex-champion in his Ford Anglia. Unfortunately, for the second meeting in a row, Billy's had problems in qualifying. He had the engine go up in a cloud of smoke in qualifying at Donington, and it's failed again here, so Billy's had to withdraw. No racing again for the ex-champion. We'll take you through the grid in full then. Ian Thompson and Gary Townsend in the Lotus Cortinas on the front of the grid. Piers Grange in the Mustang and Alan Greenall in the Falcon on row 2. Barry Syme Mini, James Ibbotson Hillman Imp row 3. Row 4, Jake Swan Ford Anglia, Mike Davies Mini. 5th row, Grant Williams, the Flying Welshman, in his Jaguar Mark II. Not his most famous Jaguar in his collection, that's BUY1. Oh, you'll have seen going sideways, a good one on many occasions. He's in another of the collection today, starting alongside Irishman Brendan Rooney in the number 91 Hillman Imp. The 6th row, Kevin Swan, father of Jake, in his Anglia, and Piers Thin, director of McLaren Cars, in his Mini, sharing that car with Aaron Smith, the former Mini Miglia champion this weekend. Row 7, another pair of Minis, Martin Armstrong and Mark Uka. Row 8, Adrian Oliver with his Hillman Imp alongside James Burrows in a Mini. Row 9, Bob Bullen, he's racing in Pre-83 this weekend as well. He's got a Ford Anglia alongside the Singer Chamois, a rebadged Hillman Imp of Stephen Platts. Completing the top 20, Michael Loveland, who we just heard from, alongside David Ellis in the yellow Imp. Moving on back outside the top 20, row 11, we've got another Imp, which is Ed Carter, alongside number 41, Jeremy Dias, in his Singer Chamois, a badge-engineered Imp. Luke Wilson's Austin A40 on row 12, alongside Lee Williams in his Jaguar Mark 1. Brian Bedford's Austin A40 lines up alongside Patrick Harris. Row 14, a gap where Billy Keneally should have been. He's a non-starter. Keith Wright's Morris Minor. Row 15 is Pat Keneally in his Cortina, Ed Gibbs in his Anglia, and Michael Sheraton, his first appearance of the season with his Ford Anglia, starts from the back. So that is your lineup, and what a magnificent lineup it is. Over 30 cars out there. Just the one gap where Billy Keneally's Anglia should have been towards the back. Both the Keneallys, father Pat and son Billy, having problems in qualifying. Used to race fairly locally, the Sheerness-based pairing, on the oval at the now sadly closed Arena Essex Raceway. They competed in lightning rods in Ford Sierras, among other things. Ian Thompson on the pole in the grey Cortina, the Jordan family prepared machine. Gary Townsend, another short oval man, alongside him in the white Lotus Cortina. Piers Grange, the red Mustang. He was challenging the Cortina Hordes at Donington until he spun in the first race at the chicane. Finished second in race 2. You also had Justin and Oliver Law, as we mentioned earlier, sharing their Cortina at that first weekend of the season. But you can see from this grid lineup, bigger is not always better. The two Class A cars, well, Class A is the American V8s, the Mustang and the Falcon, and also the Jaguars, which are a little bit further back on the grid. We don't have any entries in Class B. The only entry in Class B at the first round was Stuart Radford in his Triumph Vitesse, but he's not out this weekend. Just looking at the points from the opening weekend of the season. Michael Cullen and Piers Grange both got class wins. They're the joint points leaders, but Cullen not out this weekend, as we say. James Ibbotson was a double class winner. He's a point behind them because he was beaten to fastest lap in the second race. I believe it was Brendan Rooney who got fastest lap in Class E. Barry Syme a point further back. He had some good battles with Jake Swan in Class C. Class C being for the Minis and the Anglias. Class D, we've got a couple of entries. The Austin A40s and the Morris Minors are in Class D, so good to see an increase in entries there. There was only one the season opener, which was Charles Norris's Austin A35. Class E is for the Hillman Imps, the smaller capacity cars, and Class F is dedicated to Lotus Cortinas. We've also got Class G, has a couple of entries this weekend, which is the guest category. But this is going right back to the dawn of what was then known as the British Saloon Car Championship. That was back in 1958, the first year it ran. And it was here at Brands Hatch that the inaugural title was decided in a rather bizarre way, because it was a class-based championship, and in the first season, Tommy Sopwith in a Mark II Jaguar and Jack Sears in an Austin A105 Westminster both won their class in every round and couldn't be separated on points. So how did they decide it? They had a race-off. The two drivers raced a pair of identical Riley 1.5s, did 5 laps, then swapped over cars, did another 5-lap sprint race here at Brands Hatch on what is now the Indy circuit, and the aggregate times of the two races decided the winner, and it was Jack Sears who came out on top. To my knowledge, that's the only time, certainly in the UK, that a championship has been decided that way. And then as the years went on, the likes of the Lotus Cortina came in, the Austin A40. Doc Shepherd won the British Saloon Car title in an A40 in 1960. And of course the Minis came along, the likes of Sir John Whitmore and John Love, the Rhodesian as it was then. Rhodesia, Zimbabwe now, of course. And then the Lotus Cortina with arguably the greatest of them all, Jim Clark at the wheel. And with Graham Hill, Roy Salvadori and all the other greats who raced in the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship, and that is what we celebrate here. As Alan Boddy in our comments has mentioned, Grant Williams with the Jag registration BUY1. He's not in that car this weekend, he's in another of his Jaguars. It's the grey Lotus Cortina of Ian Thompson on pole. white Lotus Cortina, the traditional Lotus colours with the stripe down the side for Gary Townsend. Here's Grange in the red Mustang, the white Falcon with the blue stripes, the USA Racing colours for Alan Greenall. An incredible lineup we have here once again. Michael Sheraton with the lights on the Anglia. That's a road legal car as well. He does occasionally drive it on the road to events. We'll see Tim Dodwell do that. It is Mini, of course. He's here tomorrow. Not able to attend today. This will be a 15-minute race for the Everard's Pre 66 touring cars. Classic and historic touring cars, give it the full name. Watch for Alan Greenall. He normally goes well around Brands Hatch. He's going to try and get the big blast down the outside. I wouldn't be surprised to see those two big V8s try and make their way through from the second row in the initial charge towards Paddock Hill Bend. Now on the tighter sections of the course, the Minis, the Imps and the Cortinas will be all over them like a rash. Waiting for the last couple of cars to get into line. Michael Sheraton, last of all, had one or two problems in qualifying. The marshals are satisfied, the green flag waves, there it is. 5-second board displayed by the start marshals, then the red lights will come on, and when they go out we will be underway. Revs are up, a little bit of creeping from Gary Townsend, away we go, Townsend off into the lead. Look at the Minis coming up well. I said the big V8s are getting well, it's the Minis who are off like a shot, and Grant Williams in the Jaguar. Now the power comes on from Piers Grange. He's in third. It's Townsend who leads, but he was creeping a bit at the start. We'll have to wait and see if he gets a penalty for that. One of the Anglias on the grass on the inside. I think that was Ed Gibbs in the 102. Townsend leads from Thompson. Grange in third. Barry Symes up to fourth in the Mini. James Iverson dropped back a bit in the leading Hillman Imp. They've all made it round Druids so far. And it's Gary Townsend, the man from Rugby in Warwickshire, who leads the way. The Imps up on the curb there, that was the number 41 of Jeremy Dias. Tina's 1 and 2, then Mustang, Mini, Falcon in 5th place, Alan Greenall. First of the Anglia, I think that's Jake Swan, he's had a good start up in the 6th. Mike Davies in the Mini is 7th. Then Williams, Kevin Swan and James Iverson, that's your top 10. We've got a spinning Mini at Surtees there. I think that might be Mark Uka, number 66. We'll see as they come across the timing line who's dropped to the back of the field. Grant Williams charges around the outside of one of the Minis there in his Jag. Great to see so many Hillman Imps. It was Bill McGovern who won a hat-trick of British Saloon car titles in the early 70s in an Imp. It was the George Bevan tuned machine that he used to race. Townsend leads, and yes, Gary Townsend, 10-second penalty for jumping the start. I thought he crept away early. Gary Townsend has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. So he did jump the start. That would probably be his hope of victory gone. The pack charge their way through. There's Brendan Rooney, the light blue Imp ahead of the Mini, number 230, that's Martin Armstrong. So they make their way through Surtees for the second time. There's James Iverson. Loves to get that Imp's tail hanging out. It was Mark Uka's Mini who spun at Surtees. He's going again at the back of the field. Now, here comes Piers Grange. He's got the Mustang wound up. Now he's having a go at the Cortinas. Ian Thompson ahead of him in the number 1. Greenall going with him. American muscle against Colin Chapman's nimbler handling machine, which arguably was the first truly race homologated saloon car. Thompson up the inside, he's not letting the Mustang go there. Look at Barry Syme, always a tenacious battler in the Mini, and Jake Swan. These two had some great battles at the season opener at Donington. And Swan all over the back of the Scotsman there. Then in the order we've got Grant Williams in the Jag. Such great variety. Battling it out, cars of all sizes, so evenly matched. Wonderful to look at. England through Surtees and McLaren. There's Mike Davies, he's Mini. Brother John will take over for race 2 tomorrow. There's Kevin Swan ahead of Iverson. Brendan Rooney, another Anglia, is in behind them. That's Bob Bullen, the maroon liveried number 169, I think. Bob will be out in Pre-83 in his Escorts as well. Swan up the outside. Jake and Kevin Swan, also ex-short oval racers, a lot of them out there today. Guys who graduated from oval to circuit. Gary Townsend leads, but only on track. He'll have that penalty applied. So the de facto race leader is Piers Grange in the Ford Mustang. Ian Thompson on his tail in his new Cortina for this year. Green all. The biggest car out there is the Ford Falcon. There's a yellow flag waving at the Cooper Straight, so someone has come to grief down there. Pat Keneally's Cortina has dropped down the tiny screen, and Michael Sheraton's Anglia after their initial charge at the back of the grid, so maybe one or both of them has come to grief at Surtees. Can't see any issue there. That's number 13 of Adrian Oliver, son of Eric Oliver, the former 4-time world sidecar champion. Smoke out of the back of the Mustang. Is that just a little bit of fluid overflowing, or has Piers Grange got an issue? Yeah, that smoke's getting worse. Piers Grange is in trouble, I think. He's still going. I don't think he's noticed that Mustang. I hope it's not dropping any fluid. Ian Thompson running with him. If that smoke gets worse and Piers doesn't notice, he could get the black and orange flag telling him to pull into the pits. There's Pat Keneally's Cortina, that's pulled up on the Cooper Straight, so that's what the yellow flag was for, I think. He's pulled into the back entrance to the pits. Big Swan running well, holding off Grant Williams in the Jaguar. Mike Davies, James Ibbotson. Here's a battle of the imps further back. Michael Loveland under fire from the number 7 of David Ellis in the yellow imp. The red one there is Ed Carter, I think, just behind Ellis. No, it's Steve Platt, sorry. The number 94, that's the Singer badged in, I think. It's under fire from one of the minis in turn number 121. That's the car of Piers Thin. Recently taken up racing in the Mini. And Piers Grange is in the pits. So our second place man, well, the de facto race leader has gone. That smoke was spotted fairly quickly by the crew, so Ian Thompson is now up into second on the road, and the overall lead effectively when that penalty is applied to Gary Townsend. Behind him is Greenall. Side, Jake Swan. Let's have a look at the class leaders. Class A is being led by Greenall, Class C by Syme, Class E by Ibbotson, Class F by Townsend, or by Thompson on the corrected time it will be. And car in the gravel at Druids, it's Ed Gibbs, Ford Anglia. Now that could be a safety car. He's right on the edge of the circuit there, and if anybody else goes off, they could collect that Anglia. Yeah, safety car is being deployed, I think. The other class leader we were going to get round to is Class D, which is Luke Wilson, the former champion in his Austin A40. And Class G, the guest class, is led by Lee Williams in the red Jaguar. Safety car is being deployed though, with Ed Gibbs' car stranded on the edge of the circuit at Druids in the interest of safety. The race will be neutralised. With 8.5 minutes to go. The clock will keep running. Mike Davies ahead of Kevin Swan, Swan Senior. See both of the Swan father and son pairing in the top 10. James Ibbotson's got ahead of Mike Davies there, the leading imp. There's Brendan Rooney. Behind him, Bob Bullen. And then got Martin Armstrong's Mini. Adrian Oliver's imp. Next through should be Piers Thin's Mini. Piers Thin is the former COO of McLaren in Formula 1. Previously served in the British Army. Having a go at racing for himself. There's the safety car looking for our race leader. It's almost picked up Gary Townsend, who is the leader on the road. If any further penalties been handed out, there's been one black and white flag for number 182. Surely 182 is. I've got a 182 on my entry list, but anyway, once that car is clear, we will be back underway. Oliver, he's in 13th place. Next to be Michael Loveland. He's got ahead of Piers Thin. David Ellis in the yellow Imp, Steve Platts and Jeremy Dias. The recovery vehicle from Trackside Recovery does arrive to pull Ed Gibbs Anglia out of the gravel, the man from Sheerness in Kent, on his local circuit. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Well, our commenters asking, are the Hillman Imps still 1000cc? Yes, they are, 1040 to be precise. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing the name of number 121. I've been told it's Piers Pine. That name is pronounced. Apologies if I was getting that wrong. Waiting the all clear to get the tow vehicle in here, get the rope attached. In fact, I think the race is being red flagged. This recovery taking longer than anticipated up there, so the race is being stopped. Presumably because the officials don't want the race to finish behind the safety car, or at least want to get some more green flag racing in. So the flatbed tilts and slides. So we're going to have a short sprint for the line now. The clock stopped at 4 minutes 52, so we may well get a 5-minute sprint as the trucks did. Wait and see what the clerk of the course decides here. "25 cars still running. All your comments coming in. Ian Somerville says, come on Barry Sign, going well in his Mini. 2 more races to go. We'll have the Caterham Academy up next. Right, to Django Jones, it's having your name mispronounced is an honour in my experience. Don't tell me I've been saying your name wrong all the time you've been racing Caterham, Mr. Jones. Ford Anglia looks almost sad, doesn't it, to be sat there with the shape of that grille. So we'll await advice on what's going to happen with the restart of this race for the Everard's Pre-66 classic and historic touring cars. The trackside recovery Ford Ranger comes in to try and retrieve Ed Gibbs' Anglia. Oh, we're going to try it from this side instead now. Ed just waiting patiently. Timing screen now showing 5 minutes, so we are going to get a 5-minute sprint for the line, as I thought. Cars will head round to grid up ready for that 5-minute dash for the line while Ed Gibbs' car is recovered. I'll take a quick check if any of the results have been amended from our earlier races. Going back to junior saloon car race 1, I can confirm Luca Maserati as your winner. It's his first win in the championship, so congratulations to him. But that was after 5 and then 10-second penalties were applied to both Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori for exceeding track limits. Kyle Wells penalised as well, down to 7th place. I think this might be the reason that the Anglia couldn't be recovered there. Those wheels don't look like they're pointing in the same direction to me. That's why it's had to be recovered from the back. Loving the retro Scale Electric sticker on the front there below the grille. Looks like there's a bit missing from the right front corner there as well. Confirmation as well that in the Miltek Civic Cup race, Alistair Camp was penalised 5 seconds for exceeding track limits. He drops to 4th place behind Harvey Caton. Bringing up to speed with the race results. Those are the couple of changes we've had. So junior saloon cars and Civic Cup results now confirmed. And there we can see that's what we couldn't see from the other side of the car. That's why they couldn't tow it forward out of the gravel. Bodywork pushed in onto the tyre. So Ed Gibbs has had some contact there. I love this comment, in better shape than when Ron Weasley drove it. Ron Weasley's Anglia was blue, not grey. Although Rupert Grint, who played Ron Weasley in the Harry Potter films, his brother James Grint is a rally and rallycross driver. I remember seeing him in British Rallycross for the Albertech Peugeot team alongside Andy Scott a few years ago. Maybe we can get the brothers Grint out in pre-66 touring cars at some point. Now the cars will be gridded in the order that they were in when the race was halted for the restart. 5-minute restart. Gary Townsend's been held back, so has he been re-gridded in the slot where the penalty would place him, I wonder? Yes, they've applied the 10-second penalty, look, and Gary Townsend, who was in front on track, is going to restart from, I think it's P10. So it's Ian Thompson and Alan Greenall on the front of the grid. Now this is Barry Symes' chance. You can remember at the first start how that Mini shot off the line. Can he go between the Cortina and the Falcon in front of him? Jake Swan on the second row with him in the Anglia. Then we've got Grant Williams and James Ibbotson. 6 very different cars in the top 6 places. Mike Davies and Kevin Swan in the Mini and the Anglia on row 4. And Gary Townsend is restarting alongside Brendan Rooney on row 5. Then we've got Bob Bullen's Anglia, Martin Armstrong's Mini. I think that's Adrian Oliver alongside Michael Loveland, the 2 imps. Piers Tynes' Mini. And the yellow imp is David Ellis. A couple more Hillman imps back where we've got Steve Platts alongside Jeremy Dias. Yes, we can hear the show trucks having a horn conversation in the background. Almost like Morse code, isn't it? So it looks like the grid is nearly ready then. On Mini getting a push start, it's James Burrows being pushed off the grid, unfortunately. Turquoise Mini. Lee Williams down there towards the back with his Jaguar. A couple of the Morris Minors out there as well. I can see Patrick Harris's black Morris Minor down towards the back. I'm not sure if Keith Wright is there, actually the red Morris Minor. The A40 is there, that of Luke Wilson, the ex-champion. He was leading his class at the time of the stoppage. Bright two-tone blue imp, number 6 Ed Carter, towards the back of the field. Slightly reduced field then ready for this second attempt. It's a 5-minute sprint for the Everard's Classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring Cars. I mentioned the Lotus Cortinas. The Ford Falcon in period, it was Frank Gardner, the Australian, if memory serves me correctly, who was a champion in the Falcon. Before that, in the Lotus Cortina, Ford had the gigantic Galaxy. Ex-NASCARs, which Jack Sears, among others, drove. So named because they were the size of a small Galaxy, I think. These are the imps who mentioned Bill McGovern and the George Bevan-tuned machines. Piers Grange being stretchered back to the paddock there. Hopefully he can repair that car for tomorrow. The other Mini champion at the other end of the 60s was Alec Poole. And years later, the Mini Clubman with Richard Longman, who raced on into the 80s. the green flag lap then, before we get this restart underway. The grey Mini, he spun on the opening lap. Patrick Harris in the maroon coloured Morris Minor, not his previous black machine. The last driver to win the title in this category in the Morris Minor was the late Tony Preston back in the 2010s. The Everard's Pre-66 Classic Touring cars head around to the grid for a 5-minute sprint. Red flag coming out of Ed Gibbs, ended up in the gravel at Druids after a bit of contact. Caterham Academy waiting patiently in the assembly area for their first ever circuit race. This is just prolonging the nerves for them. So Ian Thompson in the grey Cortina on pole. Alan Greenall, the white Falcon with the blue stripes alongside him. Barry Syme in the bright blue Mini on row 2 alongside the black, beautifully prepared Ford Anglia of young Jake Swan. Grant Williams in the navy blue Jag, the similarly coloured Hillman Imp of James Ibbotson alongside him. Another car that is road legal. Green flag is waved at the back. It's a 5-minute sprint for the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. Revs begin to rise. A couple of cars jump there in the pack. David Ellis's Imp was one of them. One of the Minis was another. We are underway, and look at Grant Williams through the middle. Look at James Ibbotson up the outside in his Hillman Imp. Who's going to be leading as they go into Paddock Hill Bend? It's Ian Thompson from pole position. The big Falcon tucks in second. Williams, I think, is up to third in the Jaguar. Up on the outside is Ibbotson. Barry Syme trying to get through on the inner. But it is Ian Thompson, the reigning champion, who leads the way. Is that Gary Townsend that's come through? Yes, it is, up into around 6th position. But there were definitely a couple of jump starts in the pack. David Ellis's yellow Hillman Imp was certainly one of them. So I think there's going to be more penalties possibly handed out there. Kevin Swan nearly clips the back of Gary Townsend. Townsend got a flyer through it once again as well. New Surtees, the first lap of this short restart. Ian Thompson leads the way in the number 1 Cortina. Swan family running together through McLaren. David Ellis charging back around the outside in the number 7. But it is Thompson who leads. But now the power of the V8 tells for Alan Greenall. Charges past down the straight. He's had several wins here at Brands Hatch in the past in that big Ford. And he takes the lead from the smaller Ford, the Lotus Cortina. Williams fishtailing as he always does in the Jaguar in 3rd place, but once we hit the tight of it, you can see Thompson can brake so much later in that Cortina, and through he goes. Yes, it's all right getting the Falcon moving in a straight line, we've seen that, but much more difficult to stop the thing because it's so much bigger and heavier. Here comes Barry Syme up onto the tail of Williams, then it's Townsend. The rest of them go through as Brendan Rooney chasing Kevin Swan, behind them Mike Davies in the Mini. Thompson is who leads the way. He's got that Falcon looming up in his mirror like a ocean liner, closing in on a smaller craft behind him. Puff of smoke from Jake Swan's Anglia as up the inside James Ibbotson takes Gary Townsend. Jake Swan trying to follow him. Terrific racing once again. Now here comes the big Ford. He's going to go for it down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Meanwhile, Gary Townsend side by side with Jake Swan. He gets around the outside and they pass James Ibbotson as well. Power tells again. Greenall has got the lead back around the outside. It's hard to know where to look. There's so much going on. Now, is Thompson going to get the lead back on the brakes for Druids? I don't think so. The Falcon's got the inside this time for Greenall. We'll watch these three, Cortina, Anglia and Imp. James Ibbotson, such a tenacious young racer in his Hillman Imp. Not afraid to take on the bigger cars. It's the biggest of all that leads the way. Alan Greenall. There's Ibbotson. That was the first car he owned after learning to drive, would you believe? He drives it on the road as well. Here comes Thompson up the inside at Surtees. Green almost are covered and hit each other. And the Cortina gets through on the inside. So Ian Thompson leads the way once again. But Alan Greenall has only got to put his foot down. Here he comes again. Breezes past and leads into paddock. This is great stuff. Less than 2 minutes to go. Brilliant, I could watch this all day. Grant Williams still third in the big Jag. Thompson has a look again. Falcon drifts out a little bit wide there on the exit of Druids. Is Thompson going to have a look down the inside? He's not close enough at Graham Hill Bend. Couple of cars. Oh, Greenall goes wide on the exit of Graham Hill Bend there, and Thompson says thanks very much, I'll take the lead back again. Meantime, a couple of cars getting penalties for those jump starts. Piers 10 in the Mini, and the number 7 imp, as I expected, David Ellis, 10 seconds for jumping the start. Gary Townsend's fighting back in the Cortina. He's on the tail of Barry Syme there for fourth place, got the headlights on. This time, Alan Greenall is not close enough to challenge the Cortina. I think they'll be into the last lap. There are about 54 seconds left as they cross the line there, and the quickest lap is 58.4 by Gary Townsend's Cortina. He's got the fastest lap of the race. So I think we're into the last lap now. Townsend's got ahead of Barry Syme in the Mini. The only disappointment here is it's a short restart. Brilliant racing from the Pre-66 touring cars, as always. Somebody's kicked up the dust there. There's a yellow flag at Surtees. That was Jake Swan kicking up the dust. Now, who's gone off at Surtees? I'm not sure. They're coming into Clearways. It looks as though it's going to be a win for Ian Thompson. Now, is the checkered flag going to go out this time for the Cortina? Or will they get one more lap? Now, the clock has counted down to 0. There is the checkered flag. Thompson wins it. Greenall second. Third goes to Williams ahead of Townsend, Syme and Ibbotson. What a mixture in the top 6. Jake Swan pulled into the pits there as well, coming around the final corner, so he did have a problem there. I saw what I thought was dust. It was a puff of smoke. Also lost Steve Platz's Singer Chamois into the pits. There's Lee Williams. He's going to win the guest class, I think. Confirm the results in just a moment, but Ian Thompson, the reigning champion, gets his first win of the season in his Lotus Cortina, the first win for his new car. Who else did we lose there? The car we lost possibly down at Surtees was Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor. Provisional result then, the win goes to Ian Thompson after that mistake at Graham Hill Bend by Alan Greenall, wins by just over a second. They both win their classes. Grant Williams in third ahead of Gary Townsend, with Barry Syme winning Class C in fifth. James Ibbotson winning Class E in a brilliant sixth overall. Kevin Swan and Brendan Rooney next home ahead of Mike Davies and Adrian Oliver. And Bob Bullen, Martin Armstrong, Michael Loveland and Mark Uka fighting back after a spin. Piers Tyne was penalised down to 15th place by that jump start penalty. And the other class winners, Lee Williams won Class G. Class D went to Luke Wilson in the Austin A40. My goodness. Pure brilliance, as always, from the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. I think momentarily we can head down to Ian in pit lane, hopefully hear from Ian Thompson, our race winner.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. I got a very, very happy Ian Thompson indeed. The lighter, nimble Cortina just got the better of the beast of the Ford Falcon, and it means a lot here. Just let Ian get his helmet off, because after that restart, Ian, you had your work cut out, didn't you?
Oh, unbelievable. Such hard work.
What's it like this? The nimble Cortina outdoes the Falcon.
The Falcon's got so much power. And he goes across the road because he can't help it. It's such
terrifying on the straights, isn't it? Just watching blast past.
It's like following a boat.
What does this mean win to you?
Oh, everything. It's fantastic. To win it hard and fast and clean, everything. Fantastic.
Well done, mate. You deserve that. Fantastic. We've got Alan here as well. Let's just grab a quick chat with Alan Greenall, shall we? Alan, wow, you and Ian going toe to toe, but the nimbleness just did it in the end.
Well, he did, yeah. Unfortunately, jumping out of second gear, which is why I went off there. So I was having to hold it and try and steer around the corner, which is quite tricky for an old boy.
You got a chance for revenge tomorrow, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hope so, on the front row.
Top man, Adam, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. We got Grant here as well. Let's just have a quick chat with Grant. Grant, thrilling race, wasn't it?
Yeah, 9th to 3rd, I can't complain about that at all. The restart was fantastic. I seen the gap, I threaded the needle and I went straight through it. Like, so, yeah, I can see the Cortina is coming, but just play the safe game, so I'll just keep holding the inside line and keep going.
Can we more of the same tomorrow?
Hopefully, yes, hopefully. Challenge from 2nd to 3rd first.
Brilliant, well done. Grant, thank you so much. Yeah, thrilling race. The Pre-66s always put on a show, don't they? Right, more action. 2 more races still to come up today. It is time for the first time in 2025 to catch the Caterham Academies. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. So now it is over to a group of drivers nervously awaiting their very first motor race. The Caterham Academy, sponsored this year by Moobob, is open only to drivers who have never held a race licence before, and the idea is you buy the Academy car from Caterham and you get as a package your race licence test, your test days and everything else, and then the season begins with a sprint event that was held at the Kerborough sprint course near Lichfield in Staffordshire 2 weeks ago. That is just driving solo against the clock, and then you go into your race programme. And this is the first race of the season for the Moobob Caterham Academy. We say a new sponsor for the championship this year. Moobob is a relationship management platform for temporary recruitment agencies, and we give them a warm welcome on board to Caterham Racing this year. We'll give you the grid of our novice racers very shortly, but Ian caught up with 1 or 2 of our novices earlier on.
Right, everybody, we're back at the assembly area and it's time for the Moobob Caterham Academy, the first race of the season. A number of fresh-faced rookies getting ready to go. One of them is Georgie here. Sorry, don't disappoint. I promised you I'd come talk to you, didn't I?
You
I
did.
promise. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm buzzing. Yeah, really excited to get out there. I think it's going to be, yeah, very interesting to see what happens. Could be chaos.
Well, I saw you at Snetterton last week, of
Yes.
course. We had the other Caterham classes out there.
Yeah.
Were you getting some tips up there from some of the drivers?
I was trying, I'm doing my best. I'm pretty sure it's all going to go out the window as soon as the lights go off, but yeah.
How come you decided to join the Caterham Academy?
Well, I've been doing like a few track days, so I got into track days, had a few mates that got me into it, and yeah, I get a bit competitive, so I thought it might be a good way.
As soon as those lights go out, right, that's it, the mist is coming over.
Exactly, the visor's down and I just see red, but yeah, so we'll, just see how, I kind of then, I heard about the academy at Goodwood and just sort of thought it was a good way to get into racing. So,
and was it an easy process from finding out about it to registering an interest?
Yeah, it's been a long journey, but the Caterham guys have been, I can't sing their praises highly enough. They're brilliant, like really, everyone holds your hand through it all. It's very like, then I think I signed up about a year ago, so it's sort of been a long journey, but everyone's so helpful, and it's been the best year ever. So yeah.
What was your experience of qualifying like then? Was there a few nerves because that's like the first real time of going for it?
Yeah, definitely a few nerves. Honestly, I had the best time out there. I think it was the most fun I've had out of all the. We did a few test days. Compared to any track day, quali was just like epic, so much fun. Just kind of us all being out there. It's quite busy, so a lot of people around. So yeah.
Do you know what? You've got a massive smile on your face. You're laughing. You're happy. You're about to go racing. Life doesn't get much better.
It really doesn't. I'm so happy, so excited. So yeah, I can't wait to get going.
Go enjoy it. Have a great time. Thank you for talking to us. There we go. A number of fresh-faced rookies ready to take to the track for the first time here at Brands Hatch. It's the Moobob Caterham Academy. Dave, over to you.
Well, the cars are coming up to the grid then. We're scheduled to see 31 drivers start their first ever motor race here. Qualifying took place this morning, and it was the winner of that sprint at Kerborough who has set pole position for this race. Londoner Max Richardson in car number 6, the green and gold car. He is on pole. Number 19, Kyle Townend alongside him. Row 2, 24, Sebastian Tolle, and 89, Ollie Smith. Not the same Ollie Smith who we saw in the junior saloon cars earlier, incidentally. Row 3, Ben Oliver, number 80, and number 12, John Bond. Row 4 is George Hawkins, number 56, and 55, Oliver Walsh. Nick Tomadakis, number 77, on row 5. He was briefly quickest in qualifying, got bumped down late on, alongside Richard Davies, the Welshman, number 25. He was second at Kerborough in the sprint, completes the top 10 on the grid here. Third at Kerborough was number 99, Matt Fox. He's on row 6, alongside 86 of Richard Watson. Row 7, number 4, Richard Northridge, and 62, Georgina Tuffin. Then 47, Sam Eminson, 27, Rob Hicks. Row 9 is 70, Joe Oliver. Number 10, James French. Completing the top 20, number 72, Christian Bond. And number 88, Mark Hensler. On row 11, 13, Stephen Vischer. And 21, Luke Wilson. Not the same Luke Wilson who was in the Austin A40 in the previous race, incidentally. This championship, as you say, only open to drivers who've never held a race licence before. They're all complete novices. Row 12 is 15, Shane Forster, and 14, Andrew Johnston. Row 13, 8, Jason Spencer alongside 11, Stuart Beggs. Row 14 is Ross Pamphel on number 67 alongside 23, Chris Longley. I know his son Chris was in the chat earlier on YouTube. Row 15 is 37, Andrew Symington, and 33, Martin Smith, and 22, Michael Smith, rounds out the grid. Previous years we'd seen the Academy run in 2 groups, green group and white group, in the corporate colours of Caterham, but this year it's all one group in the championship. It'll be a 20-minute race, not 15. 30 points for the win, descending to 1 point for all classified finishers, a point for the fastest lap. Trackside support all provided by Caterham cars. There's no teams run these cars. You get the full support from the Caterham factory. The car has a Horse HR13 engine. The package for the Academy when you buy the car includes getting your race licence, you take your ARDS test, paid for by Caterham, technical support as well. 130 horsepower engine, these cars, open differential, 6-speed gearbox, and low grip tyres as well to teach car control. You'll notice these cars, a lot of them have number plates, and they are road legal, these cars. You can drive your car on the road to the event. Last year it was Paul Oglesby and James Hall who won the 2 groups. They've now moved up into higher levels on the Caterham ladder because you can upgrade your car for the other Caterham series. We saw them out at Snetterton on BARC TV last week. It goes Academy, then Road Sports, 270R, 310R. And the top Caterham Championship, of course, is for the 420R model, the Caterham 7 Championship UK. We've seen drivers go on right to the top of Caterham racing from the Academy, the likes of Charlie Lower in 2021, Taylor O'Flanagan in 2020. Henry Heaton back in 2013, he's now in Caterham 7 Championship UK. Patrick Scharfegger, there's a name you might recognise from today's junior saloon cars. I think Patrick's the father of a certain junior saloon car driver, or other relation certainly. Apologies if I have miscalled that. Max Scharfegger, of course, we're seeing racing today. But the grid lining up then with Max Richardson in pole position, the green number 6 car, the yellow number 19 of Kyle Townend alongside. Number 24, Sebastian Thole in the white car on row number 2, alongside Ollie Smith in the blue number 89. Who's going to win their first ever circuit race today here at Brands Hatch? What a moment. This group of newcomers to racing get their first ever race in front of the truck racing crowd here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 31 cars out there for a 20-minute race for the Moobob Caterham Academy. Ben Oliver's silver car on row 3 alongside the number 12 of John Bond. Revs are up and away they go, and a great start from the outside the front row by Kyle Townend. One car very slow away there in the midfield, protected by the yellow flags. Got it going now. That's the number 25, which is Richard Davies, second at Kerborough, but a poor start to his first circuit race. All round Paddock Hill Bend okay, and it is the pole sitter by the looks of it who's gone into lead. Yes, Max Richardson, the number 6, has taken up the running ahead of the 19 of Kyle Townend. They all make their way tentatively through Druids for the first time. Richardson from Townend then, as they head through Graham Hill Bend. It's number 80 of Ben Oliver in third position, the silver car. Saw a glimpse of Georgina, number 62 there, who we heard from, Georgina Tuffin, the light blue car with the red nose. Sebastian Thollet in there as well. He had a bit of a moment during his sprint at Kerborough. I saw a photograph of him flying off into the grass, unfortunately. He's kept it on the island so far. Here at Brands Hatch, they all have as they make their way round on their opening lap. One car moving out to the outside there. Now it is a little tricky to see the numbers on these Caterhams at speed, so I'll apologise in advance if I do miscall or misidentify anybody. Richard Davies fighting back up the inside. All these cars with the novice cross on the back, of course. Richardson leads it from Townend, Oliver. To fourth place is the number 55 rather of Walsh, then 24 Sebastian Thollet. There is the 55. That's Oliver Walsh. Thollet a bit sideways behind him. Then the number 12 car, which is John Bond. Max Richardson already looking good out in front, already with a win under his belt in the sprint. The 80 car just clipping the curb there. Running wide, that's Citrus yellow machine, number 56. That's George Hawkins, ahead of number 99. Third at Kerborough, Matt Fox, a little further back in the order here. Ollie Smith there ahead of this pairing. That's the number 89. Little battle developing ahead of them there. First three have broken away slightly. Richardson, Townend and Oliver. That's 1.5 seconds ahead of everybody else. Sebastian Thollet in fourth place, and a big lock up there, and there's a bit of contact. That was number 89, Ollie Smith. The front number plate's gone flying. Hit the back of the 77 car of Nick Tomadakis. He's missed his braking point there for Druids, but that's what it's all about. It's all about learning to race, learning your craft, learning your braking points, among other things. Frightened to race side by side. We can see here number 12, that's John Bond making his way past the 55 of Ollie Walsh. He runs wide on the exit. Tomadakis back up the inside. That's the 13 car that's had a moment. Stephen Vischer further back in the order, 3 wide down Paddock Hill Bend. You wouldn't know they were novices, would you? This is great stuff. 77 of Tomadakis moves ahead. That's Hawkins to the inside. He's going to make up 3 places in one move if he judges his braking right here. Oh, superb. They're shaping very quickly as racing drivers, these Moobob Caterham Academy drivers. Tomadakis keeps John Bond on the outside. Hawkins has a look on the inside. The 55 of Ollie Walsh in there as well. Meanwhile, Max Richardson still leads from Kyle Townend. It's the number 80 of Ben Oliver in third place, then Sebastian Thollet fourth. This is the battle for 5th position. Nick Tomadakis leads it at the moment. George Hawkins up into 6th place in the 56, the Citrus yellow car. There's Georgina, or Jaws as it says on the number plates, the light blue car with the red shark's teeth on the nose. Georgina Tuffin, we heard from her in the assembly area. And they'll have got over their nerves now, be focused on the fight on track. And Georgina there is the 25, Richard Davies. Comes from Penarth in South Wales. He's down in 16th at the moment. On the outside there, John Bond, the number 12, attacking George Hawkins. That's for P6. Just the midfield can charge through. Well, Tuffin a bit sideways there in the 62. They're all still running, I think. Yes, last runner is number 31 at the moment, which is one of the Smiths, Michael Smith. Number 22, I should say, in 31st place. Fox trucks up the inside there in the 99. One car running a little bit wide, the 27 car of Rob Hicks. The blue car with the yellow wheels, but he gathers it up again. Racing within their limits, not pushing too hard. As the laps count up, you'll be able to see the drivers starting to explore their limits a little more as they gain confidence. Richard Davies here up on the outside of Richard Northridge in the yellow and black machine. Max Richardson leads by half a second. Hawkins diving up the inside. He's really gaining in confidence, George Hawkins here, but he's outbraked himself a little there. Is he going to be able to keep the inside for Graham Hill-Bend? Is Tomadakis going to fight back on the outside now? He's braked too late. Too busy concentrating on the other car, perhaps there. He's going to get the inside line. This is a great fight for P5 at Surtees. Tomadakis and Hawkins together. A lot of these drivers will have driven before on things such as track days, so they'll have experience of this sort of driving, but not in a full-bore race, maybe. John Bond behind them. First four have escaped ahead of this frantic battle. A bit of wheel banging there. Tomadakis and Hawkins, and here comes John Bond. Three newcomers going three wide into Paddock Hill Bend. John Bond goes through. Now, there's not many experienced drivers who can say they made a double pass into Paddock Hill Bend. That was cracking stuff. They are loving this. Now the 55, Ollie Walsh closing up as well, and the 89 as well. Ollie Smith had a bit of contact earlier on. John Bond's gone wide at Druids, but he holds it together, keeps it on the tarmac. Richardson leads from Townend, Oliver and Sebastian Tholle in fourth place, further ahead. They're about 6 seconds up the road of this little lot. John Bond is still there in P5, the white and purple car. Then it's Ollie Walsh now up into 6. He's got ahead of Tomadakis and Hawkins. Ollie Smith next in the 89. There's Matt Fox, the 99, in behind them. Fastest lap of the race has just been done by the third place man, Ben Oliver, number 80. He's done a 56.86. Tomadakis side by side with 55. Ollie Walsh flyby, as it says on his number plate, and Tomadakis I think is flying by. Yes, he's got through at Paddock. They certainly know no fear, these Caterham Academy racers. This is great stuff. Who's this coming up on the outside now? 47, silver car, Sam Eminson. Getting sideways there, nearly lost it. He said the drivers would start to explore the limits a little more. And that's exactly what they're doing as they gain in confidence. As in front of it all is Max Richardson. He still leads by 0.8 of a second now, the Londoner, ahead of number 19, which is Kyle Townend. He comes from Selby in Yorkshire. You're most likely to see just about all of this grid next year upgrade their cars and go into the Caterham Road Sport Championship. Battle rages on at the front of the field. The scrap further back, headed up by Bond and Tomadakis. The top four beginning to overlap with the back markers, we'll see in a moment. Matt Fox on the tail of George Hawkins now. There's Sam Eminson. Ollie Smith behind. Then the 86 car, the green car of Richard Watson. Comes from Toaster near Silverstone. Here's our leader. Haven't seen much of Max Richardson so far. He's already won the sprint, and he leads the yellow machine of Kyle Townend. Sticking with the race leader, there's a back marker ahead. Ben Oliver is third, Sebastian Tholle is fourth. First couple of back markers I think have been lapped. Now here's another lesson to learn. What happens when the leader is coming up behind you? Number 11 there is Stuart Beggs, about to be lapped. Shown the blue flag by the marshals. Moves aside. Good driving by Stuart Beggs. Lets the top two through. Flag signals all part of the written part of your ARDS licence test, the ARDS Association of Racing Driver Schools. The fastest lap for Sebastian Tholle, the fourth place man, the white car there with the red trim. It's all over the back of Ben Oliver. Tholle is really thrashing that car around. He's sliding about all over the place. Looks spectacular. Won't necessarily help his lap times. He's in the slipstream though of Ben Oliver. Is he going to try and go for a lunge into Paddock Hill Bend. He's on the tail of the number 80. He's learning, slipstreaming. Look, he right on the back there. He got into the tail a bit late there to get down the straight. You need to do that at the top end of the straight and then draw past. He's going to go for the inside into Druids instead, and he gets the move done. Good driving by Sebastian Tolle, based in Leatherhead in Surrey. Past Ben Oliver, comes from Norwich. Snetterton would be his local circuit, where the other Caterham Championships were racing last weekend. All 31 cars still running. 10 laps completed by our leaders. Here comes the leader. He's had to go wide there to lap the number 23 car of Chris Longley. Lewis in Sussex. I think somebody may have just had a spin in the background there. I heard a squeal of tyres. Can't see anybody off. Oh, there he is. It's number 11. It's Stuart Beggs. Maybe spun while trying to get out of the way of the leaders, and he's beached in the gravel. That's at Clearways. Not a clear way out of the gravel for him, though. Sadly, that might mean a safety car. There are the leaders. Max Richardson still unable to shake off Kyle Townend. Ole up to third now. They're lapping one of the tail enders. Then Oliver up on the outside, and the safety car is being deployed. Thought it might, with Stuart Beggs, the Londoner, stuck in the gravel. There is the safety car. The Ford Focus Estates picked up our race leader, Max Richardson. 8.5 minutes just over of the race to go. Well, I have to say this has been a very impressive display so far from the Moobob Caterham Academy in their very first race. Our commenters cheering the drivers on. One says cheering on Ollie Walsh all the way from California. One says go George. I think that means George Hawkins. That's what had happened. Stuart Beggs had spun there, and if he kept on the tarmac he'd have been able to rejoin, but he drove through the gravel. Caterham sadly do not make good rally cars. Andrew Miller-Swan says, come on, Ben Oliver, number 80. Taryn says, go Andrew J. Las Vegas is cheering for you. I think that means Andrew Johnston, number 14. Yes, that car has sunk, unfortunately. That's going to need a lift from the marshals. Safety car out, Max Richardson leading from Kyle Townend. Sebastian Thulle third. And Ben Oliver. Nick Tomadakis is up to fifth ahead of John Bond now. He's finally got past him. Then Ollie Walsh, Matt Fox, Sam Eminson and George Hawkins has dropped down to 10th. It's the citrus yellow car with the orange roll cage. He's got Ollie Smith and Richard Davies behind him. Then it's Richard Watson. 27 of Rob Hicks, and running up the top 15 is Georgina Tuffin. Now the next lesson, how to line up behind the safety car. You can't pass, of course, you'll get a penalty. You gain an advantage. Go Shane Forster, says Gabriel Forster. Shane number 15. Where is he in the order at the moment? Shane is 20th. The pickup being brought in to tow Stuart Beggs out of the gravel. Martin Fowler says go Fox from the team in Singapore. That must be Matt Fox, number 99. Viewers from all over the world, thank you very much for tuning in today. I never mentioned we got our 500 likes as well. We've got nearly 600 now. Let's see if we can get 1,000 likes across the weekend. That's a separate stream tomorrow. Let's see if we can get 1,000 likes. Come on. Well, Stuart Begg's car is towed in. He's out of the race. Just the one race, of course, for the Caterham Academy, and they've got just over 4 minutes of it left. Exige 320S says, go Kyle. That means Kyle Townend in second place. Now, are we going to resume racing at this time? No, one more lap behind the safety car, so it's going to be a sprint of about 3 laps to the line. Right to Evan, who's looking in from Canada. Plenty of viewers from the US and Canada. How many starters? He says 31 in this race. Lindsay cheering on George Hawkins from Washington, DC. Richard looking on from South Africa. Dan Longley cheering on his dad Chris. Where is Chris Longley at the moment? He's 28th. Safety car is heading in this lap, the lights are out. Now, how to do a safety car restart is your next lesson, Caterham Academy. Who's going to get it right? Sebastian Thulle positioning himself to the inside there. You can't pass until the timing line. Off they go. The first and second place cars have taken the green. We're back underway. Across the line they go. Race is back underway. Tomadakis under fire from John Bond there, but the two leaders have escaped. I think there's a back marker just behind them. That might be why the field has split slightly. There's back marker traffic in there behind these two. There is Thulle in third place ahead of Ben Oliver. Then Tomadakis, John Bond, Ollie Walsh and the rest of them, and they head through Druids. You need to remember that the tyres will have cooled down slightly during those slower safety car laps. Just 2 minutes left on the clock, so it's a short sprint to the line. Running wide there, George Hawkins nearly clashes wheels with Richard Davies as the Welshman goes by. Max Richardson looking good for victory. Just between him and Kyle Townend now. George Hawkins has been one of the more spectacular drivers in this race. They go either side of the back marker there, goodness me. That was a brave move around the 23 of Chris Longley. And Hawkins has emerged ahead of Richard Davies. He's got, I think that's Ollie Smith in behind the car. It's missing its number plate after a bit of contact earlier on with Nick Tomadakis. He's up to fourth now. Yes, Thulle has fallen back a couple of spots on that restart out of our view. We're watching the action further back, so Sebastian Thulle has lost a couple of places. There he is. Oh, and John Bond over the curb there on the inside. That was nearly a dive bomb. He's gone very wide on the exit. He got Druids completely wrong there, and he loses about 4 spots as a result. Thankfully, no contact. The 47 diving through. Sam Eminson there sliding about ahead of Matt Fox. They're certainly loving this. Kyle Townend's done the fastest lap of the race, 56.674. Thulle across Surtees, goodness me! This isn't the Caterham Drift School, not just yet anyway. I know Sam Parker, one of our presenters on our Caterham weekends, is an instructor there. Maybe Sebastian Thulle could work with her. Into the last lap now. It looks like it's going to be a win for either Max Richardson or Kyle Townend. They've pulled nearly 5 seconds clear of the rest of the field as Matt Fox dives up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, trying to make up a place on Sam Eminson, and does so. Still this battle raging on. Sam Eminson throws it back around the outside. They've given a great account of themselves. Very entertaining, very enjoyable racing from the Moobob Caterham Academy today. But here comes the lead battle into Surtees the last time. Can Kyle Townsend get a run on Max Richardson, or is it going to be a second win? He won the sprint at Kerbera, and I think he's going to win his first ever circuit race today. From London, Max Richardson in car number 6, up towards the line. Kyle Townsend is not quite going to catch him. Up to the checkered flag. Richardson the winner, Townsend second. They're well ahead of the rest. And over they come for third place. It's going to be Ben Oliver. Just beats Sebastian Tholle home for third place. Tomadakis tops that huge battle for fifth, ahead of Ollie Walsh, Matt Fox, John Bond, who nearly lost everything at Druids on the penultimate lap. Sam Eminson and Richard Davies complete the top 10. What a superb show of motor racing. You wouldn't know they were novices, would you? Some of the drivers sounding their horns as they cross the line. And I think the crowd here at Brands Hatch will give the drivers a big round of applause for that. And now, all 31 of the ladies and gents on that grid can call themselves racing drivers. It's going to be a great season for the Moobob Caterham Academy this year. Max Richardson takes the win. He won the sprint at Kerbera. He wins the first circuit race of the year here at Brands Hatch for the Caterham Academy. Just 0.172 of a second ahead of Kyle Townsend. And Ben Oliver completes the podium ahead of Sebastian Tholle. Then came that huge battle for fifth. Nick Tomadakis ahead of Ollie Walsh, Matt Fox, John Bond, Sam Eminson and Richard Davies completing the top 10. George Hawkins tried hard, ended up 11th ahead of Ollie Smith, Richard Watson and Rob Hicks. Georgina Tuffin completing the top 15. Sadly, just the one non-finisher there. Bad luck to Stuart Beggs after getting stuck in the gravel at Clearways. But full credit to all our Moobob Caterham Academy drivers for putting on a fabulous show of motor racing at their very first circuit race. We'll head down into Parc Fermé with Ian in just a moment.
Well, welcome down everybody to Parc Fermé. Max Richardson has just come in, absolutely punching the air in delight. Max, that meant something to you, didn't it?
Oh yeah, oh, that was mega. Kyle pushed me really hard on that last lap. I thought he might go for a move, but.
Were you a little bit? You having to do the restart there under the safety car? Were you a little bit nervous?
Yeah. I've seen that a million times in F1. I thought that's easy, that. And then in the moment,
what is it really like then?
Terrifying. Oh my god. But no, I got a nice little jump, so I was safe into turn 1, and Kyle got a great jump as well. So us two, final couple of laps, it was just us. But
to be fair, you two just dropped the rest of the field, didn't you? So
yeah,
great stuff.
Oh, I'm buzzing.
You've got to do it all again tomorrow, mate. Well done, congratulations, you did amazing. Well done, fantastic. Let's grab Carl for a chat as well. As he just said, he pushed Max all the way. Carl, congratulations. That was fantastic.
That was
Max, just a slight edge.
Yeah, he was so quick, he just didn't make a mistake. That was my only strategy, wait for him to screw up, and he didn't, so maybe next time.
Look, you two fantastic after the safety car restart. You just dropped the rest of the field.
Yeah, the pace felt really good. Max, he drove in a predictable way. It was easy to race. It was great.
Just tell me, I can't see your face really, but you're smiling under there, aren't you?
No, you wouldn't believe. No, you would not believe it. Yeah, this is mega.
You want some good news? Got to do it again tomorrow. Well done.
Cheers,
congratulations.
mate,
Good stuff indeed. Congratulations as well to Ben Oliver, just coming home in third place as well. Just come with me, stay with me a little bit if we can, just for a moment. The rest of the cars coming in as well. There is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, just the other side of the fence, the Pre-83s. They are about to head out on track very shortly for our final race of the day. I'm going to hand back to Dave to take you through the action.
Yes, one race to go here at Brands Hatch today. It is the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and there's a real mixture of different cars on the grid for this one. Before we give you the grid and bring them out onto track, let's see who Ian spoke to in the assembly area earlier on.
Right, everybody, it's that time of the day. Unfortunately, it's almost over the final race of this Saturday, but don't worry, plenty more racing action coming up tomorrow. And we say one of the best till last, haven't we? It's the Pre-83s for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Let's come for a quick walk, shall we? A quick chat with Stuart Guy over here. Stuart, how are you? I'm very well. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Looking cool with your shades.
Well, you know, I do try.
You brought the crew out to play again. Let's just talk about the Classic Touring Car Racing, especially the Pre-83s. What makes it so special?
You just look around, you know, every single car's different. It's just incredible, the selection of vehicles that have turned up for this weekend. And yeah, I thank everybody who's made the effort to revive it a little bit. Last couple of years, it's kind of suffered with numbers. And but no, you can see here we've started off with 24 cars, and that will increase certainly for the next couple of events. Yeah. So I'm really pleased with it. Really pleased.
What are you most excited for this season across classic touring cars in general?
I don't know really. You know, obviously Super Tour of Power in the summer, you know, which is sort of our star event. We do have some great little events. We've got the Silverstone International to finish on down in October. Just you know, so just close, clean racing all year. The clubs sort of, we were worried because there's some other clubs you could see numbers dwindling in certain areas, and I was worried it's going to impact us. I think we're kind of on the cusp of that, and just trying to ride the wave whilst things are tight for people. So
good man. Look, let's turn attention back to this race. You're down this end, down in 15th. What can we do from here, Stuart?
I can only go forward.
Well, you could go backwards.
Well, yeah, I have no idea how I ended up here. I was really trying quite hard, and I got out and looked at TSL. I was like, "Oh, you're joking." So yeah, we are where we are. We'll have a little race and we'll have a little bit of a laugh. That's what we're about.
Man, enjoy. It's great to see you again, buddy. Take care. And here we go. Final race of the day. The Pre-83s for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Just about to get the cars out onto the grid, and as we said, you can see in the assembly area there a great variety of cars we have here this weekend. Let's have a look at the grid. Pole position goes to Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun 510. He's joint championship leader after the opening round at Donington with Harry Hickton in his Opel, but Harry not here this weekend. Great to have Nick Grindrod in the club this year, the Birmingham-based racer, making the switch to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's been racing MX-5s for the last few years. He's out in a Ford Escort, lines up on the outside of the front row. Second row, we're not sure if Tom Harvey is going to be there because he had an accident after setting his qualifying time. He hit the tyre wall at Clearways, so we'll wait to see if he is there or not. In fact, I think he is there. That's a great repair job the team have done. Graham Smith will start alongside him in the yellow Escort. Yes, Tom Harvey is there. That's brilliant to see. Row 3, Nick Williamson in the Rover SD1. Mark Chollerton in his Escort RS2000. Row 4, Mark Fowler's Escort alongside Steve Walden's E30 BMW. Completing the top 10, Bob Bullen in another Mark 1 Escort, and Mark Thomas in his Ford Capri. Row 6 of the grid, welcome back Mostin Rutter in his Vauxhall Forenza with the Droop Snoots nose, great name that is, alongside Carl Shreve in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Neil Philpotts in the very rare Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. Mitsubishi specialist is Neil, used to race a Starion Turbo. That's alongside Jake Margulies. He's in the Alfa Romeo GTV6, the Andy Rouse 1983 lookalike. Row 8, Stuart Kay, we just heard from the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the Triplex Capri alongside David Claxton in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. David and Colin Claxton sharing that car this weekend. Row 9 is Gary Fletcher in another Vauxhall Forenza, first time I've seen him this year, and Rhys Cannell in another Ford Capri. Row 10 is James Dunkley in the Mark 1 Fiesta, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion, alongside Phil Waller in his Hillman Avenger. On the final row of the grid we should see David Margulies. Change of number for him, I think, number 881 in his BMW, alongside Mike Broadway in a Jaguar XJ6, which is the yellow and blue car we saw at the back of the grid. We don't see many Jaguars with the Pre-83s. Last one we saw was David Howard's XJ12. We've not seen David for a while, so good to have a Jaguar out there. Another magnificent grid. We had Jonathan Corker in the Works Datsun colours on pole position. Nick Grindrod, ex-short oval racer, ex-pickup truck racer. He's done the Citroen C1 Endurance Series. He's raced everything over the years, has Nick. And great to have Tom Harvey. Fair play to Tom and the Half Speed team for getting that car back out after that shunt in qualifying. Looks like the full complement of cars is out there. The revs are up and away they go, and Tom Harvey makes a flying start from the second row of the grid. Jake Margulies coming through nicely in the Alfa Romeo as well. A bit of a slow start for Steve Walden in the BMW E30 as they make their way into the first corner at Paddock, and Harvey has got the lead from the second row of the grid. What a start. He had some stirring battles at Donington with Jonathan Corker, and Nick Williamson in the big Rover nearly went straight on there. Goodness me, nearly took a couple of cars with him. And it is Harvey who leads, Corker second, Grindrod is third, Graham Smith in his Escort is fourth, then Williamson rounding up the top five. One of the Capris up into sixth position. I think that's Mark Thomas in the white Ford Capri. Yes, there he is, ahead of Mark Cholerton, the man from Kings Lynn, in the Escort RS 2000. Then it's Mark Fowler in the number 2 Escort, Bob Bullen, who we saw in action in his Anglia earlier. There's the black car, Neil Philpotts, that very rare Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. Very unusual car indeed, that machine. David Margulies, father of Jake, and that's problems for Nick Williamson, the Rover SD1 going up in smoke. Unfortunately, that's a great shame. Big Rover's the mainstay of 1980s touring car racing, but it isn't very good times for Nick Williamson. He's out of it. Going sideways there into Druids. I wonder if there's a bit of fluid been dropped by the SD1 there, maybe. Steve Walden recovering from his slow start in the E30 BMW. It's been a change for the lead while that was going on. Jonathan Corker has taken Tom Harvey. It's the Datsun up front then, Escorts second, third and fourth, then Mark Thomas in the Capri. Great to have him out this weekend. Cholerton sixth, Mark Fowler seventh, then Bob Bullen, Steve Walden, Jake Margulies in the Alfa Romeo, his father David's BMW towards the back of the field. There's another Capri, that's Reece Cannell in the Mark II Capri with the bigger headlights. Here comes Nick Grindrod round the outside up into second place. Tom Harvey doesn't seem to have the straight line speed. I mean, he said Tim Harvey then, voice of the BTCC these days, along with David Allison, of course, a former champion back in 1992. But it's Tom Harvey, no relation, putting the pressure on in the Shell Sport Escorts. Graham Smith in fourth. V-Tune Rolling Road Escort of Nick Grindrod. That colour scheme doesn't look too dissimilar to the Alan Mann Racing colours, does it? Again, Frank Gardner raced Escorts in those colours. Jake Margulies up the inside takes Neil Philpotts in the black Mitsubishi. One of the Triumph Dolomite Sprints in behind them. There's that stunning liveried Capri of Mark Thomas, one of the European touring car Capris, that is, based on Beast. The whole field is just magnificent from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club today. There's more to come from them tomorrow, of course. Corker continues to lead, chased by Nick Grindrod. I remember seeing him race for the first time when I was a youngster at Hensford Hills Raceway in a formula called Grand Prix Midget Racing in a converted Formula Renault single-seater back in the 90s. There's the Claxton team Dolomite. It's David Claxton driving in this race, we're told. Colin will take over tomorrow. He's just lost out to the Triplex Capri. It's of Stuart Kay. Colin Vandervelde, who had some wins in period in a Triplex Capri. Jerry Marshall, arguably the greatest British saloon car racer ever, raced the Triplex Capri in period as well. There's Bob Bullen, the number 69 Escort. It's got Steve Walden on his tail. Then we've got number 14 of Carl Shreve. I think it was Tony Crudgington raced that very car in years gone by. There's the Mitsubishi of Neil Philpotts. He's closing up on the Dolly Sprint. Andy Rouse was one of the great Dolly Sprint drivers in his younger days, and the great Tony Dron as well. Jake Margulies next, he's got one of the Capris, Reece Cannell on his tail. There is a race going on as well, of course. It's not just a nostalgia trip viewing the cars. Jonathan Corker is leading it, the Datsun driver looking to extend his championship lead. The championship will be a lot more competitive this year because 12 times winner of the title, Stephen Primet, not racing with the CTCRC this year. He's gone to pastures new with his famous Escort. Swing their way through clear ways. Here come your leaders up Halewood Rise. 0.7 of a second in it. Nick Grindrod is trying to grind down Jonathan Corker's lead. Tom Harvey trying to keep up with them. They've gone clear of Graham Smith in 4th place with his Escort. No, that's number 3 Escort ended up in the tyres and clearways in qualifying, would you? Great repair job by the half-speed team. Free of Thomas there, sideways out of 30. Just how Gordon Spice would drive one. In the 70s it was when Gordon was the regular race winner along with Vince Woodman in Capri's at the top order in the British Saloon Car Championship, but it was cars in the smaller classes, the likes of the Mazda RX-7s and Toyotas that one time was usually driven by Wyn Percy in those days. Likewise Bernard Unet in the Hillman Avenger. We've got one of those towards the back of the field here, the number 61 of Phil Waller. There's Mark Chollerton, racing that Escort RS 2000 for many seasons now, the builder from Kings Lynn in Norfolk. First time he's had the droop snoot nose on it as well, just sliding the car around a little there. The gap then back to Mark Fowler's Escort, next in the order. Capri closes on Graham Smith for 4th place, still just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Plenty of laps to do yet. Austin Rutter under fire there from David Claps. Then a gap back to the Mark 1 Fiesta. That's James Dunkley, a newly built car for this year, for Mr. Bacon as he's known. Runs a food and catering supply business in Worcestershire. And Bob Bullen possibly slowing up here. Yes, he's losing ground. Jake Margulies goes through, Stuart Kay and Reece Cannell in the Mark 2 Capri. So I think Bob Bullen's got a problem with the Escort, unfortunately. Jake Margulies, the ICS liveried Alfa Romeo. It's a replica of the car that Andy Rouse won the controversial 1983 British Saloon Car Championship in after the TWR Rovers were found illegal by a court case 6 months after the championship ended. Originally Steve Soper in the Rover that had topped the points. And on reaching that verdict, Rover immediately pulled out of the next year's championship and were not seen in racing since until MG Rover came back in 2001. Triple X Capri being chased to the Alpha. A bit of smoke from Austin Rutter's Vauxhall Firenze there. Of course, the most famous Vauxhall Firenze, the V8 engine version, Baby Bertha, driven by Jerry Marshall in Special Saloons in period. That car still racing today in the hands of its owner Joe Ward. The most famous car in all of British club racing. Here are the leaders, still Jonathan Corker, the little Datsun. Datsun 510, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Grindrod up there in 2nd place. Went on from the ovals to race Legends cars. He raced in the pickup truck racing championship as well. Bob Bullen has pulled into the pit lane, and Gary Fletcher's Vauxhall Firenze's in as well. Here's the Mitsubishi. Phil Potts is going past the Jaguar there of Broadway. That's a Series 1 XJ6. Yes, it is. Still Series 1 by the larger front grille than the Series 2 or 3. Number 14 of Carl Shreve goes through as well, the Dolomite Sprint. They're currently running 9th and 10th overall. Pick up the class lead as well. Jonathan Corker leading Class C. Class G, the guest class, is being led by Thomas in the Capri. Phil Potts leading Class B. Class D is being led by James Dunkley's Fiesta. And Class A for the bigger cars by Broadway in the Jaguar. There is the Mark 1 Fiesta. Stunning looking car, that is. James Dunkley used to race a Mark 2 XR2. He won the Blue Oval Saloon title in that. Bacon all round if he takes the title this year. Willisey Provisions sponsored car. There are the leaders through Druids, 5 minutes to go. It's still Jonathan Corker looking to extend his championship lead. He's joint top of the points, as we said, with Harry Higton after the opening meeting of the year, with Jake Margulies and Neil Philpotts 4 points behind them. Burns Dunkley on top in Class C. James Dunkley with only 2 starters in Class D. Dunkley will receive less points for a class win, because unless you have 3 or more starters in your class, you don't receive full points. Mark Thomas being reeled in by Mark Cholata in the battle for 5th overall. Mark 3 Capri against Mark 2 Escort RS 2000. Graham Smith just ahead of them in the yellow Escort, and from Burton-on-Trent. All over the back of the Capri now. He could get past with a bit of luck into P5. Thomas soaring at the wheel of that rear wheel drive Capri. So just how Gordon Spice would have driven one, and Jerry Marshall for that matter. So Tom Walkinshaw and Jonathan Buncombe also leading Capri racers. And now Grindrod is being reeled in by Tom Harvey. He's getting a second wind to lap 13. Still just under 3.5 minutes remaining. Big lunge up the inside there, and Tom Harvey makes it stick as well. It certainly is. A fearless young racer is Tom Harvey. Past Nick Grindrod now up into second place. To see a replay of that, that was one of the moves of the day from Tom. Now he's going after Jonathan Corker. Maybe he's conserved the car better than the other 2 leaders. Grindrod's fighting back though. Here he comes up the outside into Paddock Hill, but he's never going to go round him on the wider line. Oh, there's a back marker there as well. The Jaguar was there of number 88's Mike Broadway. Now is Grindrod going to lunge back again into Druitt? He is. He's going for the inside. Tracking battle between these 2. No, you don't, says Tom Harvey. I think Grindrod will try again though. He knows all about going round the outside, the ex-short oval racer. Through Graham Hill then, there's still 2 minutes to go, so still a couple of laps left. This is letting Jonathan Corker get away. Through Surtees and McLaren. Tom Harvey didn't even think he'd be on the grid for this one. Bit of damage to his car from earlier, but let's have a look again at that lunge into Druids. Left his braking as late as possible. Perfect. Beautiful move by Tom Harvey into second place. Now, can they go after the race leader Jonathan Corker? Escort's still fighting it out though. Nick Grindrod is not finished yet. This race certainly isn't finished yet. I think we'll get another lap after this one. Harvey a little bit sideways there out of Druid, just clipped the curb. Corker looks to be heading for victory. He's 1.25 seconds up on the 2 Escorts. Coming round to start the last lap of day 1 here at Brands Hatch. Can the Escorts reel the Datsun in? What's the gap going to be as they cross the line? We'll see if they are within striking distance. It has come down by a couple of tenths, but the Datsun of Jonathan Corker still just over a second clear. Grindrod is not finished yet. These 3 are nearly 8 seconds clear of Graham Smith in 4th place. There's the yellow Escort in the background we caught a glimpse of. Harvey covers the inside. He's wide on the exit just to cover the line off down towards Graham Hill Bend. There's a back marker ahead as well, I think. Spread out a little bit more. It's a back marker pulling off. That's David Margulies, I think, he's pulled off. Coming into Surtees, the last corners of the day here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. It's going to be a win for the Datsun 510 of Jonathan Corker. Second win from 3 races this season in the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship. Corker comes in to take the checkered flag. Tom Harvey, a great drive for second place, and Nick Grindrod completes the podium, his first race in the championship. And well ahead of Graham Smith, who takes 4th in the Escorts. Mark Cholerton in 5th position, because Mark Thomas in the Capri has dropped back. He finishes in 6th place. Next through should be Mark Fowler. Somebody's very smoky there through the final section of the last lap. Might be Neil Philpott, actually. That's a black car. Fowler 7th. Steve Walden's BMW is 8th. 9th will go to the rather smoky Triumph of Carl Shreve. Yes, and the Mitsubishi spewing smoke as it crosses the line as well. Jake Margulies' Alfa Romeo completed the top 10 ahead of Rhys Cannell's Red Capri. Mitsubishi was 12th. And Mostyn Rutter, Stuart Kay, David Claxton. Next home should be James Dunkley. Rather lonely race for the Fiesta. Phil Waller's Hillman Avenger. Mike Broadway's Jag. We lost David Margulies, of course, on the penultimate lap. So Jonathan Corker takes the win by 1¼ seconds, near enough, over a brilliant drive by young Tom Harvey. Great lunge down the inside at Druids on Nick Grindrod. Graham Smith in 4th position in his Escort. Mark Cholerton 5th. Mark Thomas wins the guest class, Class G, in 6th position overall. Other class winners, Jake Margulies took the win in his Alfa Romeo in Class B. Most of the top 10 being Class C runners. Class D went to James Dunkley, and Class A to Mike Broadway in the number 88 Jaguar. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Ah, yeah, what a corker of a race. See what he did there, Jonathan Corker picking up the win. It's something we've been getting used to a little bit already this season. Jonathan, you were kept very honest there.
Yeah, they've all upped the game, haven't they?
They certainly had, because you're the man to beat, that's why.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it seems a bit strange without Steve being here, but I think there's a few replacements.
Right, before I let you go, because we've asked you to come and park it so we can have a quick chat. John, you just bring the camera around a little bit and actually look down here, because I've just noticed Jonathan Corker's socks. What's the story behind them?
You know, at Christmas.
You just like... So you actually wear them then?
Yeah. Well, I've got abundance of them. It's all I get.
Right, well, you've got plenty of trophies to go with it as well. More of the same tomorrow?
I hope so. Gearbox is making a real racket, so not 100% confident he'll make it through, but we'll have to have a look.
Fingers crossed for you. Thanks for talking to us, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. There we go. We'll close that for him. That rounds out the racing action on day 1 here at Brands Hatch. Plenty more coming up. The British Truck Racing Championship back in action as well tomorrow. Of course, we've got Junior Saloon Car Championship, more classic touring car, and we'll also track action join us tomorrow as well. The Caterham Academy actually won an only race. That was a little bit earlier. They are going home. We're going to go home for the night, but like I say, we'll be back tomorrow nice and early. It's been an absolute corker of a day. Just ask Jonathan Corker. I'm going to throw back to Dave for the final word. See you tomorrow.
Very good, Ian. Very good indeed. Thanks very much indeed to Ian and Pointy down on the ground today. That does wrap up day 1 here at Brands Hatch. Big thank you to everyone here at the circuit, the volunteer marshals and all the other officials for their services, and thank you to the drivers for their entertainments. Let's have a look at the schedule for tomorrow then. We kick off just before 10:30 with the CTCRC 3 championships in 1 race. It's another truck race. The Thunder Saloons will be out after that. Then it's the Miltek Civic Cup for their second race. The Junior Saloons second race coming up before a lunch break and grid walk ahead of the British Truck Racing Championships 4th race of the weekend. Then we have the first action from the Track Action Racing Club, a mixture of different saloons racing there. Then it's back to the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. After that we have the 3rd race of the weekend for the Miltek Civic Cup. That's followed by the cars we've just seen, the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Final truck race of the weekend, then the Track Action Racing Club second race, and the Junior Saloon cars close out the weekend at the end of Sunday. We should be finished, if running to time, just after 5:30. Well, that's about all from day one. My thanks again to Ian and Pointy and all of the crews down on the ground today. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. For now, I'm off for some fish and chips. And I'll see you all tomorrow here on BARC TV. Bye for now.